don't come across as a likable, collaborative individual with a good vibe. That's it. A lot of people looking for what's going wrong on their projects. It's that level 2. You're not leading at level 2. You're still trying to lead from position. I'm the PM, so follow me. Ain't gonna work. You need to go to that next level. And that's likability. A lot of people, they're like, oh, I'm not a people person. I just want to do my job and go home. Well, good luck. Did you know that the PM spends 90% of the time, in many occasions, 70% on the low end of time communicating? Think about that, communicating for 70 to 90% of the time. Who are you communicating with? An inanimate object? No, it's a human. And in order to connect with a human, not just communicate, because as my mentor's book, Everyone Communicates, Few Connect says, it's easy. Even a dog can bark. But how do you connect? You see, you got to really be a people-oriented person. Even if you're someone who says, oh, I'm an introvert, I don't like speaking. Well, welcome to the world of project management, where we speak, where we communicate not only with words or the tone of voice, but also with body language. So as a PM, you got to step up your game. Stop saying, oh, I'm shy. I don't like being in the forefront. Well, it comes with the territory, my friend. So you better get used to it. Get used to it. All right. So talking about leadership here, going back to our whiteboard, level 2 is permission, right? Give people something to remember you by. Warm, empathy, charisma, being someone who connects. Being someone who people like to chill and hang with. Now, that's all well and good because you've had some bosses who are nice, but that's where it ends. We don't want to be like that. We want to step it up to level 3. What is level 3? Level 3 is a great level. It's one of my favorite levels because it's all about what people can see. So it's one thing to come across as being a nice person, but it's something else to come across as someone who gets stuff done, someone who produces for the company. That's the production level. You want to lead at that level, get stuff done. Level 4. Level 4 is, again, another hugely important level, and it connects quite tightly to level 2, all right? Because level 2, it says permission. Level 4 is people. And level 4 just means people follow you because of what you have done for them. It's like that song, what have you done for me lately? This is the question people will ask at level 4. And if you ain't done nothing for people, trust me, they're not following you because you've done anything for them. It's probably they're following you because of any of those ones. But when you add a level 4 component, when you have done stuff for people, when you've sown into their lives, you have elevated them, you've helped them. Maybe it was a word you gave, a pat on the back. Maybe you helped elevate them to a higher level. Maybe you put in a good word for them to their boss. Anything. It's valuable. You see, the great Robert Cialdini, professor at ASU, he wrote a book called Influence. And if you read his book, you realize that influence, where people are concerned, has to do with what you did for them. It's called the law of reciprocity. You do something for me, I do something for you. I'm obligated. I'm morally obligated. That's how human nature works. So you are in an organization trying to climb up the ladder, and all you're focusing on is your position? No way. You're going to hit a roadblock sooner or later. Give it enough time. You're not being likable. You're not being trustworthy. You're not doing great things that people can see, small wins, big wins, and you're not doing things for people. Good luck. I give you a limited amount of time. If you truly want to be a great leader, you want to lead, you got to think about being a servant leader, serving people. What can I do for you? How can I serve you? How can I add value to you? How can I elevate you to that next level? Number 5, we call this the pinnacle. And at the pinnacle, you are the epitome of a great leader because you've done levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. You're now at a level where people see you. They know what you stand for. They respect you. It's an automatic acceptance. as the leader. The likes of Steve Jobs, the likes of Gandhi, I could keep going on and on. But they've had staying power because they've been consistent. So, my friends, I've shown you a number of things here today. I've told you about the importance of going to the next level and how to lead. Let's talk about one more concept before we end today. That concept is the final bullet. I want you to be determined to be a real success. How do you become a real success? The word real stands for something specific, and my leadership gurus who I work with every week from the Project Leadership Institute, they know this because we've been studying this for going to a year now. But the R stands for relationships. Going back to level 2 leadership, a lot of people trying to do things all on their own. No. In order to be successful in life, to be a real success, you got to think about those relationships that you encounter on a daily basis, weekly, monthly, yearly, once in a lifetime. But what are you doing with those relationships? Do you know that in surveys conducted by the Stanford Research Institute, they realized that success in the corporate world had to do more with relationships than it had to do with the intellect and the prowess in products, knowledge, and stuff like that. In fact, so huge was the number, it was 87.5% contingent on relationships, success in business in the corporate world. The attribution to skills, knowledge, and things like that was just 12.5%. Think about that for a second. Your success as a project management professional is going to have a whole lot to do with the relationships you build or those that you failed to. So you want to see people as being the lifeblood of any organization. You want to value people, value your team, value people who gave you the job, value the customer. Those relationships, at the end of the day, will be a huge factor in your success. The next thing I want you to think about is equipping. A lot of people get into PMP and they get out and they're like, woof, thank goodness. I'm done. I'm done. I don't need to worry about this anymore. But one of the things I love about my 2022 graduates is that they didn't just get certified and walk away. They got very concerned about people who were on with them. They got very concerned with people who still needed to get certified. And they each went back to the study group to add value to their peers who were still in the struggle until everyone got certified. And I'm so proud of them. And not only did they do that, they began helping other people. So I'm talking about Chandra and April and Solange and Marisol. They were very concerned for others. Now, Marisol and another of my students who's getting ready to take the exam, she knows who she is. I know that they're going to come back to give to those coming along behind them. And that's what leaders do. They equip. Equipping is the next one. Are you equipping people? Are you building people? Are you helping people frame their careers? If so, well done. More power to you. That's how to be a real success. Keep giving, keep equipping, keep expanding other people. The next one here is A. A stands for attitude. And attitude is all about having a PMA, positive mental attitude. Now, there's a difference between a PMA versus a PLOM. Plum disease is the poor little old me disease. You don't want to have that. You want to have a PMA, a positive mental attitude, positive mindset, to know that you are the best that they could ever be. And you are continuing to be the best that you can ever be by developing. Do you believe that about yourself? If you don't believe that you're the best version of yourself that you could ever be right now, you need to do something about it. What can you do to be the best version of yourself for right now? As you evolve and expand, keep asking yourself, what can I do to be the best version that I can ever be? And do it, just do it. Have that attitude that you are the best. If you do not believe in yourself, I'm sorry, no one else is going to. You need to believe in yourself first. And when anyone else says, I believe in you, they only resonated what you already believe. Without you believing in yourself, you won't amount to much. I'll just tell you straight up. You might get some things done, but it won't be the very best that you could ever do. Do you truly believe that you are the best version of yourself right now? If not, you need to do something about it. First of all, start believing in yourself. Instead of seeing the bad in a situation, see the good. Instead of seeing the disadvantages, see the advantage. Instead of being a glass is half empty kind of a person, how about being a glass is half full kind of a person? Have a positive mental attitude. It'll get you very far in life, I tell you. Finally, L. I've already spoken about this quite a lot, and this is L for leadership. This is how you could be a real success. Building relationships, equipping your team, equipping people around you, having a great positive mental attitude, believing you're truly the best, and keep going. Keep on doing greater things. Outdo yourself. It's what attitude is all about. Attitude is everything. You ask the great Michael Jordan, he'll tell you how many shots he lost. Think about that for a second. Someone who lost thousands of shots. There was one day I added up the equivalent of what he was saying, how many shots he lost. And it's like, wow, he did lose a whole lot of shots, a lot of winning shots at that. But look at where he is today. It's attitude. Attitude. Attitude accounts for a lot. All right, my friends. So, in closing, you got to be determined to be a real success. You might be struggling, and that's okay. If you are struggling and you need help, you need to go on down to pmanonymous.com because we offer coaching, training, certification help and assistance, job direction and advice. So if you're stuck, there's an out. Just go on down there and look for help. Now, talking about advice, I want to give you some quick interview advice because I know lots of you are going for interviews. First of all, please research the firm. Do your research on the firm. Do your research on the job. Be ready to answer questions from left field. Some of you think the question is always going to be, tell me a little. And even if they ask you, tell me a little bit about yourself, people fail to realize that question is just an open blank document for them to glean if you are a confident communicator that they can put in front of clients. They don't care whether you come from a rich or poor family. The tell me a little bit about yourself question is you and your presentation skills and your confidence and how articulate you can be on display. That's what it is. Don't waste your time doing all those scripted, tell me about yourself questions. No. Learn how to communicate powerfully. Learn how to communicate with confidence. Do that and it will help you on any interview. Whatever the question they bring your way, you will build up the confidence. It's not building up a parrot fashion string of things to say. Now, it could help you to rehearse your sales pitch, yes, but you're going to get questions out of left field. You'll be shocked. I went into an interview. Someone said, you walk into a room and you find 5 shapes. One is a square, one is a circle, one is a rectangle, whatever, and they all have different colors, and they list out the colors. Which one would you take? Which one would you pick up and why? Tell me how you answer that question. That's unrehearsed. But I got the job, you see, because you need to be able to think on your feet. Those are the things you need to perfect not parrot fashion stuff. All right. So be ready to answer questions from left field. Know your stuff really well. Know your life really well. If you put something on a resume, you better know it really well. Know your stuff well. Talking about project management, you say you're a project manager, you say you're PMP, you're going to meet some interview questions that will kick you into another certification. Trust me, because I've been there. In fact, before I got certified as a PMP, my first project management interview with DHL, it was a disaster. It was horrible. I couldn't answer anything. I didn't have the ability to tackle the questions. I didn't have the knowledge. Yes, I had my master's degree. Yes, I did a dissertation in barriers to implementing project management systems, but I didn't have the knowledge. No stuff when you're going into these interviews, because you don't know who you're going to meet. And if you get some intel about who you're going to meet in an interview, do your research and know who they are and know what they are good at, because they could come from that angle. I've experienced that in interviews where, the interviewer is a PMP as well, and they know this stuff, and they will grill you. They'll grill you. We just got some feedback recently. The exam seems to be changing tide again. It's getting less agile and more hybrid and predictive again. Isn't that crazy? Watch that space. I'll be telling you more about that. What else should you do? Search Glassdoor for information, understand the company a bit more, look for an internal supporter if you can, and just rehearse like mad. Know your sales pitch. Someone wakes you up in the middle of the night, you should be able to rattle off your sales pitch. And again, not in parrot fashion, but because you've internalized it, you're able to talk about it ad nauseum for hours on end. Final point, communication and confidence is key. A lot of people get certified, they're not confident. Why aren't you confident? Why are you not confident? Why can't you just be confident? You got the certification. Why do you feel you don't know enough? A lot of you who are PMPs, it's like, well, I don't know. Do I need to read this, Phil? Do I need to know more about this? Stop it. If you are a PMP, you should be confident about that, if nothing else. Stop shaking and shivering in interviews. Stop it. They're only humans interviewing you. Stop shaking and shivering. Know your stuff. Look, going into an interview as a PMP, there are certain things that you're expected to know. Let me remind you. You should have command over the process groups, the knowledge areas, the 49 processes. I know a lot of people who train in PMP may say, you don't need to know them. Okay. For me, it's different. When you are a PMP, if you don't know them, you could be doomed in an interview. It takes a few questions to find out if you truly understand what project management is. Right? So for me, to cover my bases, going for any interview in 2022, this is what I would expect from anyone who's serious at doing well. First of all, I don't expect you to cram ITTOs. That's not what I'm saying. But you as a professional should be able to speak to the framework you're certified in. My goodness, some of you can't speak to the framework. How are you going to succeed in an interview? You're lucky I'm not interviewing you, because I will grill you. I'll ask you about the knowledge areas and the process groups. And there are many folks who would do that, because it's the bread and butter of anyone who says they're PMP, right? Secondly, I'm not saying cram the Agile practice guide, but I expect you to be very well versed in the manifesto, values, and principles. If you don't know those and you can't speak to those, there's little hope in 2022 as a hybrid PM for you. Very little hope. Now, if you don't know about Scrum, that's an even bigger problem, right? Because knowing about the 49 processes, right? That's good. You might be asked about that. But almost every job these days, there's reference to Agile and Scrum. So you don't know that, that's a big problem. You don't know the manifesto, can't speak to it. You can't relate to the manifesto in everyday project management terms. It's a problem and it's not good. And you should get your chops together. You're going for an interview. Have your wits about you with Agile. Understand Scrum. Kanban, of course. Kanban is a way forward. If you haven't heard of the term Kanban, You should go read it up. If you haven't heard of the term DevOps in 2022, you should go read it up. You should understand these things. And lastly, the only thing from here I would say you should really know inside out for your real world is to be able to take those principles and put them into practice to know what they really are. You should know what that means and how it converts over to the real world. It's like knowing the manifesto, values, and principles. If you interview with someone, and trust me, PMI aficionados, they're all over the place. So you're interviewing with someone who is very entrenched in the world of PMI. They expect you to understand at least a few of those principles, overarching principles, right? Those are some of the things that would be expected. On top of that, they would expect you to have command over certain tools of project management. These days, it's not predominantly MS Project anymore. It's project could come up, but it's also Smart Sheets. It's the likes of Jira, the likes of Confluence and Teams and things like that. So spend your time learning some of these things, getting good, beefing up your confidence. Again, someone says, Phil, but I need help. I need direction. I need more. I've told you what to do. You need additional help. You need to go on down to the website. It's pmanonymous.com. You can get coaching, training, mentoring with me. And this offer won't last. It'll go away, right? So I would advise you, if you go to pmanonymous.com, look for time right quick, because this offer, it won't last, okay? A lot of you have taken advantage of it. Well done. You know the value you got. I would advise anyone who's struggling in their job, in their career, getting ready for an interview, you lack confidence, go on down to pmanonymous.com, all right? I'll definitely be able to help you, okay? All right, my friends. Well, that's that for today. I just want to have a quick session with you. I know many of you got gotten certified and you're wondering, what is the next thing I need to do? Well, I'm hoping that this gives you some ideas. I'm hoping this gives you a little bit more confidence to believe in yourself, that as a PMP, you got skills, you got talents, you got abilities. All right. Thank you very much. I see our friend NC Worker just joined. What about learning Jira along with? Yeah, absolutely. All of those things are good. And Kaizen, the mindset of continuous improvement. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, my friends. Thank you very much. I wish you all the very best. And if you got questions or comments, don't forget to put them in the comment field below. All right. You take care. All the very best. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. Welcome to this awesome Lessons Learned. We have our friend Eniola with us. Eniola, well done on acing the exam. How do you feel now that that's all over?
Relieved. I feel so relieved. With my two eyes closed now.
Really good. I am so excited for you. You worked very hard. I remember you got into the course and even without a blink, you'd taken the mock exam. Even before some of the individuals who went before you, you took the mock exam before them. That was very remarkable. So why don't you walk us through however you want to, whatever you want to do to share with us your journey. And first of all, let's ask, why did you want to put yourself through this?
Yeah, I actually wanted to be very marketable because my background is from teaching. I love teaching little kids, but then I wanted something more because, that doesn't really pay. So I was like, oh, maybe I go into project management and that is also related to teaching, not really, but it's like impacting, coaching, training. So
True.
that's kind of like my niche. So I was like, okay, maybe I try that.
Gotcha. Okay. So you decided to get into that, and let's just go into one or two little slides here. So somewhere along the line, you ended up finding out about Praizion and our training. So how long was the time you found out about the exam to when you actually jumped into a class? Was it quick?
So I found out about it. So Mary is my best friend, and I know every of her plans. So she's like, oh, there's this guy I know, he's very good. He's such a good teacher, and everybody that works with him passes the exam. I think I'm gonna work with him. And she kept telling me about you, and then she's like, oh, I already paid for the class. And she's like, oh, there's a lot to study. I don't even know where to start from. So, so she kind of like gave me the push to also do that. And then when she passed the exam, I saw how you rein the agile mindset into her head, and that was what we talked about all day. So I was like, okay, so when she's done, I'm also going to do mine. So then I did mine, and I realized that, she wasn't lying and she wasn't exaggerating.
A lot of study, huh?
What did you say?
Did she coach you at all along the way? Did she teach you?
Of course. Yeah, she explained a lot of things to me, because sometimes, I don't want to text you and say I don't know this. I'd rather just call Mary and explain. Can you just explain what ATDD means? I don't know. I can't really understand. And she's like, okay, this is like this, is like that, So she helped me out a lot.
Good.
With some things I didn't understand.
Oh, lovely. So how did you study? Did you study by process group, by knowledge area? And actually, Enya, let me ask you this one. This is a question everyone is waiting for. What percentage was Agile? If you can give it a percentage.
For me, I don't know. My case was a little different. I don't know why me, but I would say for me, Agile was 30% for me.
Wow.
Yes. Agile was 30% for me, and predictive was like 70.
Wow, that is crazy. That is like the biggest I've ever heard. So let's first of all think about the people, process, and business. Did any of those stick out to you in people, process, business?
Yes, it did. I got a lot of people question. In predictive, but it was mostly people, in some process and some business.
Wow, that's very interesting. So what would your advice be to someone who wants to take the exam? Because here's another question, Eniel. A lot of people say, how should I tackle the ITTOs? How should I tackle the knowledge areas? Do you have any advice based on what you experienced?
So the thing I did was your snack areas. I didn't really go too deep into predictive because of all the lessons learned. Predictive is so heavy, agile. So I was really into agile. But, I had the second mind, what if? So I read your knowledge areas. I went through your knowledge areas, and then I did the snackers. Snackers, and that really helped. And then there was this PDF you sent to us with there's this PDF you sent with was it April? Our group.
Yes. The questions. Okay.
Those questions were actually very good. Yes. So the snackers for me, and those questions, and also the agile, because the questions I got was totally different from what Mary got. And I think totally different from what April got. My question was a little bit weird. I don't know what I did, but it was, I would say you should read the agile, but also go into the predictive, please. And it's a good thing you didn't delete those videos, because it's actually important. It should be there. Please don't delete it.
Thank you. This is very helpful feedback because our friends on the call who are with us, Allison and Lovelace, we were just going through the predictive stuff today. And based on the feedback you gave me real quick yesterday, I kind of doubled down a little bit more into some more predictive stuff that we typically wouldn't have gone into because it seems like PMI, they keep moving the goalpost. All right. So can you walk us through how you navigated the exam? Did you take it at home, in a test center, and all this stuff?
I took it in the tech center because the Wi-Fi here is kind of bad and I didn't want to take chances. And the questions were very lengthy. So I would say, please work on your pace. It's actually very, very lengthy. I was kind of slow. So I got just 3 minutes left to the end of the exam.
Wow.
Yes. And I took all my breaks because they were a little tough. They were predictive. So
a lot of thinking.
Yeah. So I took all my breaks. Yeah. How much time left after the exam? I think I answered the last question already.
Yeah, you said three.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So please work on your pace. Wow. You need to be fast.
Wow. So I think you've hit the nail on the head with this. Hindsight is 2020. What would you do differently? You would focus more on predictive, huh?
Yes. Maybe I wouldn't have sweat even in spring. Because I'm yeah. The end value. I'm so happy I was in class when you taught the end value and planned value. I got some questions from that. It was I was like, yeah, I'm happy I got this one. I know this one.
Oh dear. What about so let's just go through, and I know we're going to keep everything as vanilla flavored as possible because we're sworn to secrecy once we take this thing. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about, we'll just comment on the different areas. So integration has stuff like change management, configuration management, develop project charter, all that stuff. If you were going to give some advice to me, like be my mentor, assuming I was going to study integration, like what kind of time band, and I know everyone's different, but I really want to focus on your lessons learned. What kind of time would you dedicate to like integration, that whole?
Maybe 20%.
Okay, of my time.
Yeah.
In terms of hours, can you give me a rough hourly idea of how many hours you might focus on integration, for example? And we're going to go through all the others. So just give me a rough idea. If you can just pick a few and say, these I would spend upwards of this amount of hours,
So maybe every day I may spend 30 minutes on integration.
Okay.
Every day. It's okay.
And would that be within 2 weeks or for 3 weeks? So you get what I'm saying? I really want to get a number.
Yeah. Okay. I'd say maybe for 1 month. For me, my case was different.
Yeah, got you. What about scope and schedule and cost? Would you say, so if we do 30 minutes a day for 1 month, that's roughly 10 hours on integration, something like that.
Yeah.
And then what about risk?
So for me, I would say stakeholder communications, procurement. Those were big for me. I got a lot of, contract questions. A whole lot. So,
wow.
So stakeholders communications, resources, procurement. Please really read that. Yeah, it's very important. Quality, not so much. Yeah.
Okay. The people aspects. Mm-hmm. It kind of resonates with what people say about the exam. It's very people heavy.
Yes, it is. That's true. At least for me, that worked.
Yeah. So how many hours were you studying like daily? Were you studying when you came back from work? Were you studying before you went out?
Yes. So I don't have anything to do. I'm a student. So when I come back from work, I just read. I had nothing to do than to read. So I was always reading. I read for maybe when I come back, I read for like 4 or 5 hours.
Wow.
And then every Sunday I answered the mock questions. And every day I do The one with Agile. That's
Okay.
yeah. I do that every time, every day. And then the snackers, whenever I get like 100/100, I'm like, okay, what else do I do? Then I go to the snackers. That is so easy. That is so difficult. Sorry. And then yeah, I get a little disappointed with my question.
And you did the meal plan. So there's snackers, it's meal plan. The meal plan is like 10 questions a piece or something like that. There were more than the snacker. The snacker was just 3 questions a piece.
You know, the one that plan integration, there's a question there, quiz.
Yeah.
Quiz, those ones, yeah.
Oh, all of those tiny little ones.
Those ones actually helped. Actually, they were good. And then the code and ethics is also important.
Okay.
People, to study.
Gotcha. Why don't we take a look at your slide deck just to see if there's anything different? Do you have it to hand? You have it ready? Is there anything that you feel that you need to emphasize from it for us?
For my slide, let me see.
You didn't send them to me, did you? Did you send them to
me? I didn't.
Okay. So I know this kind of took you by surprise because our time zones were, kind of lost in translation. But really what I want our friends on the call to do is to ask any questions. So Lovelace and Allison, you got questions. This is our PMP star for the hour. You need to ask any questions that you got right now. Questions?
Thank you, Phil. And Yola, congratulations.
Thank you.
So you're welcome. How many breaks were offered and how long were the breaks?
There were 2 breaks.
Okay.
10 minutes each.
And how many minutes?
10 minutes.
Okay.
10.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
very
awesome. Okay, these techniques, these tips to the trade that you've given are very helpful.
Yeah.
It sounds like the one that you got, the test that you received, focused mostly on people.
Mm-hmm. It did.
Okay. So overall, how many times did you take the mock exam in preparation for the PMP exam?
I took it 5 times.
5 times. Okay, excellent. And I think you had mentioned earlier that you took them on Sundays. So 5 different Sundays.
I didn't get that.
She said she remembers. Did you take them on Sundays, like 5 different Sundays?
Yes. When I was preparing for Scrum that weekend, I didn't take it. But I paid for it because I took it twice during the week. So, yeah. That's it.
And congrats to you. So the folks listening, Aniela took the PSM exam. You're really a student of the process because you heard us talk about PSM so much. She actually took the professional Scrum Master exam before the PMP. As a result of the training, she learned Agile and jumped on PSM before jumping squarely on PMP. So I doff my hat to you. Lovelace and Allison, I don't think you knew that she had taken a professional exam before PMP. So that is, they were on the call with us that day. They were. So they did hear us talking about that. So that is tremendous. The other thing that this does for me is it shows me you truly did know Agile because you're taking a PSM, obviously. So when you're saying that there's 70% of the exam was more of a predictive nature for you, it should let people sit up and really think because you know what Agile looks like, having taken one of Ken Schwaber's exams, right? So
I'm like, is this really PMP? Why is mine different?
It's crazy. And this is what I keep telling people. I know it's hard for people to believe, but when I try to balance things up, some people say, aren't we spending too much time on that? Until it's, you know what I mean? So I'm glad that you paid attention and you really went all out and deep. So Lovelace, you want to continue the question you had?
I think I'm good for now, Phil. Thank you so much.
Does it make sense?
To Allison as well. Yes, this is very helpful. Thank you, Aniela.
You're welcome.
All right. Allison, any questions? Or concerns? All right. I know Allison is in transit. So Allison, it's okay if you're not able to speak. Just focus on your journey. But let's wrap this up with a few more comments and ideas. So is there anything else, Eniela, that you think anyone who is taking the exam in 2022 should need to maybe focus on, know about, pay more attention to?
Just don't underestimate predictive. It's very dangerous.
Very.
Yeah.
Very dangerous indeed. I am so glad you didn't. But I would like us, if you you don't mind, let us very quickly go over the infamous map of the world of you could call it the map of the world of predictive. I want to go over that with you, and then we'll be done. I just want to ask you some random questions, pointers, anything that comes into your head that people need to be more aware of. So let's go to that infamous page in the 6th edition, if I can find it in my deck. Where is page 25? Let's just talk casually about it. So I know we hit integration. I'm going to get it open and then we can continue, but let's talk about scope management. So we have things like plan scope management, collect requirements, define scope, create WBS. So learning all of those things, how much is too much? Because, you know, you have the granular ITTOs, you have the big description of the process. Where should we draw the line?
So those planning was not really, for me, not so much.
Okay.
It was more, it has to do with, holding meetings, issues, conflicts, contracts, people not doing their end of the job. How do the project manager come into it? How do you solve problems? So that was the major issue. Planning was there, but not so much. So
I think you've really hit the nail on the head. So the problems are centered more around people, predictive, people-ish problems.
Yes, for me.
Yeah. Okay. And I think this is where people often say, because it's people, they may tend to blend that in as a hybrid thing. Maybe they're blending in people speak as hybrid. So what makes the people part of the equation more predictive, as you see it?
So the options are no agile in it.
So
it was very clear.
Yeah.
The options, although I had some hybrid questions, but there were few, and I was really, when I pressed next, I was like, please be agile. Please be agile. But it was predictive again.
Wow.
So yeah, for me, it's easy. It wasn't so difficult. The questions were lengthy, but it was easy to some extent because I had 4 options and 2 options were stupid. And, the remaining 2 was kind of like, So it was kind of easy for me to know which one, I know don't escalate to the project sponsor. Learn to deal with the problem as you taught us by yourself. So I know, okay, that's wrong. So, another one is to extend the meeting to maybe a month later. That's wrong. You deal with it immediately. So that was most of the options I had. So I always know what to do.
Gotcha.
I think that's how I practiced.
Very helpful. So let's just make it very clear. And I totally know where you're going. I totally understand. So I guess we could say these places, or maybe some things to look out for. These places over here, maybe. This is
that is good. Manage communication. It's important.
Gotcha. Maybe this and this. Maybe.
Yeah, risk was very huge too.
Gotcha. And maybe these as well in some regard. these as well.
So important. Stakeholders.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Yeah, I totally see.
We also have the identify stakeholders by the...
Of course, yeah. So less of the planning, even though the planning mantra is on there, but less of it. Maybe focus more on the problems. And it really makes sense. So you're a project manager, you're going through this, what do you do?
Yeah.
And where you go through stuff is generally not here. Generally, I'm saying, it's generally not these ones that are a huge problem. It's generally the other ones, the lighter red ones, right?
Yes.
What else jumps out at you?
Also, planned communication management is kind of good. Yes.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know. Now, we just finished a session where we went through some details on critical path, dependencies.
Yeah.
Those are topics that they could also appear, though not as much.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I think we've done a nice little picture for people to really zero in on. So it's really more on everything under... We're not saying that follow this as, a religion, but we're saying that for the most part, resources, communications, risk, procurement, and stakeholder, the emphasis seems to be more on that.
Yeah. And, it's also, we can't all put our eggs in one basket because, I'm just 1 out of 10 or maybe 100 that got a questions like what I did. So
true.
Yeah.
You're very correct. So the thing is balance. We got to balance, don't just be all agile and the predictive components. So try and balance those up. But you've been very helpful in pointing out those questions that we'd had, that the study people had, that I gave to study group. And we need to get those questions to our friends here as well, which will be downstream. But we might call on you to help us in that study group to come and share some lessons in the future.
Sadly.
Would you?
Do you still need that PowerPoint?
Yeah, we would love to see what you had to present. And if you can just show us a little tip of the iceberg, it'll be good. All right. So, Eniola, you've got some few more points you wanted to share with us. Can you walk us through the points on the screen?
Yes, I listened to Roy and Phil's video over and over again. So it was like a song, and I kind of finished you guys' sentences. Yes, and I answered questions, most especially from Agile and Hybrid. It was every day, all the time, in the bus, while I'm eating, when I'm about to sleep. So I was always answering questions. And then I did the mock every Sunday. Yeah, so I did 5 times. And then the last mock I did at 96%.
Wow.
Yeah, that was few days to the exam. And I'm okay, I'm ready. So
absolutely.
I got the agile questions, predictive questions. So I also read the textbook. I read because Mary told me to actually read communication and management. She's go and read it. It's actually going to help you. So I read that very, very well.
And I think essentials book, huh?
Yeah, I think that actually helped me during the exam also.
For sure.
Yeah. Wow. So the first 3 chapters, I also listened to you and your video a lot for that first 3 chapters. Yeah, wow. I didn't really go to risk was actually huge in the exam for me, but I didn't really read it, so it took so.
We did it in class. I think what we did in class was quite rigorous as well. Maybe not as much as my videos online, but it still did a job of giving you the vocabulary.
Some of the questions I saw, I just saw you, and I was I got this. Yeah, and also the end, but the cost and value, and I got like 5 or 6 questions from that. So
wow, that's
yeah.
quite an amount.
Mm-hmm.
So SPI, CPI, CVSP, you got to know them.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
You have to.
Okay. Well, Eniela, thank you so much for taking time out from your first weekend as a PMP to come share with us here. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We wish you all the very best in your PM journey, whatever you decide to do next.
Yeah. And do you know what?
You nailed it. Thank you, Eniela.
Yeah, I started attending some interviews, and
wow.
I was speaking you and Roy's,
language.
I was so good, and I was so confident. They were asking me questions about Scrum. I attended an interview with Mercedes-Benz, and they were asking me questions about Scrum, and I was just like, yeah, that's.
I got that.
Yeah, so it was worth it. It was a very good investment.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much. And don't forget, if you have any friends, family who may be budding project managers, or maybe even already project managers that haven't taken the exam, always send them to Ray and I. Will be very happy to help them.
Yeah.
So,
I will do that. I will start preaching the gospel.
The project management gospel. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you so much for your generosity and just shedding light from a different angle than most people would. And like I always tell people, there's always an outlier, and you got to know you could be the outlier. If you are, what are you going to do? So it's good.
Very good.
Thank you, Eniela. All the very best.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. I will miss you.
No, it's not bye, like completely. Hopefully you're going to come back and learn some more. And you remember that we have pmanonymous.com, where you can always go to get coaching, training, mentoring. So people who are certified, they can always go to PM Anonymous to get more help. pmanonymous.com, okay?
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, because, my mentor, John Maxwell, the great John Maxwell, he says, leadership develops daily, not in a day. So even if you get PMP certified, it's not the end. It's just the beginning.
No, it's not the end. Definitely.
Cool. All right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for your time, Eniela. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, my friends. How you doing? It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. Today's show, we're going to be talking about a very important topic. It kind of became number one on my priority list. I've been wanting to do this for a while. But over the weekend, for those of you who cared to turn on the TV, you probably know what happened at the Oscars. Will Smith dished out a crazy, hefty slap on Chris Rock's face. And that, in my opinion, is absolutely unacceptable. It shows a lack of self-control when it comes to exhibiting anger tendencies. I know that Chris made a joke at his wife's expense. It wasn't the best of jokes. It was a rather tasteless joke, knowing what Jada had been going through. But the way Will demonstrated his lack of control, it was unacceptable at every level. Because what that sets the precedence for is for comics and those people in that line of business to be attacked for saying whatever they like, which is what they do, right? They make jokes at everyone's expense. Tasteless jokes, hopeless jokes, cheap shot jokes. So when that kind of joke is made, one could either respond in a mature fashion, in a controlled fashion, which espouses emotional intelligence, or one can go off the handle. Now, emotional intelligence is so important that it's actually talked about in the PMP exam content outline. In the PMP exam content outline, there's actually a task that is dedicated to it. And that's exactly what I'm going to be speaking about today. Emotional intelligence. What is emotional intelligence? It reads in task 14, and it's the very last task in people. It reads, promote team performance through the application of emotional intelligence, EI. It says, assess behavior through the use of personality indicators. And then it says, analyze personality indicators and adjust to the emotional needs of key project stakeholders. Now, when we talk about what emotional intelligence is, it is two very important things. One is about you, understanding your emotions, understanding where you are on that spectrum of emotions at any time, and being able to control your emotions accordingly. Now, it's not just about your emotions, it's also about the emotions of others. So it's about understanding your emotions, understanding where you are on that spectrum of emotions, from blue, maybe all the way down, being ice cold and cool, calm and collected, getting into the yellows, getting into the oranges. And when you're in the red, when you're mad, you're going to know, hey, I'm mad. It's probably good for timeout. As opposed to marching to a stage, how about I just march out of the building because I know what I'm going to do and it's not going to end well. That needs to be the mindset. Always being in control, because once a punch is thrown or once an angry word is said, you can never take it back. Like Whale can never take back that time. Those 30 seconds, it was very quick, but he will never be able to take it back again. And it's always going to go down on his record. Now, some people will say he's a hero, but for the most part, he's getting a lot of backlash for it. What makes it worse is that immediately after, a few minutes later, he's given the award that all through his career has kind of evaded him until, isn't it ironic that the night he gets the award is the night he displays this poor sense of judgment on his part? There are other ways one could handle it. It is never right to resort to fists, especially, hey, if you have friends in Hollywood, you know everyone's going to be roasted. There's some roasts that are like borderline, just cruel. But, Hollywood, they sit down there and they know, it's just friendly fire. No one means any harm. However, I understand the emotions involved when one's loved one that is going through some hard times seems to be made the butt of a joke. It could make you infuriated. But if you notice in the video, take a look at the body language. First few seconds of the joke, he was laughing. If he was truly offended right from the get-go, he wouldn't be smiling, he wouldn't be showing his teeth and laughing. So it makes you wonder, what triggered that? And then he had a smirk when he was walking off the stage. It was pretty Hollywood, if you wanted to call it that. And even Chris Rock himself said, this is the best TV, or however he said it. So the whole concept of emotional intelligence, understanding your emotions, when you're getting into that red, you got to pull back, you got to walk away. Don't be crazy, just chill, take deep breaths, don't do anything crazy. And then the second part of emotional intelligence is being able to bridle your emotions and then understanding the emotions of others, understanding where they are on that spectrum, and being able to influence. That's the key word. It's the better word. Being able to influence the emotions of others. That's really what it is. Now we're going to open up the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, and I'm going to read to you a few instances where emotional intelligence has been broken down. The 6th edition, you got to love it. It's quite robust. It's like a dictionary, if you will, for the project manager to really understand the full gamut of project management. So here on page 705, it reads, emotional intelligence, the ability to identify, assess, and manage the personal emotions of oneself and other people, as well as the collective emotions of groups of people. So that singular act that happened last night, do you know that could have caused a lot of people to just have a sour taste in their mouth, especially those who have witnessed similar things, bringing back flashbacks and things such as that. But emotional intelligence is all about the emotions of oneself and other people, as well as the collective emotions of groups of people. Okay, so that's one instance that we see emotional intelligence. Now let's go to the index and look for the other mentions, because it's one more mention. It's a little bit more robust that I want to read here. So for this, let's go to page 310, and then we'll go to page 349. All right, so here's page 310, and it reads, Emotional intelligence. The project manager should invest in personal EI by improving inbound, that is, self-management and self-awareness, and outbound, relationship management competencies. Research suggests that project teams that succeed in developing team EI or become an emotionally competent group are more effective. Additionally, there is a reduction in staff turnover. All right, let's go over to page 349 and see what that has to offer. It reads, Emotional intelligence is the ability to identify, assess, and manage the personal emotions of oneself and other people, as well as the collective emotions of groups of people. The team can use emotional intelligence to reduce tension and increase cooperation by identifying, assessing, and controlling the sentiments of project team members. So it says, identifying, assessing, and controlling the sentiments of project team members. Now, I take offense with that word control, because you cannot control and shouldn't aim to. So this is very poor choice of language on page 349. I would rather say identify, assess, and influence the sentiments. That's how I would say it, of project team members. It says anticipating their actions, acknowledging their concerns, and following up on their issues. So emotional intelligence, EI, being able to keep yourself in check. There are times when you're seething with rage, you want to do something crazy, don't do it. Don't do it. You'll never live it down. It's like those 30 seconds, they ain't going away. They're there forever. I remember working for an engineering company once, and my boss got so mad at a stakeholder, he took a glass container and flung it with full force on the wall. It shattered, and the sound reverberated all across the office. And that was the day everyone knew that, hey, this guy's got anger issues, he's got problems, you know. So there are things that trigger us, but when we find ourselves going outside of the norm or going outside of what is acceptable at a corporate level, but professional level, we know that we've goofed, we've crossed the line. And in this case, it's just unbelievable that that has happened. It's there, indelible record. It's a good lesson to learn. So in closing, my friends, this is task 14 in the people domain. Promote team performance through the application of EI, assess behavior through the use of personality indicators. And to be quite honest, in the real world, who uses all of these personality indicators on a day-to-day tactical basis? We don't. We just take a look and gauge. I think actually Chris Rock, he could actually gauge from Will's body language that wasn't going to end well. He wasn't coming to give him a hug. So when he saw his fist flying, he kind of moved in accordance to dodge that slap. I think he succeeded in dodging it a little bit for the most part, but you could hear that thud on the microphone. It's actually not funny. It's pretty serious. And then the last piece says, analyze personality indicators and adjust to the emotional needs of key project stakeholders. So based on people's personality indicators, and not to say that you're doing this religiously with MBTI, Myers-Briggs is what I mean, but you're not doing this with Myers-Briggs, going up and down, doing tests every day. No, you're just taking a look at people's body language, because body language trumps everything. Their stance, how they are standing, their position, and so on. That would really help you to know how to respond and position yourself in a communication situation. And that, my friends, is all of task 14. Thanks for joining me. What do you think? I'm curious to know. Shoot me a comment. Take care. Bye for now. So the PMP exam is a bit of a mystery. People don't really understand what the syllabus is. They think the syllabus is based on this book, or some think, oh, it's still based on this one. And some people say, no, it's based on this. To be perfectly honest, it was never based on any of that. It has always been based on what we call the PMP exam content outline. The PMP exam content outline presents domains and tasks, and the tasks are broken down into enablers. Now, for example, the people domain, it starts off with manage conflict, but that configuration doesn't make sense. How do you start off people with manage conflict? Except you're in conflict with yourself. That's not the first thing you do in people. The first thing you do is you build a team. Conflict can exist when there's a team, right? Hopefully not between you and yourself. So we show you in this arrangement the logical order. Now look, you build a team, you define the ground rules, you lead a team, you build a shared understanding, you ensure that team members and stakeholders are adequately trained, you monitor relevant stakeholders, you empower team members and stakeholders. You, at this point, can now manage conflict. You see that? Then you engage and support virtual teams. You collaborate with stakeholders. You address and remove impediments, obstacles, and blockers. You support team performance. You promote team performance through the application of EI, and you negotiate project agreements. This is how it should flow logically. Now, you don't really get that by reading all of these books disjointedly, right? You could read everything here and everything here and everything here and still not understand the story. But look no further, because HPMexam.com, which is our course, comes with the PMP exam immersion book. Now, the PMP exam immersion book is a book that helps you understand people, process, and business in detail. Even if you are a PMP, I tell you, the content in this book will help you to become an even better PMP, because there's so much nuggets of information in here from a Buddy Roy and I, from both a agile perspective, a hybrid perspective, a predictive perspective, that it is almost impossible for you not to go away with nuggets of information and wisdom to help you in your project management. But beyond that, it's going to help you to pass the exam really good. We go through every domain, every task, and you know what? We have an example of what a question from each task could be like. Usually 2, 3, 4, or even 5 questions per task. And then on top of that, we have a section called the goal zone, where we go into what the exam could present from that particular task. And we also have domain quizzes, a people domain quiz, a process domain quiz, a business domain quiz. And on top of that, we have sections that we call the Agile thinking hat for every task. You will come away with tons of information, ideas, and prowess to take on the exam. All right, so don't waste a minute. Go on down to the website. It's hpmexam.com, because it's a hybrid project management exam, isn't it? See you this weekend, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. Go on down to hpmexam.com. See you there. Here's a quick pop quiz. The project charter is an output of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer is develop project charter. Question 2. Issue log is an output of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer is direct and manage project work. 3 more to go. The resource management plan is an output of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer is plan resource management. Final report is an output of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer is close, project, or phase. Finally, changelog is an output of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer is perform integrated change control. If what I asked you sounds like Greek, it means you need to open up the PMBOK guide and read it a little bit more, because as you've heard from our expert, on the exam, you will get hybridized questions. The more you know the 49 processes and their intricacies, the better you'll be able to handle questions of a predictive and even in some instances, a hybrid nature. So don't forget, read the PMBOK guide knowledge areas to understanding. Don't read them robotically, but understand what you're doing and have an idea what you get out. Let's jump back into the session. Hybrid project management exam is the best way to describe the PMP. It's a hybrid project management exam. And that's why I encourage you to go on down to hpmexam.com and sign up for this great half-day boot camp, where we're going to be breaking down everything you need for the exam according to this syllabus that is called the PMP Exam Immersion Book. Now, you see, this book is pretty thick. It's big, but it's fun to read. A lot of compelling graphics, a lot of great stories from my buddy Roy and I. We cover the content for the PMP exam following the PMP exam content outline by people, process, and business, task by task by task. And you know the really great thing, it's a half-day boot camp. Now, time is money. I know some people might feel, oh, I'm saving my money by going for an on-demand course. But hey, you know it's a boring course. You know you almost fall asleep watching those horrendous videos. Why don't you sign up for 4 hours of solid live online training, coaching, mentoring, where you can ask questions and where we can see eye to eye and talk about the PMP exam. Now, the really other cool thing about this book is it takes all of the knowledge that is talked about and relevant for your exam across these 3 other books, the Agile Practice Guide, the PMBOK Guide, and the PMBOK Guide 7, 6, and 7. It takes all of that, condenses it, and delivers to you in 4 hours, along with the book, what you need to succeed. Why wouldn't you do that instead of sweating week after week? Because time is money. What you think you're saving in money, you're paying for in time, which costs even more. So what would you pay to save 100 hours of study time, or even just 50 hours of study time? You see, this course shows you things that you wouldn't find on your own, or you could find if you studied for upwards of 20, 30, 40, 50 hours even. Come on down to hpmexam.com. You will learn a ton in what we call the PMP exam immersion. hpmexam.com. Hello, my awesome friends. It's your buddy Phil here. Welcome to the PMP Exam Radio Show. Today, I got a message from one of our friends. And just so you know, I welcome hearing from you, my friends. If you go on down to the link, anchor.fm/PM radio/message, you will be able to leave me a message, and that message might actually feature on the next radio show. Okay, I'm going to put a link below to anchor.fm/PM radio/message. Hit that link and leave me a message. So Jennifer, one of our listeners, wrote today and said she's been listening to our podcast now for a couple of weeks. I know some of you have been listening for longer than that. So I got to give a shout out to Jennifer for getting in touch with me and letting me know that she is totally digging the content. She's enjoying it. She thinks I'm an amazing teacher. Hey, Jennifer, don't let my head get too big now. But thank you so much for writing in. Thank you so much. I truly do care about my students, and I want everyone listening to the sound of my voice to absolutely crush that exam. So thank you very much. You said you enjoy when I talk about how to answer tricky questions. So I want to give you some inkling into how I think about these questions. Do you know the amount of rigor the PMI goes through when they put these questions together? They have so many drafts, so many people involved, about 5 panelists at first, and they just keep on bringing in more and more people to review. Now, I know this firsthand because even though I haven't written questions, I know people that have, and it's quite a rigorous dog and pony show. Trust me, if a question is not going to work, the PMI is not going to put it in there. The questions they give you absolutely have to work. If they ain't working, they're going to take them out and you're not going to see them again. But this is my special take on how I would write the questions. And to be quite honest, I know a lot of my fellow colleagues, my fellow professionals that have been in the world of project management for a long time. I know this is how they think, Jennifer. So take a look at this. If you truly mean business on the PMP exam, you got to get used to saying, what should the project manager do next? What should the project manager do first? What is the next best thing to do? Or what is the first thing to do? And all that lingo. So the very first type of question to expect front and center is issues. I'm a project manager. I've got this issue. What should I do? You're a project manager. You've got a problem. What should you do? You are a project manager. You encounter a risk. What should you do? Now listen, issues and problems, pretty similar. You could have a negative issue, and problems are all negative, right? But you could have a positive issue to discuss. We've got too much cash, too much revenues. What are we going to do with it? How are we going to make sure we invest properly and above board so that we act as sensible fiduciaries of the revenues coming in for the stakeholders? You see, that could be a positive issue, but problems are typically negative, right? You find a problem, you're not going to have a positive problem. Now, when we look at risk, the difference between a risk and an issue or a problem is a risk could happen, an issue or problem has happened. You get that? Now, when we talk about decision making, that could be another dimension on your exam. Actions that you need to take or actions you failed to take, which leads us to accountability and responsibility. You are a project manager on a project. This happened. What should you have done to prevent it? You could also get questions along the lines of methods and models. You're facing this. What method would you use? You're a project manager. Your schedule is late. You are delayed. What should you do? The question could go further to giving you clues that you need to use to answer the question. Like this. You are a project manager. You are unable to add any more resources to the project, but you are able to use the opportunities that exist to your advantage. Since you're running late, what should you do? A, fast track. B, crash. C, something else. Well, in those two I gave you, those two options, you know you cannot crash because crashing is adding more resources. So that immediately eliminates that. So when you're looking at the PMP questions, in the back of your mind, my friends, you really need to have your wits about you. Have I been given any clues to answer this question effectively? Yes or no? If you have, pay close attention to those clues, all right? The same token, you could get a model question, an artifact question, where you get certain clues and you just know, all right, can't be that, has to be this because of the information given ahead of time. You get what I'm saying? So you could get a question that says you're a project manager, you are right there in the middle of monitoring and controlling, something's up, something's happening, what should you do? That would not be the option to choose that says product analysis. You get what I'm saying? So you could get questions about methods, models, artifacts, where the project manager is asked, what should you do next? Now, inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs are not wrote on the exam, but it does help you knowing the lingo, knowing the language. You could get a ton of questions about change management. After all, Agile is called change-driven. You could get questions on defects. Now, to put a second dimension next to the first 10 dimensions I told you of issue, problem, risk, decision, action, method, model, artifact, change, and defect, you could have a second dimension on the y-axis, which is corrective action, preventive action, defect repair, updates, plans, compliance, integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communication, risk, procurement, stakeholder, and things like that. You can have those dimensions as well. Where there's an intersection, you could further ask yourself, is this a people, process, or business question? Or is it both? As I said a few days ago, these questions are so thoroughly mixed that you could have a question that is risk, preventive action, and process, or risk, preventive action, and people. It really depends on what is at play. So I hope from all of this, my friends, you've got an idea of what to look out for on this PMP exam. And hey, like I said in the beginning, there's a link right there below. If you go on down to the website, anchor.fm/PM radio/message, you'll be able to leave me a voice message. And I very well might just feature it in the next episode. So go on down, leave a message or two, and I look forward to speaking to you very soon. Once again, thank you, Jennifer, for the message, and everyone else, looking forward to hearing from you. Bye for now.
Servant leadership is a term that many people use, but what exactly does it mean? Let us explore the 10 tenets of servant leadership set forth by the great Robert Greenleaf. Number 1, listening. Actively listen. Active listening involves taking note of what is not said, which means being able to interpret non-verbal cues. Do you know that when you are communicating a heartfelt message, 55% of what is communicated comes across from the body language? The tone of voice accounts for 38%, and words a mere 7%. So, listen actively. Number 2, empathy. Feelings. Feel the emotions of others. Great leaders understand what their people are going through, and they live in their world from a point of empathy. Empathy is all about consideration for the other person, putting yourself in their shoes, understanding their emotions and what they feel, even though you may not feel the same way. Number 3, healing. Healing is all about caring for the well-being of others, understanding that people need to heal after certain events. It could be an event in their personal lives. It could be an event in the company. Perhaps you've gone through a reorganization and people are taking it a little bit heavy. It's that understanding and that care for their well-being, understanding that they need a space to recover. Number 4, awareness. Awareness involves understanding your emotions and the emotions of others, knowing when to push, when to inspire, motivate, and encourage, and when to back off, because it may not be the best of times. Awareness could be summed up in the phrase known as emotional intelligence, or EI, knowing how to bridle your emotions and understanding how best to influence those of others. Number 5, persuasion. Persuasion is all about influence as a skill that leads others to change for the better. My mentor John Maxwell often says the true measure of leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. A true leader understands to use influence, not a carrot and sticks approach, but one of persuasion. The great Robert Cialdini's work is full of examples of the power of persuasion. Number 6, conceptualization. Conceptualization is all about casting a vision for the future with goals and direction. As the good book says, where there is no vision, the people perish. Number 7, foresight. Foresight involves predicting the future based on the past and present. In other words, being absolutely aware of what is happening and what has happened 360 in order to portray what will happen in the future. You could say, being able to see what is coming round the bend. Number 8, stewardship. Stewardship involves care of the people. It involves care of resources entrusted to one. In other words, understanding that one has a responsibility to protect that which has been entrusted to them, being a fiduciary of those resources. Number 9, commitment to growth. Commitment to growth is all about being focused on people getting to their optimum potential, people being the best version of themselves, being committed to the growth of others, be it through mentoring or training or coaching or some other form of development. If you have a team, it could be about helping the team get to maximum synergy. Number 10, building community. Building community involves providing a sense of belonging, providing a sense of safety. In the world of business and leadership, we often talk about Maslow's pyramid. And at the base of the pyramid, we have the physiological needs. We have safety needs, love, and belonging. A great servant leader understands that in order for people to have the lower level needs first, there must be a feeling of belonging and community. A great servant leader provides that sense of belonging. A great servant leader also understands the importance of communities of practices and clubs and associations where people can have a sense of belonging. In your department, it could be events that give people that sense of love or belonging. And those are the 10 tenets of servant leadership by the great Robert Greenleaf: listening, empathy, healing, awareness, persuasion, conceptualization, foresight, stewardship, commitment to growth, and building community. I hope you've enjoyed it. Please give it a thumbs up and share with your friends. All the best.
Hello, my awesome friends. How you doing? It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. It's Saturday. And yesterday I said, thank goodness it's Friday. Well, thank goodness it's Saturday. Saturday is typically not a dull day for me. In fact, today I had 2 major courses for 2 major certifications. The one you all know, the PMP. We had our PMP exam masterclass today. And also today we started our PMI ACP masterclass with my buddy Roy and I. I'm going to put an excerpt to some of the things we discussed here for you to listen into our little conversations in the class. You know, the PMI ACP is typically what people go for after getting certified as a PMP. If they are able to, if they have amassed enough Agile knowledge, they tend to go for the ACP or some other certifications, such as the ones I've mentioned on here. But today, I really want to focus more on PMP. I want to double back down because it's coming to the end of the 3rd month of the year. In other words, Q1. And I heard a number of people say, oh, I'll get it done by Q1. I don't know if you're one of those folks who had Q1 in your crosshairs. If you did, Hopefully what I'm going to share here today will help you. If you truly mean business with your PMP exam, you got to get into a rhythm and a schedule. In fact, you have to have it very clear what you want to achieve and when you want to achieve it leading up to your big day. So this is the 19th of March. If your goal is 31st of March at a maximum, there's 3 things you need to do. It's very straightforward. Number 1, master the Agile mindset, manifesto, practices, and of course read the details in the Agile practice guide. Think agile, be agile, approach your day in an agile fashion. It helps you imbibe the mindset. The values are so helpful in understanding how to approach a question. It always needs to be humans first. The team, giving the team what they need, giving people what they need, giving stakeholders what they need, being on the side of the stakeholders, being on the side of the customer. You see, it's a mindset. So I want to encourage you, if you have not really internalized the Agile manifesto, look for some of the podcasts on here where I did that. And also go on down to the Praizion YouTube channel and look for some of those videos. There's so many of them. Also do a search for Praizion Mindset on YouTube and also look for mindset in here. You'll find quite a lot of information regarding mindset. It's so important. Okay? So Agile is important. Get it down pat. That's the first thing. Second thing you need to do is understand what makes hybrid hybrid. Hybrid is a confluence of predictive and agile, or a gray area, an area of grayness that could be either. For example, when we talk about the Stacy complexity model and understanding how it works, is that agile or is that predictive? Or is it somewhere in the middle? I like thinking about it as something of a hybrid nature because it's on a continuum, which goes also to the PMI's continuum of life cycles. So understanding the importance of being hybridized and being able to morph into both hybrid and agile methods, that's important. The pages in the Agile Practice Guide where that is emphasized is also important. Things such as Tuckman's Ladder and the 5 stages of team development, as we call it, also important. These are things you should just be familiar with. Moving a step further into the talk about hybrid, have you read pages 90 to 95 in the Agile Practice Guide to understand the knowledge areas from an Agile lens? In my mind, that could be used to dig deep on the exam. Okay? Still on the Agile Practice Guide, while we're at it, talking about pages 90 to 95, I also recommend page 58 and page 59 in the Agile Practice Guide to understand common problems that are faced in the world of Agile. I think that could help you immensely. So I've talked about 2 things. The third thing and final one, it's you understanding predictive project management lingo, the language, to be at home with it. I'm not talking about cramming stuff. I'm talking about hearing a phrase or a term that is related to predictive project management. Could be a plan, a baseline. It could be an analysis. It could be a report. It could be something like an earned value metric. But for you to be in command, for you to feel, yeah, no problem, I've got this. I understand this. A quick way of doing this is looking at page 89 in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. Use it as a checklist, page 89. Do you understand all those documents and all of those plans and baselines in there? If the answer is yes, that's a great sign. If the answer, however, is no, well, you need to do it. And my recommendation is also looking for my videos on each knowledge area. Just type in Praizion integration into YouTube. You'll find videos, tons of them, or Praizion scope or Praizion schedule. We've set up so many videos that it's hard for you not to find what you're looking for. All right, so those are my suggestions of what you should do. And that's all I wanted to discuss with you today. Next, I'll play a little excerpt from our ACP meeting, and you'll have a little quiz after that on something Agile related, and we'll call it a day. Let's jump in.
Welcome back. We're on to task 6 of domain 1, which is just summarized in the word experimentation. Roy, thoughts?
Critical aspect of any of our processes, and again, it should be happening in any organization, any project, shouldn't make any difference. The challenge with experimentation is that many organizations don't do it. Here are your requirements. Think of a waterfall project. Here are all the requirements. You must do it exactly as requested. When you have done this, you will be successful. But what about the experimentation? What about failing? What about trying new ideas, innovation, and creativity? Without experimentation, you're going to just do exactly what was requested, and it's going to be boring, uninteresting, uninspired work, right? And who wants that? Shouldn't you do something different? You know, we're the differentiators, right, Phil?
Absolutely. And there's a word, Roy, in our product backlog for the experimentation. What is that backlog item called?
Yeah, it's traditionally called a spike or an enabler. It's also known as that. And the whole intent, as you just mentioned, Phil, it's an experiment. We're trying to reduce risk, right? We're trying to say, let's try something, let's see what happens, and we'll learn from it, right?
Absolutely. And that's it. It's that simple. Enhancing creativity by experimenting, trying new techniques, discover, and be efficient. I mean, that's what Agile is all about. It's all about a series of experiments, right?
Absolutely. Every sprint is an experiment, right?
Yeah. Hello, my friends. Welcome to the PMP Exam Radio Show. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. Lots of you are getting ready for the PMP exam, ramping up for the end of the year. And that's why today we're going to take a little quiz for the PMP exam. Are you ready? Let's go. What is the name of the role in Scrum that is responsible for the process and integrity of Scrum? If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. The answer is the Scrum Master. Next question. What is an Agile method that is used with deep reflection on WIP, work in progress? 3, 2, 1. The answer I was looking for is Kanban. Next question. You are using a technique in which multiple team members focus simultaneously and coordinate their contributions on a particular work item. What do you call that technique? 3, 2, 1. The answer I was looking for is mobbing. Next question. You're using a visualization tool as you go through an Agile project. This tool enables improvements to the flow of work by making bottlenecks and work quantities visible. What is this visualization tool called? 3, 2, 1. The answer is Kanban board. Next question. You are a servant leader on a project and you are involved in removing an obstacle that prevents the team from achieving its goals. What is a name for this obstacle?
3, 2, 1. The answer is impediment. Let's step things up and talk a little bit more about the world of Agile. You're a servant leader on an Agile project and you're involved in taking a look at a document that helps the team understand the definition of ready and the definition of done. Which document does this describe? Is it A, project charter? Is it B, team charter? Three, two, one. The answer is team charter. Refer to the Agile Practice Guide, page 50. Next question. You're a project manager working on a hybrid project. On this project, you're using a method where team members at the end of each sprint share what went well, what didn't go so well, and improvements that are recommended for the next sprint. Which ceremony does this describe? 3, 2, 1. This is, of course, the retrospective. Next question. Complete the Agile Manifesto value statement. Individuals and interactions over what? 3, 2, 1. The answer I was looking for is over processes and tools. Next question. In the Agile Manifesto, the principle, our highest priority is to satisfy the what? 3, 2, 1. It reads, our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. I typically revise that to read valuable product for those folks who are working in non-software environments. Next question. Kanban and Agile are both subsets of what? 3, 2, 1. Agile and Kanban are both subsets of Lean. I would advise you take a look in the Agile Practice Guide, page 11. Now, just a few more questions. You're working on a project with a high frequency of delivery and a high degree of change. Which approach should you use to deliver this project? Is it predictive, incremental, agile, or iterative? 3, 2, 1. The answer is agile. Agile works best when you have a high frequency of delivery and a high degree of change. Next question. You're working on a project with a high frequency of delivery and a low degree of change. Which approach should you use? Is it predictive, incremental, agile, or iterative? 3, 2, 1. If you are using a high frequency of delivery and a low degree of change, the best option is incremental. Refer to figure 3-1 in the Agile Practice Guide. This is on page 19. Next question. On your project, you have a high frequency of delivery and a high degree of change. Which approach should you use? Is it A, plan-driven? Is it B, change-driven? Is it C, iterative? 3, 2, 1. The answer is change driven, because that's Agile as well. Bear in mind that Agile is known as change driven and adaptive as well. Next question. You're working a project where there is a high degree of change and a low frequency of delivery. Which approach should you use for this project? Predictive? Is it incremental? Is it agile? Or is it iterative? 3, 2, 1. If you are working a project with a high degree of change and a low frequency of delivery, that needs to be iterative. Again, figure 3-1, page 19. Here is your final question. You're working a project which has a low frequency of delivery, a low degree of change as well. Which of the 4 approaches should you use? Is it plan-driven? Is it change-driven? Is it incremental? Or is it iterative? 3, 2, 1. The answer is plan-driven. Okay, now we are done with very specific Agile content. I will ask you 2 final questions that cut across predictive and Agile. On a predictive project, which element is fixed? Scope, schedule, or cost? Hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, 1. On a predictive project, the element that is fixed is scope. Next question. On an Agile project, which of the following elements is not fixed? Is it schedule? Is it cost? Is it scope? 3, 2, 1. On an Agile project, the element that is not fixed is scope. Scope is flexible. Next question. On an Agile project, which of these elements is fixed? Is it A, scope, B, schedule, C, cost, or D, quality? Three, 2, 1. That was a somewhat trick question because 2 of the options are correct. The answer I was looking for is schedule and cost. In the world of Agile, we fix those parameters. We have a stable team. We have a team. We understand the cost. We have a time box, a sprint, and whatever we can fit within the sprint, we do. The sprint is fixed. That's the time box. The team is fixed. Could more people join the team? Absolutely. But we know what we are working with, cost-wise and schedule-wise. Those are the fixed elements in the world of Agile. Final question. On a predictive project, which elements are not fixed? 3, 2, and 1. The elements that are not fixed are schedule. The elements that are not fixed are schedule and cost. And that concludes our review for today. Thank you very much. I hope this helps you. If you are struggling with your PMP prep and you're looking for a course to boot you into shape, you need to go on down to projectmanagementmasterclass.com. That is projectmanagementmasterclass.com. In the next few days, this weekend, starting on the 30th of October, this will be our final masterclass for 2021. This is your final chance in 2021 to join me for 4 weeks, combing through all of the content for the PMP exam. I look forward to seeing you. Take care, and bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to the PMP Exam Radio Show today. Today, we're going to be talking about a subject in this field that is not strictly relegated to the PMP exam. Today, we're going deep. We're going for 1 solid hour into the topic of program management. What exactly is a program? A program is a collection of interrelated projects managed together to give benefits, results, outcomes that would not be available, that would not be remotely considerable without managing the work in an integrated fashion within the program umbrella. And the program manager is that individual who manages the program of all of these projects. Now, a program doesn't need to have a boatload of projects. It could have 2, 3, 4. So 2 or more interrelated projects. Now, in my professional life as a program manager, I have on occasion been both a program manager of multiple projects and managing one of the projects in the program. So it's not uncommon to find a program manager needing to wear a hat if one of the projects has no project manager, as I did. And there's so much to be discussed in this area that it needs its own special place in the PMP Exam Radio Show. For those of you who are already PMPs, knock yourself out with program management, starting right now, after this little clip from our sponsors.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to this review of the standard for program management. It's going to be another rapid review. Lots of you who are getting certified are looking at the PGMP and wondering, is this something I should go for? Well, let's first of all talk about the requirements to take the PGMP exam. So let's dive into the PGMP handbook. For those of you who have asked the question a few times, the PGMP handbook indicates a much more robust assortment of knowledge is needed, obviously, for the PGMP exam, being a step above in managing multiple interrelated projects as opposed to just managing one project. If you take a look at the PGMP handbook, what you see is you could have a secondary school diploma, but you need 48 months of unique, non-overlapping professional project management experience. You also need 84 months of unique, non-overlapping professional program management experience. And what that means is you need 7 years of program management experience. If you do have a 4-year degree, bachelor's degree, global equivalent, then you need 48 months of unique, non-overlapping project management experience. And on top of that, you also need 48 months, which is 4 years of unique, non-overlapping professional program management experience. In the case of the GAC accredited programs, you need 36 months if you're a GAC accredited program bachelor's degree holder. Under the project management experience umbrella, 36 months. Under the program management experience umbrella, 36 months as well. So these requirements show you that this is not a cakewalk. This is a pretty tough process to get through. If you take a look at the journey, you have the application submission. What is typically 5 days in PMP is 10 days here. You could be audited. You go through the application payment process and so on. There's a panel review, and that doesn't exist in PMP world. Multiple choice examination eligibility. You've got 1 year as usual. Then you enter the certification cycle and you get into the renewal and so on. Now, to go a step further, let's talk about how many questions you have on the exam and what the makeup of the questions on the exam are. I want you to follow me to the relevant page here. So let's flip to the relevant page in the PGMP handbook. And you can see it reads, the PGMP exam consists of 170 multiple choice questions. Of the 170, 20 are considered pretest questions. Pretest questions do not affect the score, but are used in the examination as an effective and legitimate way to test the validity of future exam questions. You already know this. Allotted time, 240 minutes. It may take some candidates less than the allotted 4 hours to complete the exam. There are no scheduled breaks during the exam, although you're allowed to take a break if needed. And it goes on and on. So I advise you, take a look at the handbook, read through it. It has often been said that the PGMP exam is a bigger beast than the PMP. You thought PMP was a beast? Well, PGMP is a bigger beast. All right. Well, why don't we get straight into the standard for program management now that you understand what is required of you if you are looking to become PGMP certified. Now, full disclosure, I am not PGMP certified. I did, however, go through copious amounts of the standard for program management many years ago when I was preparing for my OPM 3 exam, which is like 3 exams in one. You got to know program management, portfolio management, and project management. And of course, you needed to know the OPM standard from the PMI. So this stuff, not only have I gone through, I have also taught 2 companies. But the 4th edition is a different kind of animal, which I have allowed roam free for a while. But now we need to put a collar on it because a lot of you are like, what is in this standard? So I decided to present to you today the standard for program management, a summary. So as most of my summaries, I have for you here the relevant page so you can dig into it, read a little bit more. And the introduction is on page 1. And it starts off by saying the standard for program management 4th edition provides guidance on the principles of program management. It provides generally accepted definitions of programs and program management and concepts important to their success. Program management performance domains, the program lifecycle, and important program management principles, practices, and activities. In other words, this is all about programs. And in order to get to this level of reading about programs, you should have, of course, understood what exactly projects were in the first place. So I'm going to give you the 40,000 foot view first. Chapter 1 is the introduction, which we'll cover. Chapter 2 is about program management performance domains, which we'll take a look at. Next is program strategy alignment. Chapter 4 is program benefits management. Chapter 5 is program stakeholder engagement. Chapter 6 is program governance. And chapter 7, program lifecycle management. And that takes us to chapter 8, which is program activities. So we're going to go through these very quickly. Again, this is not a course for the PGMP, but it's a review so that those of you curious to know more can actually go into the book and read more for yourself. So as far as the purpose for the standard for program management provides guidance. And when I say guidance, I'm talking about guidance in program management, the principles and the activities of it. Principles of program management are tenets that are held to be true and important for the effective management of programs. So what is a program? Well, a program is defined as related projects, sub-programs, and program activities managed in a coordinated way to obtain benefits not available from managing them individually. Now, when we talk about benefits, remember that programs deliver their intended benefits primarily through the component projects. So when we talk about benefits in this world, hopefully you remember that benefits could be tangible value and intangible value. When we refer to the value gained from programs, it must first of all be understood at the project level before you see the sum total. For example, imagine a program that is a software refresh project and a hardware refresh project. Well, if you don't have the right hardware, the software can't run properly. You got a project for software, you got a project for hardware, but still there needs to be some integration. Still, there needs to be a cut over. So you could look at this as three different projects. Without all three, you do not get the full benefit of the program. So when we talk about program benefits, you got to understand that it exists first at a lower level, and the aggregate gives you that higher level benefits that we're seeking. Let's talk about initiation of programs. Programs are initiated or recognized in two ways. First one is programs initiated to pursue goals, objectives, or strategies. These are begun before the start of work on their component projects and programs. These programs are typically initiated to support a new strategic goal and objectives. Let's talk about the next one. Programs may also be formed when an organization recognizes that its ongoing projects, programs, and other work are related by their pursuit of common outcomes, capabilities, objectives, or benefits. For example, a process development improvement project supported by previously independent software development initiatives, or a neighborhood revitalization program supported by building public parks and traffic control projects, and a community outreach program. These programs are often formed when an organization determines that organizational benefits will be more effectively realized by managing ongoing initiatives as a single program. And that's why we need program managers, because they help us do just that. What is the relationship between portfolios, programs, and projects? I'll put it simply. Portfolios are a collection of projects, programs, sub-portfolios, and operations. Programs are a collection of interrelated projects, sub-programs, and program activities. It is not uncommon to see operations being thrown into the mix, and projects are just that. Projects are a collection of these tasks that help us get to the end goal of the project. So projects, whether they are managed independently or part of a program, they are temporary endeavors, and we undertake them to create unique products, services, or results. And all this is covered in the PMBOK guide as well, as far as these three. Now, to go a step further, when you take a look at portfolios, you need to see a portfolio as a collection of all the work being done by that business unit or that company. So when we talk about what is program management, you need to understand that program management falls under the umbrella of everything that is going on in the firm. We have the entire organization's portfolio of work, and within that, we have programs. Within those programs, we have sub-programs and projects. We also, in that bucket of programs, could have other program-related activities that are more operational in their characteristics. So program management is the application of knowledge, skills, and principles to a program to achieve the program objectives and to obtain benefits and control that are not available by managing the program components individually. Moving on here, we're going into the relationship among portfolio, program, project management. So the big view here is OPM, Organizational Project Management. The summary is the way we manage portfolios, programs, and projects should all align. And remember, in the beginning, I told you about the OPM 3 certification, no longer in existence from the PMI, no longer out there for people. But the OPM 3 umbrella was great in that it enabled you help companies align, their programs, projects, and portfolios. So OPM 3 provides a framework in which portfolio, programs, and project management practices are integrated. That's the whole idea. Managing programs, projects, and portfolios should not be done disjointedly. Each arm should be speaking to another. And the PMI have a very helpful comparative overview of projects, programs, and portfolios. It has existed for quite a while in other publications of the PMI. So it's important to realize that there's interaction between portfolios, programs, and projects. There's a relationship between program management and portfolio management, and the relationship is a collaborative one. Program and portfolio managers should work together to ensure that the benefits desired or acquired by an organization are effectively and efficiently delivered. It's often said that portfolio management is doing the right work, whereas project management is doing the work right. And you can see program management as having some elements of working the aggregate projects in a streamlined fashion. The relationship between program management and project management is obvious because those are interrelated projects within a program. So just understand portfolio level, program level, project level, they should all align. Organizational strategies and priorities established as part of portfolio management provide a basis for defining programs to be pursued. When you understand the strategic objective of the firm, you're able to get the right programs in alignment with the strategy, and those programs we're able to break them down into the right projects, or perhaps the projects are already in existence, or we're able to see the need to rally those projects together and manage them as one cohesive whole. Still here in chapter 1, we talk about the relationship among organizational strategy, program management, and operations management. Organizations employ program management to pursue complex initiatives that support organizational strategy. In practice, when you're pursuing such initiatives, program managers find that their programs impact the line of business that have operational responsibilities. Therefore, there is a connection between operations and programs. Also, program managers find that the benefits delivered by programs could influence an organization's approach to or scope of operational activity. So we see some interrelationship here. Let's talk about the next one, business value. And this is getting to the last 5 here. Business value is all about tangible or intangible value that a company realizes from the initiatives being undertaken. After all, organizations work programs to improve their abilities to deliver benefits to their customers. In non-commercial organizations, benefits could be delivered in the form of social or societal value. For example, improved health, that's value. Safety or security, that's value. In commercial organizations, it's common for organizational benefits to be delivered in the form of business value. Business value may be defined as the sum of all tangible and intangible elements of a business, where, for example, tangible elements could include monetary assets, fixtures, market share, and utility. Intangible elements could be things like brand recognition. I mean, when you see the golden arches, you immediately understand where you're passing by. That is value, brand recognition of the golden arches, right? Public benefits. I remember whizzing by the golden arches one day, and my son in the back seat at the age of 2 immediately said what he wanted. He wanted some fries. Why? Because that is value. So when people realize your brand, where there is some recognition, goodwill, public benefits, trademark, all of that stuff, we refer to that as business value in some way. So portfolio management ensures that an organization's projects, programs, and operations are aligned with an organization's strategy. It's all well and good to have projects, but if they're not aligned to the organization's strategy, then we have big problems. So what is the role of a program manager? A program manager is that person authorized by the performing organization to lead the team or teams responsible for achieving program objectives. The program manager maintains responsibility for the leadership, conduct, and performance of a program, and for building a program team that is capable of achieving program objectives and delivering anticipated program benefits. So when you think about the role of the program manager, it's very different from that of the project manager. The program manager is that individual responsible to rally the projects together. The program manager, in some instances, in some companies, I have seen program managers managing one project within their program, especially if a project manager suddenly leaves. But a program manager is not someone managing many projects. It's someone who is managing the coordination and the cohesion of multiple interrelated projects that are not necessarily being managed by the program manager themselves. In programs, it is recognized that the best means of delivering benefits via project, sub-programs, and other work may be uncertain. The outcomes or outputs generated by the components of programs may be unpredictable and uncontrollable. As a consequence, programs should be managed in a way that recognizes a potential need to adapt strategies and plans during the course of a program to optimize the benefits, the delivery of the benefits. The program manager is also responsible for managing coordination of the management of complex issues that may arise as programs seek to deliver benefits. In other words, you can say as a program manager, just make sure you're as agile as possible. What are the program manager competencies? To manage a program efficiently, program managers need to encourage the efficient completion of projects and other program activities as planned, while simultaneously enabling the adjustment of strategy. Balancing these needs requires that program managers be competent in providing an integrated view. It's all about that cohesion of how the outputs and outcomes of program components will support the program's intended delivery of organizational benefits. When I look at program management, what I see, to be quite honest with you, is leadership. That is the biggest thing of all. It's number 4 on their list, but leadership skills are important because these guide program teams. They help the program manager to guide their teams through the program lifecycle. And it's a very big endeavor to manage multiple interrelated programs, projects, and interrelated subprograms. The program managers work with component managers and often with functional managers to gain support. It's a high-level position in a lot of companies, resolve conflicts, and direct individual program team members by providing specific work instructions. It's not for the faint of heart. It's a high-pressure position. You also need communication skills, stakeholder engagement skills, change management skills. You also need a lot of emotional intelligence, which falls under leadership, great analytical skills, and integration skills. Program managers should possess the ability to describe and present a program's strategic vision and plan holistically. So the very high level type of position. The role of the program sponsor. This is different. A program sponsor is an individual or group that provides resources and support for the program and is accountable for enabling success. We also talk about the role of the program office or program management office. It's a management structure that standardizes the program-related governance processes and facilitates the sharing of resources, methodologies, tools, and techniques. You might hear it being referred to as a project office or program office. You might even hear some people saying portfolio office. To be quite honest, all the same thing. When established as part of a program management office is an important element of the program's infrastructure. Or you might just hear the term PMO. Whether it's a program, a project, portfolio, they receive support in that regard. So that is chapter 1 in a nutshell. Now that you've got a good understanding of what program management is, let's talk about program management performance domains in chapter 2. Program management performance domains are complementary groupings of related areas of activity or function that uniquely characterize and differentiate the activities found in one performance domain from the others with the full scope of program management work. So in this section, as you can see, we're going to talk about program management performance domain definitions, program management performance domain interactions, organizational strategy, portfolio management and program management linkage, portfolio and program distinctions, and program and project distinctions for the most part. So why don't we start off by talking about the nature of work program managers do. Program managers actively carry out work within multiple program management performance domains during all program management phases. The PMI goes a step further to show you these. These are as follows, and I covered this in my last summary video. Right there in the center, you've got program lifecycle management. Program lifecycle management holds together program strategy alignment, program benefits management, program stakeholder engagement, and program governance. And we're going to talk about these in other chapters. Organizations initiate programs to deliver benefits and accomplish agreed upon objectives that often affect the entire organization. The organization implementing the program considers and balances the degree of needs, change, stakeholder expectations, requirements, resources, and timing conflicts across the components. Now, when we talk about program strategy alignment, we're talking about a performance domain that identifies program outputs and outcomes to provide benefits aligned with an organization's goals and objectives. That's why we call it strategy. It's as though you're aligning the program outputs with the organization's strategic business objectives and goals. Then we have program benefits management. And this is a performance domain that creates, maximizes, and delivers the benefits provided by the program. It's one thing to know what the benefits are, but it's another thing to actually harvest the benefits. The next one is program stakeholder engagement. And this performance domain identifies and analyzes stakeholder needs and manages expectations and communications to foster stakeholder support. The next one is program governance. This performance domain enables and performs program decision-making. It establishes practices to support the program. Remember, when we say governance, governance is where we're talking about authority. Last one is program lifecycle management. And this performance domain manages program activities required to facilitate effective program definition, program delivery, and program closure. Now, these are not sequential domains. These domains run concurrently throughout the duration of the program. It is within these domains that the program manager and the program team perform the activities. The nature and complexity of the program being implemented determine the degree of activity required within a particular domain at any particular point in time. Well, let me just say to you straight up that in a lot of companies where I have worked as a program manager and seen other program managers work, these are not rote performance domains that are identified like you would initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling and closing. No. In fact, a lot of organizations have their own definitions for what programs are and how things are run. If you look at other methodologies and other frameworks such as Prince2, you'll see slightly different descriptions. There are similarities, but they are different. So this is really from PMI's standard to give you a line of best fit, if you will. And to be quite honest, this has changed over the years. Previously, the standard mapped very closely back to knowledge areas, but now they've changed the configuration of that. And we're going to start off with 2.2 program management performance domain interactions. So as I mentioned, all 5 program management performance domains interact with each other throughout the course of the program, and the amount of interaction and when it should occur, it all depends on the components. 2.3, organizational strategy, portfolio management, and program management linkage. These things are all linked. You cannot extricate portfolio management from organizational strategy. Portfolio management is linked to organizational strategy because you are working the portfolio to get to those organizational strategic business objectives. You are working the program to get to the objectives of the portfolio, so they are linked. Programs typically find their starting point during an organization's strategic planning effort, where the full spectrum of an organization's investments are evaluated, prioritized, and aligned with the organization's operational strategy. As the business climate of organizational strategy changes, and organizations continue to evaluate work through portfolio reviews by reinforcing components of the portfolio that are in alignment. And to be quite honest, some components are thrown out during kill points. So a lot of what you may start off with may not make its way all the way to the end of a program regarding the components of a program, or a portfolio regarding the components of a portfolio. But let's distinguish one more time between portfolios and programs. While portfolios and programs are both collections of projects, activities, and non-project work, there are aspects that clearly differentiate programs from projects. A program is a group of related projects, interrelated projects, and they are managed in a coordinated way to achieve benefits and control that would not be available if we manage them on their own. Remember, we talk about benefits being value that the customer gets, tangible and intangible. To clarify the difference between these important organizational constructs, portfolios, programs, 2 aspects stand out, and the PMI bring these to the surface as relatedness and time. So let's talk about relatedness. Relatedness is a primary consideration that differentiates programs and portfolios. And this is a concept introduced and implied by the word related in the definition of a program. In a program, the work included is interdependent, such that achieving the full intended benefits is dependent on the delivery of all the components in the scope of a program. In the portfolio, the work included is related in any way the portfolio owner chooses. Typical portfolio groupings of work include efforts staffed from the same resource pool, or work delivered to the same client, or work conducted in the same accounting period. Other groupings are also valid. For example, work performed within the same geographic area or strategic business unit.
Work included in the portfolio may span a variety of diverse initiatives, and these initiatives can be independent. We could have projects in a portfolio that are not linked to any program. We could have multiple projects that are not linked in any way to any other component in the portfolio, other than they are all undertaken to achieve the company's strategic objectives. So though the initiatives may be entirely independent and not related to one another in any way, the organization may group and manage them together for ease of oversight and control. So this is a huge distinction between what we understand as programs and how portfolios are grouped and sectioned. You do also remember that we could have multiple portfolios in a company under different business units. So in a company, we could break down a huge portfolio across a firm into sub-portfolios, or we may just refer to them as portfolios within the company's portfolio. Let's talk about the other aspect of time. Another attribute that differentiates portfolios from programs is the element of time. Programs, like projects, are temporary and include the concept of time as an aspect of work. Though they may span multiple years or decades, programs are characterized by the existence of a clearly defined beginning, a future endpoint, and a set of outcomes. So we understand that to be true. The various initiatives and work elements defined within portfolios mostly do not relate to one another and do not rely on each other. In portfolios, the organization's strategic plan and business cycle dictate the start or end of specific investments, and these investments may serve widely divergent objectives. Additional work and investments within the portfolio may continue for years or decades, or may be altered or terminated by the organization. So when we take a look at the time factor, portfolios, on the other hand, while being reviewed on a regular basis for decision-making purposes, are not expected to be constrained to end on a specific date. Now, when you look at the components of a portfolio, you realize you got programs, you got projects, but you also have operational work. And you do know operations don't end. It is very possible to have a portfolio that spans for tens and tens of years. On the flip side, we would not expect to see a program going on and on. Now, we, in government space, see multi-year programs, but typically we would expect a program to end at a particular date. To summarize, programs differ from portfolios in two important ways. Programs include work, project, subsidiary programs, and program activities that are interrelated. Programs also include the concept of time. Portfolios, on the other hand, do not have every piece of work in the portfolio related the way we see work related in a program, and portfolios are not constrained by the time factor. Let's talk about program and project distinctions. So, as we talked about previously, program management provides organizations with an effective framework for managing interrelated groupings of work. Here, we're going to further discuss three characteristics that distinguish programs from projects. These fundamental differences are found in the way programs and projects are managed in response to uncertainty. So when we talk about uncertainty, it's an inevitable challenge of managing programs. Uncertainty is especially high in the beginning of a program as outcomes are not clear. Programs and projects both exist in organizational environments in which the output, benefit, or outcome of the work may be somewhat unpredictable or uncertain. With that said, risk exists in both projects and programs. Now, uncertainty could be said to be in economies of scale. In the world of project management, you pretty much have a fixed idea of where you're going. For those of you following, we're on page 28, talking about 2.5.1. And when we talk about uncertainty on projects, we pretty much understand the gamut of uncertainties after a while. But by contrast, a program may not have all of its scope, budget, or schedule determined upfront. For that reason, we see programs having a higher level or possibility of uncertainty in that you could have programs canceling projects. You could have
programs start in new projects or sub-programs. So the level of uncertainties where there are more associated pieces of work moving around is definitely more than on a project, and perhaps more complex than on a project by virtue of the number of pieces that you have in a program. Now, a program could be 2 projects, I know, but you also have programs that could have upwards of 10, 15, even more, 20 projects. So just be aware of that how you approach uncertainty in a project, you can move a lot quicker with more certainty than on a program where there are more moving parts. During the program, scope and content are continually elaborated, clarified, and adjusted to ensure the program's outcomes remain in alignment with the intended benefits. Let's talk about managing change. Again, managing change could be a lot more complex. Program managers need to consider 2 different categories of change. These are internal change and external change. Internal change, changes within the program. External change refers to need to adapt to the organization in order for it to be able to exploit the benefits created by the program. So there's a lot more responsibility and burden on a program manager, and resilience is needed, leadership is needed, focus is needed, analytical skills, a lot of stuff is needed when you're dealing with change of this magnitude. Issues related to change should be addressed differently within programs and projects. Projects deal with change in terms of scope, schedule, cost, and quality. As many of you have learned, as with uncertainty, programs should be better equipped to deal with change because they have the ability to change the direction of a component, cancel a component, or start a new component. In both programs and projects, there should be a rationale that justifies that the advantages of originating from a proposed change will outweigh potential drawbacks. Change within a project affects the defined deliverables at the tactical level, whereas change within a program affects the delivery of the intended benefits at the strategic level. Of course, a lot more visibility and a lot more weight. So managing change within the program requires strategic insight, understanding of the program's objectives and intended benefits. Change to any component within a program may have a direct impact on the delivery of the other related components. But it's a bit of a trickier game in the world of programs. That's why, for this certification called the PGMP, they go from end to end to make sure you are truly solid. This is definitely not one of those cakewalk certifications. In programs, change management is a key activity, enabling stakeholders to carefully analyze the need for proposed change, the impact of change, and the approach or process for implementing and communicating change. So there are numerous dimensions of change, but we'll just limit these to program change. Program managers approach change at the program level in a fundamentally different way. Program managers depend on a predetermined, consistent level of performance from the components of the program. Project change. In project change management is employed to help the project manager team and stakeholders monitor and control the amount of variance from the planned cost and schedule while protecting the approved attributes and characteristics of the planned output. So I hope this has given you an idea of the enormity, the scale of program management. We're going to close out this chapter with complexity. And under complexity, we understand this is experienced at any level. You could have complex tasks, complex projects, complex programs, but it's all in economies of scale. But let's zero into the complexity of programs. The complexity of a program may be the result from a combination of factors: governance complexity, stakeholder complexity, definition complexity, benefits delivery complexity, which means the benefits delivery complexity focusing on benefits management. We have interdependency complexity. Program managers need to deal with this. A program focuses on interdependencies among components of the program and not necessarily on issues within individual projects. We also have resource complexity, the availability of resources at the required level or capability and capacity. Adequate funding, suitable supplies and materials. We also have scope complexity. This arises from a difficulty to clearly define the deliverables and benefits of a program and its components. We have change complexity. This arises from the different levels of impact the change could have in an organization, we have risk complexity. Risk complexity arises from the high level of uncertainty due to the extended program lifecycle and the uncertainty of components, the outcome of those components and their interdependencies. And then we can also talk about project complexity. A project could be complex because of uniqueness it presents, as well as a kind of thinking, action, and knowledge needed. We also have within project complexity the offshoot organizational complexity and dynamic complexity. Organizational complexity focuses on the depth of the organizational structure as well as the number of organizational units. Dynamic complexity focuses on the project's behavior and how it changes over time. So when you take a look at chapter 2, it is loaded. And honestly, I just did it a tiny little piece of justice there because you still have a ton of definitions to go through and cover. All right, this is where it gets a lot quicker. So I want you to help drop a comment below. I want you to like and subscribe. If you want to see the continuation of the program management standard summary, I want you to like, subscribe, share. And when we get to a certain number, I'm looking to get 500 likes on this video, and then I will continue. I know program management isn't that popular among people that don't want to go the full mile. It's most popular among people who are actually managing programs and those who want to go the full mile. But I know there are enough PMPs out there to generate enough interest. I just want to use our time wisely. So if you want me to continue with this review beyond chapter 3 to chapter 7, why don't you hit a like, subscribe, share with a friend. And when we get to 500 likes, I will continue chapter 3 forward. Hopefully by then PMI would not have changed the standard as is their characteristic. We know PMI always has tricks up their sleeve, but just judging by how busy they've been with the PMBOK guide, 7th edition, I don't think a lot of that will happen. All right. So why don't you take some time out, drop me a comment, drop me any questions that you might have, and let me know if you want me to continue. But I'm going to give you the 1-minute version of each of these, or should I say the 20-second version. So let's talk about program strategy alignment real quick. This is going to be a lot shorter than chapter 1 and 2. Under this chapter, we have the topics of the program business case, the program charter, the program roadmap, environmental assessments, and program risk management strategy. I'm going to cover these extremely rapid. When we talk about a business case, the business case makes a case for a project, in this case, a program. The completion of the strategic planning cycle results in the creation or update of the organization's strategic goals and objectives, which is documented in the organization's strategic plan. The organization's vision and mission are used as an input to the strategic planning cycle and are reflected throughout the strategic plan. The organization's strategic plan is divided into a set of organizational initiatives. As you've heard, many companies refer to them as initiatives. Programs come into existence as a result of the strategic business objective, and that goes into portfolios and tapers into programs. Now, the business case that we're talking about here could include details about the program outcomes, approved concept, issues, high-level risk, and opportunity assessment, key assumptions, and so on. Talking about the program charter, key elements of a program charter consist of program scope, assumptions, constraints, high-level risks to the program, high-level benefits from the program, goals and objectives, success factors, timing, key stakeholders, and other provisions very similar to your lineup in your project charter. Then we have the program roadmap. The program roadmap is a chronological representation of a program's intended direction, and it graphically depicts dependencies between major milestones and decision points. And if you take a look at page 37 in the standard for program management, you see an example of this. It shows you the waves. You got wave 1, a decision point. Within wave 1, there was project D. Then wave 2. Within wave 2, you got project E and J. And it shows how all of these projects taper in to the overarching program and how it spans across a period of time, period 1 to period N. Environmental assessments, they're often internal or external influences to the program that have a significant impact on the program's success. Influences from outside the program may be internal to the large organization or may come from sources external to the organization. Remember, we've also talked about enterprise environmental factors in the past, so this should not come as a surprise. Under environmental assessments, we talk about enterprise environmental factors, talk about environmental analysis, and we also talk about things like feasibility analysis, SWOT analysis, assumptions analysis, historical information analysis, and so on. And that takes us to 3.5, where we talk about program risk management strategy, successful delivery of the program roadmap aligned with the organizational strategy, and with consideration to the environmental factors found in the environmental assessments depends on a well-defined program risk strategy. Remember, we talked about risk being very different on programs. And because there's so many more moving parts and so many more dependencies, we have a whole lot of risks to think about. Now, when we talk about risk management for strategy alignment, we should remember that strategy alignment comprises the alignment of the program roadmap and its supported objectives to organizational strategy. And this involves having a risk management strategy that ensures effective management of any risk that can cause the program to be out of alignment with the organizational strategy. We want to keep our eye on those. We also have program risk thresholds. Risk threshold is a measure of the degree of acceptable variation around a program objective. We could have a minimum level of risk exposure for a risk, for example. We could have a qualitative or quantitative definition of a risk rating, and we could have a maximum level of risk exposure. And all of these are terms we use when we talk about program risk thresholds. Moving on here, we also have initial program risk assessments, talked about, no-brainer. Program risk response strategy. The program risk response strategy combines the elements of the risk threshold and the initial risk assessment into a plan for how program risk will be managed and effectively and consistently done throughout the life of the program. And that concludes chapter 3. Now, really quick, chapter 4 is all about program benefits management. I cannot wait to go into this with you. This is one of my favorites, but at a high level, program benefits management is the performance domain that defines, creates, maximizes, and delivers the benefits provided by the program. So we're going to be talking about benefits identification, benefits analysis and planning, benefits delivery, benefits transition, and benefit sustainment. Looking forward to doing that with you. Going over to chapter 5, this is where we talk about program stakeholder alignment. This is another fun topic. In fact, I have a book about this coming out hopefully very soon about stakeholder engagement at all levels, be it the portfolio, the program, or the project. But here we look at 5 dimensions. We look at stakeholder identification, stakeholder analysis, stakeholder engagement planning, stakeholder engagement, and stakeholder communications across the program. All right. So a stakeholder, we've talked about this before, it's an individual, group, or organization that could be affected by a decision on the project, a decision, activity, or outcome of a project, program, or portfolio. Stakeholders may be internal or external to the program and may have a positive or negative impact on the outcome of the program. Program and project managers need to be aware of the stakeholders, the program stakeholders, the impact and level of influence these folks have. It's very similar in terms of what we do, the ingredients of what we do. We need to identify, we need to analyze, we need to plan, we need to engage, and of course we need to communicate. And within these pieces, we also will have a piece where we ensure that whatever we plan is indeed working and where we could improve on what we're doing. So the program manager should interact with stakeholders in these ways. 1, engage stakeholders, assess their attitudes and interests. 2, include stakeholders in program activities. 3, monitor stakeholder feedback. And 4, monitor training initiatives as needed. And this two-way communication helps the program manager to deliver the benefits for the organization in accordance with the program charter. When we talk about program stakeholder identification, we aim to systematically identify all key stakeholders. This could be individuals or groups in the stakeholder register. We could have directors, customer, vice presidents, and their role could be, for example, supplier or recipient or sponsor. And it actually goes a lot more deep into showing how this looks in the program more than it did in the PMBOK guide. We also have the infamous power interest grids talked about here, and This is something that was removed from the PMBOK guide, so it is refreshing to see it in the standard for program management. So definitely a good, legitimate addition. And when we talk about program stakeholder communications, effective communications create a bridge between diverse stakeholders who may have different cultural and organizational backgrounds. Very similar to your communications management chapter. Communications is at the heart of program stakeholder engagement and is key to executing program endeavors and ultimately delivering benefits to the organization. Let's move on to chapter 6. Chapter 6 is all about program governance. There are three big things here, and I'm not going to go into them, but we've got program governance practices, program governance roles, and program governance design and implementation. Again, if you want to see more of this breakdown, I need you to hit like, subscribe. When I get to 500 likes, I am going into more details from chapters 3 forward. For now, this is pretty much high level just to get you through the review. All right. Some of the things we talk about in program governance are having a program governance plan. And a program governance plan just helps the facilitating governance on the program. Such descriptions that we talk about in this plan are summarized. And this could be a standalone document or a subsection of the program management plan. So whether you've got a standalone program governance plan or you got it as part of your program management plan, there should be a section in your plan or standalone where you talk about this. And the purpose of it is to describe the systems and methods used to monitor. Remember, I told you what governance is. Governance is the framework within which authority is exercised. Remember, that's a PM 101. So it is important for us to reference this plan throughout the program's duration to ensure that the program is conforming to the established expectations, the governance expectations and agreements. And of course, we could modify this plan all through. All right, let's go on to our final chapter here, or final, I should say 2 chapters, because we have one after this. So final 2 chapters, program lifecycle management. This is one I wish we had enough time to go over for today, which we don't, but we'll come back to it. So what is a program lifecycle? What is program lifecycle management? Program lifecycle management is the performance domain that manages program activities required to facilitate effective program definition, program delivery, and program closure. Remember, we talked about this in the very beginning. So programs function similarly to projects in that the program is defined, benefits are delivered, the program is closed. However, unlike projects, programs involve coordination and sequencing across multiple components. And this is far, far above what is required at a project level. During program delivery, components are authorized, planned, and executed, and benefits are delivered. And then program closure is then approved by the program steering committee. So there's a different thing that happens in the world of programs than in projects, but hopefully we'll get to talk about this on a future episode. So let's talk about the program lifecycle phases very quick. To ensure success in programs, we have 3 major phases, and these are program definition phase, program delivery phase, program closure phase. Program definitions phase, this includes program activities conducted to authorize a program and develop the program roadmap, which we talked about previously, to achieve the expected results. And it typically includes activities that are performed as the result of an organization's plan to fulfill strategic objectives or achieve a desired state within an organization's portfolio. There are many other pieces that we need to talk about, such as program formulation and so on. We won't go into that today. We'll talk about the next stage here, program delivery. Program delivery phase includes program activities performed to produce the intended results of each component in accordance with the program management plan. And last but not least, we'll talk about program closure. Program closure phase includes program activities necessary to transition program benefits to the sustaining organization and formally close the program in a controlled manner. So a lot of great stuff that we could talk about here, but it's time to move on to our final chapter. Final chapter here is program activities. Program activities are tasks and work conducted to support a program and which contribute throughout the program lifecycle. So in this section, overall, we have program definition phase activities, program delivery phase activities, and yeah, you guessed right, program closure phase activities. And of course, you're able to see how this maps to what we talked about in the previous chapter. The program activities that support program management and governance include program change management, program communications management, program financial management, program information management, program procurement management, program quality management, program resource management, program risk management, program schedule management, and program scope management. And of course, you're wondering why we're all over the place in terms of the order of these, because you expect it to correlate to the knowledge areas, but it is not presented in that way. This will be a very interesting one for us to go over together. So make sure you hit the like, hit the subscribe, and I assure you, as soon as we see enough traction and enough interest, we will go into a much deeper dive from chapters 3 forward. But for now, I'm going to leave you with this piece of advice. If you are truly managing multiple interrelated projects and you have been in industry for upwards of 7 years if you don't have a degree, or 4 years if you do have a degree, and you've been managing these multiple interrelated projects, why don't you make it official? Why don't you make it official? Why don't you go towards PGMP certification? If there's enough interest or buzz, I'm going to bring one of my buddies on here. I'm going to bring one of my program management gurus to give you some advice about this exam. And I'm talking about someone who has trained hundreds and hundreds of program managers worldwide. If there's enough interest, maybe he'll come on and tell you how you can get PGMP certified. All right. I hope this has been of value to you. Don't forget, check out the PMI website. I look forward to speaking to you soon. If there's more interest, we'll do this again. You take care. Bye for now. Hey, my friends, how are you doing? Thank goodness it's Friday. Did I hear someone say, well, it's Friday. Friday always brings some sense of relief to lots of us, especially when the week has been crazy. So I'm glad it's Friday. I know lots of you are still working on your PMP. And for that reason, I really want you to pay attention to a cheat sheet that I have prepared specially for you. It's absolutely free. All you need to do, go to the link in whatever platform you're listening on and look for the link that takes you to Phil's cheat sheet. It's a cheat sheet that breaks down the infamous page 25 into very easy to understand English. Just click that link and you will be able to download my cheat sheet. Now, this was originally extracted from a video, so you'll hear me referring to stuff. If you want to watch the video, also look for the link to the YouTube video, and that will help you better understand what exactly I'm talking about. All right, so let's jump into today's show. Before we do that, a word from our sponsors. Hello, my friends. You might be getting ready for the PMP exam. I've got a solution to help you to really master content in what we call the 5 process groups of initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling and closing, and also these 10 knowledge areas. Project management in the PMP exam world is not as hard as it used to be. It used to be very laborious. But the PMI has cut out a lot of what was on the exam before. What you do need, instead of that infamous table on page 25, is my cheat sheet. Because my cheat sheet breaks down project management into
tinier to understand pieces. Basically, simplified project management language so that it sounds like everyday English. So I want you to journey with me as I explain to you a project I worked on. This project was an implementation, and it started off with this. The project had to be authorized, right? And I, the project manager, had to be given the authority to apply resources to the project. Now, one of the things my boss said is, just because you're the project manager, be careful. You can't talk to anyone anyhow. He probably knew I had an opinion about everything, so he warned me. And that takes us to this. You see what it says here? Identifying project influencers and users. In other words, stakeholders. So that's the next thing you do as a project manager. Your exam is going to test your understanding of project chartering, that one, and identifying stakeholders, understanding who your project could affect and who could be affected by the project. When you've got all of that down, you go into this. One, you develop a plan for the entire project, but it's not a plan that's developed overnight. This plan is going to evolve gradually. It could start off with a tiny little bit of scope, understanding, then some schedule milestones, then you begin fleshing out a little bit of the budget, and then you go back, putting some more understanding on the scope and the schedule and the cost, and then you begin talking about quality, which could impact cost, and then you begin talking about resources that could impact cost. And where you introduce people, quality, resources, human equipment, materials, supplies, facilities, you are introducing the element of risk. You're also introducing feedback loops in communication. You're also introducing the topic of procurements. So when we take a look at integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communication, risk, procurement, and stakeholder, you got to remember the chipmunk mnemonic. It's a simple mnemonic. I saw 6 chipmunks quietly roasting coffee, reading poetry stories. It's a fun little mnemonic. Now there's another mnemonic that goes like this. I saw 6 Cubans quietly rolling cigars, really puffing smoke. Now I taught that to a healthcare company. They didn't like it. They didn't call me back. I've not been back to that company since. I don't think they liked my little mnemonic about the Cubans. But jokes apart, once you understand the knowledge areas at a high level, you are on your way to success on the exam, because the exam is more about understanding the language. You see, the language, still talking about language. This scenario that I broke down, right? This is really about the language. I'm not really about you cramming this thing. It's about the language. Now, if you haven't already taken a look at the website where you can download this free cheat sheet, I want you to take note of it, because it's out there, right there at the link, Phil's cheat sheet, okay? You can go down to the website, just as I'm about to, just simple as this, and just click on it. It's right there. The PDF version is there. And all this stuff that you're seeing behind me, you can read it up close and personal. So developing a plan for the entire project. And for every knowledge area, we have a statement, like planning how to manage scope, collecting requirements. And each of these replaces the laborious page 25 process group names, process names, I beg your pardon, and all the minutia. All you need is this to interpret. What do you mean by plan scope management? Well, plan scope management really means, are you ready? It means planning how to manage scope. Collect requirements means collecting requirements from stakeholders. Define scope means identifying all that needs to be done to meet requirements. That's defining the scope. Define the scope of work to be done to meet the requirements. Create a visual hierarchy of work is create WBS. Planning how to develop the schedule is plan schedule management. Create a list of tasks, define activities, arrange tasks in order, sequence activities, decide how long each task will take, estimate activity durations, create the schedule. That's develop schedule. And we keep moving down. Plan how to manage project cost, estimate each task cost, add up all task costs to a total budget. That's determined budget. Plan how to manage quality of the project and deliverables. That's plan quality management. Plan how to acquire and manage resources. Plan resource management. Decide on resource quantity and type. That is estimate activity resources. Plan what to communicate, why and when. That's plan communications management. And so on and so forth. I could read the whole thing to you, but you can do it yourself. Just download the cheat sheet, open up page 25 in the 6th edition, compare the process name, right? Just trace the box. We got scope, go to the box that maps to planning for scope, and you'll see what each of those things is. It's that simple. This is a free cheat sheet. So there's no point complicating this thing. Don't complicate it. Keep it as simple as possible. When you understand the English and what the project manager does in planning, what the project manager does in executing the plan, and what the project manager does in monitoring and controlling and in closing, right? In closing. When you understand all that stuff, the picture becomes easier. You understand the English. You understand what the project manager is responsible, accountable for. That's what you need for your exam. People spending too much time going through every page in predictive. I love predictive stuff, but if your company is not using it as it should be, there's opportunities there, right? But reading it ad nauseum begins to show the law of diminishing returns. You're putting all this energy, putting all this work. Ain't nobody using it in your firm. It's not on the exam. You got to be smarter. You got to understand a better world order of Agile. And it's come to stay. PMI invested in buying an Agile company and more Agile certifications is because they know what value it brings to companies. It's that simple. So while I want you to read all this stuff, I also want you to remember the Agile stuff as well, but that will be for another day. For now, I'm hoping this cheat sheet shortens your prep. Someone says, Phil, but what should I do? Google PMP exam 1-minute summary or Praizion 1-minute summaries. Look for my 1-minute summary videos, watch them, go through this cheat sheet. You can see we almost went halfway in less than 10 minutes. Just understand the English. Don't even cram or memorize. Just, for example, read. What does it say up there, right? Planning how to manage scope. What does it say over there? Direct and manage the project work. All right, I see. Just reminders of the responsibilities of the project manager. Okay? When you get to that level of understanding, you are on your way to acing the exam, because the exam is going to build on this lingo and say, what should you do if you encounter a problem? Solve it. Move the situation forward. What do you do if someone is aggressive and belligerent? Be the bigger person. What do you do if someone is unkind and unfair? You be fair. What do you do if someone asks you for help? Help them. What do you do if there's a bottleneck? Understand the bottleneck. Change request. What do you do if someone wants to change a sprint midway? Should you give them free rein, or should you say, hold up, what are you looking for? Of course, the latter. Hold up, what are you looking for? We're airborne. You can't open the plane of this thing. You can't open the door of this plane. Tell us what you want and let the product owner decide if that is feasible and if that is even sensible. So all of this is to tell you, just do it, especially if you've prepared solidly in Agile. If you have not, I would like to encourage you to look into my half-day boot camp. In the half-day boot camp, we don't go over all of this stuff. No. You want to know what we go over? Just Google PMP exam content outline, okay? I'll show you what we cover, and it's for a reason. If you look at how the PMI have set up the PMP exam, they've set up the exam to cover this very unique syllabus. A lot of people don't know this is the blueprint on which the exam is based. If you're able to tackle the tasks in each domain, the likelihood of you acing the test is hugely amplified. And that's why in the training program, if you go onto the website, hpmexam.com, if you go there, you'll find that the syllabus maps back to what I showed you. It's a syllabus that is based on the PMP exam content outline. We cover people, process, and business. We've got one starting on Sunday. It's just 4 hours, but I'm telling you, it's like a 20-hour course packed into 4 hours. You're also going to get a course in a book. And the course in a book is called PMP Exam Immersion. I highly advise you, my friends, to go on down to hpmexam.com and find out when the next training program is. Because for many of you, the difference between success and stalling is this 4-hour interaction, okay? But if nothing else, don't forget to download that cheat sheet. You take care, my friends. Talk to you soon. Hello, my friends. Welcome to the PMI ACP Masterclass Primer. I'm so excited that you're able to join us. Those of you who have signed up for this training, great choice. It's a new adventure. Lots of you were in our class for the PMP exam. You have passed and you're looking to go to that next level in the world of Agile. It's a really good choice that you have made to journey with my buddy Roy and I, because you know how passionate we are about the world of Agile and how important it is for us to equip our students to go beyond PMP. PMP is great, but if you want to get to that next level as a project manager, it is important that you know as much as possible from this world of Agile. And not just that, but to really imbibe the mindset, to really become a practitioner of Agile, to be a practicing Agile project manager, Scrum master, product owner, developer, whatever you might be, because it's one thing to have a certification, but it's another thing to truly believe in what you're certified in. And that's the problem in a lot of certifications. It's just a piece of paper sitting down on people's desks, right? But this training will get you fired up, get you motivated, get you inspired to take it to that next level in the world of Agile. So it is indeed a masterclass. Going down to agileaficionado.com if you're looking to sign up for an ACP program. This program is starting on the 19th of March. We don't do a lot of these. In fact, this is the first one my buddy Roy and I are doing together. Roy has done several of these, but this will be a first that we're hosting for our students at Praizion. Let's talk about the Agile evolution. For those of you who are new to Agile, Agile isn't new. So way back in 1948, we had the whole Toyota production system lean manufacturing movement come about. And after that, in 1991, we had the unified process, dynamic systems, and development method. And then in 1994, we began to see traits of rapid application development and things like that. In fact, that was the first of the, in quote, Agile-ish methods, if you will, that I encountered in a company I worked for in the early 2000s. And then 1995 was Scrum. Scrum came on the scene. Ken Schwaber and Jeff Sutherland, they landed the Scrum mothership. And in 1996, Crystal Clear and Extreme Programming, 1997, FDD, 2001, as we all know, the Agile Manifesto, the birth of the Scrum Alliance, 2005, the
the Declaration of Interdependence, which is a set of practices, ideas, 6 of them, if you will, for project managers in the software space, for practitioners in that space. And 2017, the Agile Alliance partnered with the PMI. Wow. Partnered with the PMI to create the Agile Practice Guide. What a long way we have come. And there've been all sorts of other tiny little milestones along the way. But one of the milestones, a huge milestone, is the ACP, the Agile Certified Practitioner Certification. So someone might ask, why did PMI do this? Well, I just showed you the trajectory. You do recall from the Agile Practice Guide, if you've read it, that both Kanban and Agile are subsets of Lean. So way back 1948 is when it all started. David Anderson brought it into the world of IT and knowledge type work in that Microsoft project that he did for Microsoft back in the early 2000s. But now everyone's talking about Kanban or Scrum. Beyond that, you've definitely heard of feature-driven development or terms such as the MVP and all that stuff. This should be a signal to you that this language, this idea, this movement, this mindset isn't going away. So if you're experienced in using Agile approaches and you've got good collaboration skills, you embrace complexity and thrive on rapid response times, then your talents are in demand. The PMI ACP formally recognizes your knowledge of Agile principles and your skill with Agile techniques. So show your peers, show your employers, your stakeholders that your Agile knowledge runs deep. There's nothing like a certification to show I'm committed to this. I'm all in. I'm a practitioner. Okay? The PMI ACP was created by Agilists. If you read about the people involved, highly respected individuals, if you read about the ACP beginnings and you read the Agile Practice Guide and you look at the names involved, just the stamp of the Agile Alliance should calm any fears, right? Now, I got certified as an ACP back in 2016. That was 5 years after my first Agile certification in 2011. And what I realized on the ACP exam was that it went beyond Scrum into other frameworks. It really hammered on the mindset. I was quite shocked that it hammered so much on the mindset, but not shocked in a bad way, in a good way, because I was prepared to face it. But I know some folks may think it's going to be overtly technical and overbearing. You have to be a coder, an IT person. No, you don't have to be. Agile is not just for IT. All right. So again, this was created by Agilists for Agilists. The PMI ACP spans many approaches to Agile, such as Scrum, Kanban, Lean, XP, TDD, and so on. As we go through this program, you'll learn a lot of the intricacies that people just skim over on the surface. Like for the PMP, there's a significant amount of Agile, but still there's a lot under the hood that people aren't even seeing. And that's what you're going to be exposed to in this course. The tinier details, the little things that get you when you try to practice that you could be blindsided by if you're not working with a skilled practitioner of Agile. We are going to be pointing out those tiny little nuances to you. If you work on Agile teams or if your organization is adopting Agile practices, the PMI ACP is a good choice for you. The PMI ACP is evidence of your real-world hands-on experience and skill as part of an Agile team. So gain and maintain your ACP. Once you've got it, all you need to do is maintain it. The certification exam has 120 multiple choice questions. You have 3 hours to complete it, and to maintain your ACP, you got to earn 30 PDUs, which isn't that hard to do, to be honest, especially since knowledge about Agile is all over the place. You could attend webinars and so on and so forth. The instructors on this are yours truly. I'm my buddy, Roy Schilling, as you can see on the screen. Roy has been my Agile coach, my personal Agile coach. I call him my genie in the bottle coach. But as a result of Roy's influence, I have moved on to take 5 certifications in Agile in the past 2.5 years, thereabouts. I've gotten certified in PSM, PSPO, PAL, SPS, I lose count. And the ACP, of course. As a result of Roy's influence, I decided, all right, let me put pay to this, because Roy and I started training, mentoring, helping companies even before I got certified. And it was after Roy and I started working together, he said, Phil, you taking your ACP yet? When are you taking it? This is what I think you should do. Followed his advice, and back in 2016, became an ACP. And that added to the CSM gives me roughly 6 Agile certifications in nothing but Agile. So I'm not just asking you to do something I haven't done. I have done this. I have practiced it. I am practicing it. I am a practicing Agilist. So it's not just about having certifications. It's about knowing what you're doing it, and helping others do it. I'm beginning to sound like the manifesto. Now, if you haven't read PMI's documentation about Agile, you'll realize in this snippet from PMI that organizations increasingly embrace Agile as a technique for managing projects. In this survey, we saw a 71% count of organizations using Agile approaches, sometimes, often, or always. The wise people can smell the coffee and see, I'm not on this bandwagon. I wouldn't even be able to implement anything Agile to save my life, not even on a 2-day project, let alone a recurring stream of value. See? So this is a signal to those who aren't taking Agile passionately and seriously that they should. Someone says, what is this Agile thing all about? Look for my video on what is Agile. It's about a 5-minute video. But the bottom line is Agile is a mindset. Agile is a mindset that is exercised through a number of practices. But at the base, the mindset has to be straight, has to be right. And that's the reason why we're Agile. So it's not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It's the one most adaptable to change. And that's why we should be Agile, so that we can pivot according to conditions, enterprise environmental factors, we call them, marketplace conditions, whatever that might be. Agile gives you what I call bounce back ability, the ability to bounce back in response to the ever-changing world around you, the ever-changing business environment. You see, it's a mindset. It's a mindset that welcomes change, even late in development. So we embrace Agile in order to adapt, in order to add the most value we could to our companies, to our clients, to ourselves at any point. That's why we're Agile. In this survey from PMI, organizations with high agility were surveyed, and those with low agility were surveyed. And what they found from this survey, it reads, organizations with high agility report more of their projects within each approach, successfully meet original goals and business intent, and they outperform organizations with low agility. So let's zoom in really quick to this. If you zoom in here, you see organizations with low agility and organizations with high agility. You see the most common approaches, Agile, predictive, and hybrid talked about. Well, this shows you that in those organizations that were highly agile, right, they realized that 71% of their predictive projects were successful, compared to organizations with low agility, where only 45% of their projects were successful. So think about that. We're talking apples to apples here, predictive project to predictive project. But we're talking about low agility organizations versus high agility organizations. What does this tell you? It tells you that organizations that are highly agile, even though they are practicing predictive project management, they are more successful. Think about that for a second. The numbers don't lie. Then think about it. Those companies with high agility, 68% of their projects more successful compared to those with low agility, where 41% of their projects were successful. So let's zoom in on what exactly this is saying. And let me annotate this for you so that you zoom in on the right information. High agility organizations using predictive, 71% of their projects successful versus low agility organizations. That should be a signal to you that whether you're predictive or whether you're agile, agility in the mindset will help you. Whether you are predictive in your delivery or agile in your delivery, agility helps. That's what we can see. High agility organizations outperform low agility organizations, whether you're doing predictive. See that? That's a 26% differential. Whether you're doing hybrid, that's a 21% differential. Or whether you're doing development that is of an agile nature. You see, the delivery approach is different from the overarching mindset. That's why I keep saying agile is a mindset. You can have an organization doing predictive stuff, but the mindset is an agile one. It's one that will pivot. It's one that will welcome changes even late in development. See? So if you look at the numbers don't lie. Look at those differentials. See that? Those doing agile, 41% versus 68. So it's not about saying you're doing agile. It's about truly being a high agility organization. And guess what is the catalyst for high agility? Guess who is the catalyst for high agility? It's you. It's me. It's us, the practitioners of agile. So the more agile certified practitioners, the P is for practitioner, by the way, the more ACPs we have who truly imbibe the mindset of agile while being a practitioner, the better. And that's what gives us the high agility organizations. And hybrid, those organizations using a hybrid approach, you can see the number of successes are even higher because you become a chameleon. A true chameleon can change along this spectrum. A true agile certified practitioner who also understands the world of predictive is able to truly be that chameleon with an agile mindset and one of adaptability. That's the key thing. So it just shows you in here, it's the percentage of projects meeting original goals and business intents. When we say success, that's really what was used here. All right. So we can glean that being agile makes sense. 75% of organizations with high agility report a minimum of 5% year-over-year revenue growth last year compared to only 29% of organizations with low agility. Think about that. 5% year-over-year revenue growth. Think about that. You're making 100 million, you make 5 million extra the next year. The year after that, it's 5% of the 105 and growth like that. But we see that in 75% of high agility organizations versus only 29% of low agility. All of these facts shared by the PMI are to underscore the importance of being agile, high agility. And agility starts with thinking. It's a mindset, first and foremost. So going into the ACP exam proper, my friends, we have 7 domains. The first domain is all about agile principles and mindset, exploring, embracing, and applying agile. And the folks who put this together, they understood that the mindset was key. The second one is value-driven delivery, looking for ways to deliver value, having the early and often feedback, having stakeholders provide feedback on increments. Then we talk about stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement is all about engaging current and future interested parties, building trust, promoting participation, understanding the soft stuff. The next one is team performance. As you can see here, out of the first 4, 3 of them are very soft skills heavy, very mindset heavy. The next one is about adaptive planning. produce and maintain an evolving plan from initiation to closure. And when we say plan, we're talking about a product backlog, a product goal, a sprint backlog, a sprint goal. All of those things work hand in hand with the roadmap, the vision, and it helps you get to the desired outcome. So adaptive planning is at the bedrock of Agile. Then we talk about the inspect, adapt mindset in problem detection and resolution, understanding that retrospectives should happen, understanding that these help us take action. That's the difference between predictive and Agile when it comes to this lessons learned thing. A lot of people say, oh, that one, we do that in the world of predictive. We do lessons learned. You call it retrospective. We call it lesson learned. No. There's a big difference. A retrospective is an Agile Vegas ceremony. You know what I mean by Agile Vegas? Whatever happens in the retrospective stays in the retrospective. Whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. You get the idea? So we are being very guarded in what kind of information makes its way out of the retrospective. It has to be information that the team members have agreed on and are willing to share, not putting people in bad light, right? So there's a difference between compiling a list of what went well, what didn't go so well. But you know the difference in the world of Agile? It's what are we going to do about it next time, in the next sprint? How are we going to improve? Let's set some SMART goals for these opportunities of improvement. You see the positive language? No one's taking the blame. It's the team that's owning the opportunity. It's a different mindset. To round up, we have continuous improvement as our final domain. And continuous improvement is about continuously improving the quality, effectiveness, and value of the product, the processes, and the team. And here is a breakdown of the exam. Those domains I went through with you just now, that's the breakdown. 16, 20, 17, 16, 12, 10, 9. Kind of an even breakdown, the biggest area being value delivery, because value is important. Want to make sure that we're doing the right stuff, because some people working on the right projects with the wrong mindset, some people working on the wrong project with the wrong mindset, wrong project with right mindset. So value is important, both at the story level, at the project level, even at the program and portfolio level. You want to make sure you're doing the right projects in the first place. All right. So there's the breakdown of what we're going to be covering, my friends. The very first domain is Agile principles and mindset. So let's jump into this. My buddy Roy's ready to go. Let's go. And if you haven't signed up for this program, again, the website you need to go to is agileaficionado.com. You still got a few more hours to join. We look forward to seeing you. All the best. Hello, my friends. Today we are going to talk about delays in your goal. For many of you who are listening, you are still on that journey, the journey to getting PMP certified. But what is standing between you and your goal is one thing. And it's the second guessing syndrome. A lot of people suffering from SGS. What do I mean by that? There are many things they second guess themselves about. The first one is predictive project management. When I tell folks predictive is not as big on the exam, they second guess and they begin asking, are you really sure, Phil, that this isn't going to be a showstopper for me? I need to read the entire 6th edition 5 times. Look, if the PMBOK 6 is what is standing between you and the exam, there's a simple antidote for this. Read it once if you're so inclined, but please move on. Now, I have to be honest with you. In the past, I would say read the entire 6th edition. Now, I would say as a practitioner, it's your responsibility to, but you don't have to do it for the exam. Instead, I have presented to you on this channel the 1-minute summaries. These 1-minute summaries help you understand the language in all the knowledge areas. I've done the heavy lifting for you. The 1-minute summaries for the knowledge areas. Just search for Praizion 1-minute summaries. Each summary, I guarantee you, is under 5 minutes. This is meant to give you the lingo to understand the questions. In addition to the 1-minute summaries, I've also given you a series of videos that you can find called PMBOK Plain. All right? In addition to PMBOK Plain, I have also given you Phil's cheat sheet for the 49 processes. My friends, this, and this are major things that can help you. I'm going to put a link below so there's no excuse. Are you listening, my friends? What I'm telling you here is meant to help you stop spinning your wheels and second guessing yourself, saying, I need to read the PMBOK guide one more time. Don't be ridiculous. Take it from me. Take it from me, the guy who told you 3 years ago, you have to read it. No, because PMI have the 7th edition that's out. They have the 6th edition that's still spinning in orbit, and they have the Agile Practice Guide. How many of these things are we going to read? Let's not make it complicated. Let's not make it complicated. PMBOK 6 is great, but you don't need to go crazy reading all those 756 pages. Now, pay close attention. The next thing I'm going to ask you to do, if you insist on taking it for a test run again, read from pages 555 forward and stop at 635, right? PMBOK 6. Because it's a major problem. And I see a lot of the courses that exist today, they are based still on the 6th. Now, while I'm a fan of the 6th, for your exam, going through tons and tons of hours of videos on the 6th is dumb. Do you know what you should focus on? Focus on Agile. First, get Agile down pat. Understand what it is. Don't tell me it's a framework. Don't tell me it's a methodology. That's dumb. Where did you get that from? You went for a crummy course and they told you Agile is a framework or a methodology? Seriously? Why are you even in that course? That's garbage. Agile is a mindset. And it's that mindset, individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working product over comprehensive documentation, responding to change over following a plan and so on, and the principles. That's what's going to help you on the exam, not obsessing over PMBOK 6. That's just one of the problems of people second guessing themselves. Oh, it's PMBOK 6. All right. The next thing I want to address in this SGS syndrome is it's not enough. This is one of the children of the SGS syndrome. Second guessing yourself. It's not enough. I need to give Jeff Bezos more money. I need to go to Amazon and buy more books. I need to take more random free tests on the internet. Seriously? After all I've told you in this channel, on this channel, stay the course. Don't have the shiny object syndrome.
There's so many possibilities as you're studying, but stick to one. Stick to one. Because if you don't stick to one, you get confused. You get confused and you end up not moving because you move forward, then you go all the way back to the beginning. You're doing too many things. Some of you have, like I was reading a blog very recently on this individual who took almost every course known to man. Thank goodness, didn't take mine because I would have straightened him out. Took almost every course known to man, read every book for PMP known to man. Why? No wonder you spent months on end deciding whether you were ready or not. Look, stick to one. Stick to one guru. Stick to one guru. If that individual is not available to you, then you've got no business being in that course. Because the PMP exam needs a lot of engagement. It needs a lot of hand-holding. You need someone who can be there on the regular to answer questions for you and set you up for success. If you're not in a course like that, then I feel sorry for you. What are you doing? You need to be in a course with like-minded individuals, with an instructor, with a coach, because it's really more of a coach that will get you there. Not just someone who trains you, but someone who motivates you when you're feeling low, just like I'm doing right now. So if you are engaged in listening to watching my videos and getting involved in my channel, that's great. I don't have to be your guru, but what I'm imploring you to do is to stick to one. Stop having shiny object syndrome, buying every book in Jeff Bezos' online Amazon store. You're just wasting your money and your time. Okay? So, your takeaway for today, my friends, is stop obsessing over PMBOK 6. Stop it, quick. Stop it. PMBOK 6 is the least of your worries on this new exam. A lot of our students tell me when they come out that the exam, in terms of being hybridized, was anywhere from 65 to 90. I hear this almost 90% of the time. I have a few outliers who say it's a 50-50. And that's like 2 out of 100 students would say it's a 50-50. Majority of the students tell me it's this. A few tell me it was a 95% must have been Agile. That should be enough to tell you to stop obsessing over PMBOK 6 and focus on Agile, okay? Focus on Agile. And the last part of the story is stop lying to yourself that you've not done enough. Of course, you should take a number of quizzes, but stop bouncing around taking the crazy free quizzes online. Do you know that a lot of those quizzes are based on PMBOK 6 old stuff that obsess over ITTOs? Now, I'm not saying PMBOK 6 isn't relevant, but the exam has changed. It's not based on tools, techniques, inputs, outputs, ITTOs. No. Understand, like I said in the beginning, broken record mode now. That's what happens when I get riled up. Stick to the 1-minute summaries and PMBOK plain. If you really must, get help, go on down to the website that I'm going to put here. HPM exam.com. Someone says, Phil, is this another exam you want me to take? No. The PMP is really an HPM test, a hybrid project management test. HPMexam.com is where you can get a half-day fix for this final lap. It's a final lap. So HPMexam.com gives you the opportunity to sit in a half-day boot camp. I will boot you into shape. If you're still thinking, I'm not ready, I'm scared, you need to be in our boot camp. If you still feel, in all honesty, I think there's stuff that I haven't closed the gap on. Hey, HPMexam.com. Because what I'm going to do is give you a 575-page book that will help you focus, laser focus, on whichever one of the 35 areas PMI recommends, where you feel weak. It's based on the PMP exam content outline. This will cut out the crud
Get to the heart of your weakness or your concern. You know, the other cool thing, you got the opportunity of taking a mock exam that will find your gaps and help you. But you got to go to hpmexam.com and sign up now. Okay. And stop this foolishness. I need another 2 months. No, you don't. You just need to focus and stop taking those goofy mock exams out there. I see a lot of people saying, oh, here are my scores. You know, the way they do this thing is so ridiculous. Here are my scores. I got a 65 and I got a 75 and I got a 23 and I got a 20. Am I ready? Am I ready? Am I ready? There is no exam like the real PMP exam. You could have gotten a 3, a 5, a 20, a 60. It makes no difference. The real exam is not like any exam you've seen. We've heard so many students say this time and time again. Yes, it's close to some, but you using this as a basis and saying, oh, then I'm definitely not ready, you're a joker. Do you know there are people who get 45s on our mock exam because it's very, very high standard? We've had students that got 45s and 35s on our mock. Those same students can't even remember when they took the PMP exam and killed it. They're certified. You get what I'm saying? So you spinning your wheels and saying, well, I'm still in the low 60s on this one. Don't be ridiculous. Take it from me. If you really want to know how ready you are, you need to be on hpmexam.com. Enough said, my friends. I hope this inspires you to get off that rocking horse going backwards and forwards. You're on that rocking horse. You a lot of momentum, a lot of energy, but you're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. You're just going backwards and forwards in the same spot, using all your energy. When what you really need to do is boss up and say, okay, I need to focus on Agile more than anything else. I need to understand the manifesto, the values, the principles, PMIs, delivery, principles for project management. That's what you need to be doing. Enough said. Getting off my soapbox. See you, hpmexam.com. All the very best, my friends. Bye for now. When I first of all started learning Agile, there were a lot of misconceptions that I had. I was actually confused about the difference between Agile and Scrum. I really wasn't able to laser focus and understand what exactly it was and best practices and how to tailor the implementation of this whole Agile mindset. I was unable to clearly delineate fact from fiction. And I know many others, like me, may be struggling with that. So today, we're going to be taking a look at 10 common misconceptions in the world of Agile. Let's take them down one by one. Number one, thinking Agile is a methodology or framework. Agile is not a methodology, and it's not a framework. Rather, Agile is a mindset, and the best place to get started to understand what exactly I mean by saying it's a mindset is none other than the website known as agilemanifesto.org. So let's go to agilemanifesto.org, and I'm going to show you really quick what exactly Agile is, taking a look at the values and the principles in the manifesto. So in the Agile Manifesto for software development, by the way, software can be replaced with products because a lot of companies use Agile these days, not just software anymore. So it reads, we are uncovering better ways of developing software by doing it and helping others do it. Through this work, we have come to value individuals and interactions over processes and tools. In other words, value people more than processes and tools. Working software
over comprehensive documentation, but I would like to replace that word software to make it more robust and more applicable to a number of industries. Let's take out the word software and let's replace that word with the word product. So we're going to think of this as being working product over comprehensive documentation. In other words, we value a working deliverable, a working item over lots of documentation without a working product. A working product comes first. Now, I want you to take note, it's not saying instead of, it said over. So individuals and interactions over processes and tools, we value that. We value working product. We value customer collaboration over contract negotiation. And we value being able to respond to change over following a plan. Just take a look at the likes of Blockbuster. Take a look at the likes of Kodak, Toys R Us, TM Lewin. It's an endless list of individuals and companies that will tell you they value being able to respond to change. This crazy pandemic, being able to respond to the marketplace conditions and things such as that. We value that over following a plan. That's really what that value is saying. So Agile is this mindset, my friends. It's this mindset. If you scroll down and you click on 12 principles, you can read through the 12 principles, and I've covered them quite a lot on this channel. But let's focus on number one. Our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable, again, replace the word software with product. So when you boil it down, the mindset is one of customer focus. It's one of customer, I call it hyper focus. Because a lot of times when you're in the world of traditional or predictive and you hear some of these vendors or contractors talking about change orders and jubilating, oh, that's another one. That's that boat I was waiting to get. That change order is going to help me. Instead of focusing on the customer and collaborating to minimize cost, in some instances, there's a bad mindset of wanting to make change as difficult as possible. But that shouldn't be our mindset. You see what I'm saying? Mindset. Agile is a mindset. All right, let's jump back into it really quickly. The next one says, Agile Puritan mindset. Agile must be used alone. Someone says only Agile should be used. It cannot be mixed with anything else. Don't blend Agile thinking with anything else. It won't work. That's a myopic mindset. That's a myopic view. Agile can be used with predictive methods. Agile can be used with predictive ideas. However, we should do it smartly. We should tailor, we should combine, and in cases where we shouldn't, we should also be able to identify, oh, this is going to be purely predictive, or this is going to be purely agile. But agile should not necessarily always be used alone. Some people think it's either agile or nothing, and that's a bad mindset. That is not being agile in and of itself, because agile is about being able to adapt as necessary. Number 3, some folks think using a daily Scrum as a practice means you're being agile. That is a misconception. You could have a daily Scrum and you could have a bad mindset, one of coercion, one of beating the team over the head, one of carrot and sticks, one of draconian rule. So just because you are naming some of your practices with agile names does not mean you are being agile. Some people are doing things in name only that sound agile, but they're not truly agile in their mindset. We don't want to be like that. Number 4, the Scrum Master is like a project manager. I've heard this over and over again. People thinking, oh, Scrum, when I get into it, I'm a project manager. I'll just switch. I just call myself a Scrum Master and off I go. No. Actually, in the world of Scrum, in particular as a framework, there is no role called project manager, and it's for a reason. The Scrum Master is not like a project manager. The Scrum Master could be likened to a servant leader, someone who serves the team, someone who asks the question, how can I help you to remove these obstacles or these impediments or these roadblocks? So the Scrum Master is that individual who coaches the team to excellence in Scrum practices to do it well. Is that person who is a diversion shield for when there are distractions, someone who is a roadblock remover. That's the Scrum Master. Someone who is whatever the team needs. Could be the team's shrink. If they're going crazy and need to vent, that's okay. Scrum Master is there. Vent to the Scrum Master. If the Scrum Master needs to be the pizza boy or girl, then so be it. They will go out and get that pizza for the team, feed the team, help the team, nurture the team, and create that environment in which the team can function to the best of their ability. That's what the Scrum Master is. So when we think about Scrum Master, it's important that we don't confuse this with a project manager. A project manager is a central figure. There's centralized leadership and centralized decision-making around the project manager. The Scrum Master, not so much. Instead, we like a dispersed approach, decentralized decision-making, decentralized leadership. Number 5, another huge misconception is thinking of scaling into a big team of 10, 12, 20, 30. Well, since it works so well, let's just make it as big as ever. And that is a misconception, because the first thing we want to do if we want to maximize our efforts is to descale. Could we descale, bring down the scope, reduce it, spread it out? That needs to be one line of thinking. A second line of thinking could be thinking about scaling using multiple teams, one backlog. Multiple teams, one backlog. Difference between multiple teams, one backlog versus multiple backlogs, one team. That's going to make the team crazy. Now, if you have multiple teams, there are rules and guidelines and ideas to follow. And the simplest of them is a scrum of scrums, where a representative of each team meets at higher levels and higher levels to reduce the number of meetings. So look at scrum of scrums, especially if you have documentation such as the Agile Practice Guide. The Agile Alliance partnered with the PMI to write it. There's a good definition of the scrum of scrums in there. Recommend reading it. But a lot of times people find themselves scaling into a huge team, and then it no longer is agile. It becomes chaos. Number 6, there's a misconception that you don't do any documentation in Agile, and that's a big, fat lie. Nothing is further from the truth. In the world of Agile, documentation is one of the things that we require on some projects, especially when it's necessary. There's something we call the definition of done. And for many teams, the definition of done includes sufficient documentation. Now, note the word sufficient. We're not going overboard with documentation for being busy. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about just barely enough. What is just required, but not going overboard. There's a difference. So when someone says you don't do documentation in Agile, that's a big lie. Number 7, Scrum and Agile are the same thing. Scrum is a framework that is lightweight and used to solve complex problems with an Agile mindset. Agile is the mindset that enables great Scrum practice. They are not the same thing. I just showed you the Agile Manifesto. Scrum is a framework, and the Scrum framework is based on the configuration of 3, 5, 3. There are 3 roles. There are 5 ceremonies that are formally recognized. There is one that is an informal ceremony. And there are 3 artifacts. So Before going any further, since we have mentioned it quite a bit today, let's take a look at what exactly Scrum is. The 3-5-3 configuration. So the three roles are the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the team. The three artifacts are the product backlog, the sprint backlog, and the increment. Some people refer to it as the potentially shippable increment. And the 5 ceremonies are sprint planning, the sprint itself, daily scrum, the sprint review, and the sprint retrospective. Now let's put a picture around what we have discussed so far. It starts off with the customer knowing that they need something. The customer has a mouthpiece known as the product owner. And the product owner works on putting all that the customers want into a product backlog. Now, wants and needs are different. Just because it's in the backlog doesn't mean it is required. So there's a difference. So we use the concept of user stories to create the product backlog. The product owner meets with the team and they meet in a ceremony known as sprint planning. Sprint planning is where the sprint backlog, which is a subsection of the product backlog, gets put together. The team decides what they're going to do within the sprint. The sprint, in the world of Scrum, we look at it as an iteration of not more than 4 weeks. There's a daily Scrum, and I've talked about the daily Scrum already. The daily Scrum helps move the team forward. It is not a status meeting. It's a planning meeting. It's a meeting where we advance. It's a meeting where we identify problems. And outside of the daily Scrum, those meetings help us solve the problems. Outside of the daily Scrum, we could have smaller meetings. In the middle of the sprint, there will be backlog refinement to prime the backlog, to better understand the requests, and to get them to what we call a ready state. The increment at the end of the sprint will be derived. We will have a sprint review ceremony where we obtain feedback from the customer about the increment. We also work with the customer to identify if additional user stories are generated, could be used, could be put into the product backlog. But more than anything else, we want feedback. This is a good time to build trust with the stakeholders. Ultimately, we will have a retrospective, and it's very different from our lessons learned in that in a retrospective, we look for 1 or 2 items, and those items are items of improvement. We make them SMART goals, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-framed, and we endeavor to do these things in the next sprint if possible. It's not a must, but it's good practice. And this is a difference between a lessons learned and a retrospective. A lessons learned, you could go away without any actions for whatever next cycle you're working on. But in the retrospective, we look to improve. So we have these items, they're put back into the sprint backlog for the next sprint, and we improve. So Scrum versus Agile, you've seen. Agile is the mindset, the Agile manifesto I showed you in the beginning. Scrum is the framework I just showed you. Number 8, comparing Agile to Waterfall and dismissing it entirely. Some folks compare Agile to Waterfall as if it's apples to apples. No, it's not. Waterfall, if you wanted to call it Waterfall software development, yes, it has its place. Predictive project management has its place where we're dealing with enormous risk, potential loss of life, catastrophic outcomes if we do things the wrong way. Agile is not used for projects like that. So it makes sense to understand that predictive project management coupled with as many good Agile practices baked in makes sense. So comparing Agile to Waterfall and saying, well, forget about Waterfall, forget about predictive project management, it's hopeless. That is a myopic mindset. And again, that is not being Agile in and of itself, because Agile always looks for the best mousetrap, best suited for the work. So a hybrid model could be the best. Think about that. Number 9, there's no planning in Agile. I cannot count how many times people have said that. Oh, those Agile people, they're just cowboys. cruising down the freeway, doing nothing, doing ad hoc random work. Again, nothing is further from the truth. You see, in the world of Agile, we actually plan a whole lot more than many folks do in the world of predictive, believe it or not. And I'm going to show you very quickly the different layers at which we plan. So real super quick here, we plan at the strategy level. We get an overarching strategy. We plan at the portfolio level and at the product level and at the release level. Think about that for a second. We have visioning, chartering, product roadmaps, release plans. We plan down to the iteration level and iteration plan. And not just that, the daily Scrum is a planning event. We plan down to the day. So anyone saying, oh, in the world of Agile, there's cowboys, they don't plan, that's a big fat lie. Number 10, using velocity to judge and penalize a team. That is a cardinal sin in the world of Agile. Don't punish the team. Don't use velocity to be a draconian leader or ruler. Oh my goodness, that one definitely got me. Don't penalize the team, period. Secondly, definitely don't use velocity as a yardstick to compare Team A and Team B. That is a huge no-no. Now, there's reasons why velocity fluctuates. It could be capacity issues. It could be you're dealing with a copious flow of work. Maybe Scrum is not the thing for you. Maybe it's Kanban. Maybe it's DevOps. But using velocity for any reason to penalize a team is a cardinal sin. Don't do it. Instead, look to solve problems. Believe you hired adults and work with the team to help them solve their own problems. And then you get better ownership and better results. Research has shown that the most lasting results, it comes from self-organizing teams. The best architectures, requirements, and designs comes from a self-organizing team. So don't judge the team using velocity. Instead, take a look at history, use empirical data, and let them solve their own problems. Number 11, this is a huge, huge problem in many companies. Indiscriminately large, lumbering scaling techniques. I call them wolf in sheep's clothing scaling techniques, because even though it's called an agile scaling technique, you take a look under the hood and you see a nightmare of various potpourri pieces of confusion threaded together under the auspices of being agile. And nothing is further from the truth. My advice to you is first try to descale and use simple approaches at first, like a scrum of scrums. I would also advise you to do this. I know a lot of folks think Ken and Jeff have done their bit and they should move out of the way. And that's a bad mindset. What am I talking about? The co-creators of Scrum. They both have different takes on scaling. And I would advise that you study what they have had to say about scaling. I'm not asking you to go take any certifications of theirs. I am not affiliated with any of the organizations, but common sense suggests if you want to scale what someone produced, find out their take on it. So I encourage you to take a look at Scrum Inc., take a look at scrum.org, and on the side of scrum.org, take a look at the Nexus guide. Actually, look for my video. I'm going to endeavor to put it in the comments below. Look for my video where I cover the Nexus guide, because Ken's company has a certification called the SPS, Scale Professional Scrum, that's based on the Nexus guide. I would highly advise you to read it and understand that it doesn't have to be complex and crazy to scale Scrum. It doesn't have to be. All right. So take a look at that, read it, do some studying, and understand I definitely do not want you to fall into this trap of indiscriminately large, lumbering, blumbering scaling techniques that shouldn't even be called agile. They should be called something else. If you've been around long enough, you know what I'm talking about. Don't fall into the trap of indiscriminate scaling. Using these wolf in sheep's clothing techniques. Finally, agile in name only. There's some companies who say, oh, I see what agile is. It's just the same thing we do. We'll call our lessons learned a retrospective. We'll call our status meeting a daily Scrum. We'll call our Gantt chart a roadmap. No, but it will amaze you that there are some organizations that do that. They are agile in name only. It's a huge mistake. To be agile, you need to think agile. All right. I hope you enjoyed this. Let me know your comments. What other major errors have you seen in people's or companies, entire companies' approach to agile? I'd really like to know. If you can share with me in the chat, I'll really appreciate it. You take care and talk to you soon. All right, it is the 14th of March. We're here with our awesome students. So this is a reminder of what we talked about in the very beginning. The Stacy model is the bomb. It's the most important thing when you're coming newly into Agile to understand why Agile. And it's simple, right? You can either be in a simple zone working on predictive stuff that you can plan out to the max, or you could find yourself going a little bit more complicated, but still being able to use predictive methods until you hit full-on complex and eventually full-on anarchy, maybe on some projects. And that's where you need Agile. Agile is going to work best where you need to experiment and do things in iteration. So we've established that. Last time we met, we also talked about this framework, which I called the process group pentagon. It's really PMI's 5 process groups, 10 knowledge areas, but I just dressed it up and called it the process group pentagon. We talked about that. Now, regarding Agile, there's a question I always ask people. I'm like, what is Agile? And the right answer to it, I'm going to type it on the screen so that everyone remembers what Agile is. Agile is not a set of processes or tools, but there's one thing that you need before you use these tools that can help you in the world of Agile. The thing you need the most, and that is really what Agile is, it is a mindset. First and foremost, it's a mindset. If anyone says, what is Agile? Tell them it's a state of mind. It's a state of mind of the following things. Agility. Everyone has a plan until they're punched in the mouth. Then what good is your plan? Useless. And that's a quote from Mike Tyson. Agility is a mindset. You must have the mindset, I'm going to adapt. I'm going to evolve. I'm going to move. I'm going to pivot. As soon as I see the need to, I will pivot. As soon as I see the need to, I will move. Another thing about Agile, what it is customer focused, like hyper focused on your customer's competitive advantage. These are the hallmarks of Agile. Okay, so are there tools and techniques and methods that people could use like Jira or Confluence? Or are there frameworks like Scrum or Kanban or methods? Yes, there are, but that is not what Agile is primarily. Primarily, it is a mindset. So we need to have that in the back of our mind. When we understand it's a mindset and we're able to embrace the values, individuals and interactions, most important. That's value number 1, the humans. And you look at the principles, the very first principle is a human-related principle. And it simply states our highest priority is to satisfy the customer. That's it. So going into your exam, you're going to be obsessed with customer satisfaction, adding value to the customer. helping the customer get to their optimum. Whatever that change that the customer is asking for, you're going to be laser focused on giving your customer value. Agile is also about adapting as an individual, not just as a company. So responding to change. When you take a look at the iron triangle, remember, in the world of Agile, we flip the iron triangle on its head and scope becomes flexible. We also talked about how in the world of Agile, we rely more on pulling work to ourselves than pushing work on people. We also talked about the fact that in Agile, we plan at various levels: strategy level, portfolio level, product level, release level, iteration level, and all the way down to the daily Scrum, right? The day level, we're planning all throughout. Last time we met, we jumped into the world of Scrum and we began talking about what Scrum is. It's a lightweight, easy to understand framework. So you take that framework and you keep the framework intact, but you can add things to it. So when you're practicing Scrum, the idea is for you to use it in its entirety. Don't throw things out. Don't say, oh, that role, forget that. No, don't do that. Use it in its entirety. You're going to learn the purity of Scrum and you're going to get better and better. And when the time comes, you're going to be able to tailor it accordingly. But don't begin tailoring it today. Scrum is just one of the many frameworks in the world of Agile. First of all, Agile is a mindset. We have the principles and the values, and then we have ways that we can interpret what we know in the world of the manifesto to make it more pragmatic. So here's a little pie chart. When we put this together, Scrum was the leader. It's still the leader. You can see the big part of the pie is Scrum. Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach, author of the book, Getting Rich in Project Management. Today, we're going to be talking about a salary increase pitch and the performance review. I'm quite qualified to talk about this because I've worked for scores of organizations. And one thing I know about salary increases is if you have the right mindset going in, it sets the stage for everything else. So let's talk about number one. The very first thing that you want to have going into any such discussion is the right posture. And what I mean by the right posture is coming in with an attitude of gratitude as opposed to an attitude of, it's my right, I deserve it, give me more money. You want to come in with an attitude of, thank you very much for the opportunity. I've really enjoyed working here. And you really have to get into that mindset of being grateful for the opportunity, because if they didn't give it to you, you would never be in that company. So that's number one. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the collaboration. Thank you for helping me grow. Thank you for the leadership. Someone says, Phil, what if they never did any of that? Well, find something good so that you get into that right mindset and posture and affirm the value that they have added to you. Okay. Let's talk about the essence of a performance management review. The essence of a performance review is to use it as a communication tool that helps you know exactly where you stand as an individual. It's actually for your own good. Some people don't like performance reviews because they feel it's an opportunity for the boss to ding them on the head. No, that's a bad mindset. So you want to go in the right posture. You're going to go in thinking, this is for my own good. This is to improve my performance. This is to help me grow. This is to help the organization grow. This is where I too could also give back in terms of my feedback to my management. And of course, it could be used to assess salary increases and promotion. But let's talk about money. Money is big. It's the number one thing, right? The good book says money answereth all things. So rule number one, in order to ask for more money, you must show value delivered and justify why you deserve an increase.
You are not going to get anything extra if you cannot show value that you delivered and goals that you met. You also want to stress how you have lightened the firm's burden or how you have lightened the leader's load. Have you added value to your boss? Have you added value to your team? How have you added value to your department? And how have you increased your team's chances of success? Which predetermined goals have you accomplished? Because in the very beginning, the right way to do it is to have the goals set up first, and then in the performance review, for you to highlight which of those goals you met and how. So you've got to present a solid record of accomplishments to negotiate. If you cannot present a compelling body of evidence that you have met goals and you have added value, the likelihood is you are probably not going to go very far in asking for more money. If anything, they might just give you a customary increase as they do in some firms. You also want to have documented proof, such as complimentary letters or emails that show people's appreciation for you and what you have done. Other forms of recognition from customers, coworkers, supervisors could be other assets that show gratitude for whatever you've done. Keep your tone positive. Don't get into combat mode where money is concerned. It's never good. Always have in your mind the best alternative to whatever you're thinking. So if you're thinking about an increase of 10,000, have in the back of your mind, well, what if I don't get 10,000? What would be the next best alternative in this discussion? Also, make sure you don't leave any benefits or chips on the table. Sometimes you could negotiate for other things in a performance review. It doesn't always have to be money, but it could also be benefits. Now, as you go into the performance review and you're asking for more money or you're presenting your case, you want to go armed with these things. You want to go in with your opportunities maximized in full view. And this is a humble way of saying, these are the good things I've done. These are the home runs I've made. So you want to analyze whatever bottlenecks are in your firm. Think about that. Did you analyze any bottlenecks? Because you're employed to solve problems, and whether you are an admin, whether you're a project manager, whether you work in food service in a McDonald's or a Burger King, the question is, did you solve problems? So in this example, I have analyzed admission bottlenecks with a team and reduced cycle time by 20% from 30 days down to 24 days in this example. So you want to be specific with the examples you're given. Another one could be defined roles for a collection of responsibilities and created a job description or a collection of job descriptions. So in this example that I crafted here is really someone who looked at a bunch of responsibilities that were not under a specific job description and created a job description for all of these responsibilities such that if someone was employed, they could just take it and run with it. It wasn't there in the past. Increased the net promoter score by 3 points. Built social media presence from 105 followers to 25,700. Things like that. You want to be very specific and measurable with your data. Successfully completed all 3 projects assigned to me. Or participated in the development of a new PMO, created 35 templates, currently being used on 2,000 projects. Numbers matter. The more numbers of relevance you have, the more influence you'll have in that room. So the performance review meeting, your conduct in that meeting needs to be one of dialogue. You see in the picture, the lady is smiling as she's talking. Have that in the back of your mind. It's not a quarrel. It's not an argument. You're not being put into the tribunal. No, that's not it. Have in the back of your mind, this is for my good. This is for the company's good. This is for my boss's good. Everyone is an ally. That needs to be your mindset going in, all right? So be specific, like I just showed you, plenty of examples. Focus on the issues, not the person, right? So you're going in, focus on issues, problems you resolve, not people, right? Close on a positive tone. Make arrangements for follow-up with next steps, whatever that may look like in your own world. But I would say practice, practice, practice. You have to make a very compelling presentation for you to come away with more money, but it's really doable. You could also go in with evidence of salaries based on whatever you have accomplished. For example, if you are
a program management professional, or you're a project management professional, or you're a certified Scrum Master, how much do those people typically make? Or if you're an admin, right? If you're an executive admin, if you are a secretary to the principal, what do those roles typically earn? That needs to be part of your research, and you need to go in ready to show proof of that. If you could print out a page or two, that will be good. Also, going into these meetings, you want to go in with documentation of the original goals. So what were your goals in the very beginning, right? Right from the beginning of the year, what were your goals? The goals are typically framed around being better with people, like human relationships, stakeholders and team, or it could be process related, getting better in the processes, doing better in processes, improved results, volume of work, production increase, things I just showed you, or business, better business results, increased markets, better market visibility. Maybe you've been able to penetrate certain markets as a result of your great work. What about personal, your personal accomplishments? If there were certification goals, or maybe they weren't even goals, maybe they're just great things you did along the way, but you always have to anchor it back to how did it add value to the organization? Personal goals, self-improvement, other metered goals. So this is going almost in reverse, but goal setting should have come first. Goal setting is step one. So what were your original goals? Were they smart? Were they specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-framed? Were they really clear in the very beginning? If yes, then there's a greater likelihood of you presenting a compelling case. If you didn't have SMART goals, well, this is an opportunity for you to craft your goals. So one of the things you should do is meet quarterly or even monthly with whoever might end up reviewing your case, right, in this performance review, and craft your goals. If you need to steer them in a different direction, maybe 2-3 months before your next review, then do that. And if you have quarterly reviews, use the opportunity to adjust, right? Inspect and adapt. That's kind of like what we say in Agile. Inspect the goals. Are they still relevant? Adapt. And of course, you're going to do this in collaboration with whoever you report to. There are basic competencies that people look for in these reviews. Knowledge. Have you increased your knowledge on the job? What about leadership skills? Have you demonstrated leadership? Have you taken on certain accountabilities and responsibilities? Have you solved problems? What about your stakeholder relationships, your team members, customers? Do you have good rapport? Has that increased or has it diminished? What about communication? Are you the role model for communication in the firm across departments, or is it always drama where you're concerned? You know, organizational values. So organizational values, like Amazon has 16 leadership principles. Maybe your firm has leadership principles or values. If someone looks at you, can they say you truly uphold all of those values, like the Amazon values? These are some of the things you need to be thinking about. Now, I'm guessing in your organization, they may have a template. They may have a breakdown of how you're going to be assessed. If you don't have that, you could use this as a guideline, as a baseline for whatever you need to do. So here you can see right at the top, we have 5 categories: exceeds expectations, meets expectations, needs improvement, does not meet expectations, and not applicable. So the question is, regarding all of those categories, whatever the categories might be, as you can see here, we've got integrity, leadership, diversity, caring, civility, excellence, hope. So in terms of all of these, how do you rate? How would you rank yourself? But it doesn't have to be this alone. It could be this, or it could be something else. It could be some other measure, like I showed you on the previous slide: knowledge, leadership, problem solving, stakeholder relationship, communication, organizational values, and things like that. But the bottom line is, most organizations, they want you to fill something like this in: community building. Then you have supervisor comments. You have your comments, and that's pretty much how it goes. The goal of employee evaluation forms is to organize feedback before a performance review, document your strengths, weaknesses, and areas of opportunity, create a roadmap for employee success. And something else you can include here in these forms: basic information, an easy to understand, consistent rating system, like I showed you, 1 to 5, 5 being the best, or however it is in your firm. You also want things to be very clear, SMART goals,
objective language, additional comments if necessary. And don't forget the rating scale. Like I said, it could be a scale of 1 to 5, whatever is used in your firm. Your supervisor, of course, should be monitoring your performance if it's been done right. But a lot of times, to be quite honest, they don't. They just show up every year. It's one day, and every year they show up and then they begin reviewing. It's not the best. It should, in my mind, this is something that should be done either monthly or at worst quarterly. Monthly may not be a big old dog and pony show review, but quarterly could be spending a little bit more time looking at those goals, making sure they're in place. Maybe a 15-minute meeting will do it. And then yearly should be the grand finale to take a look at all those milestones. And the goal is for you to steer your way as you move through the year. The employee should manage their own performance to achieve goals, and they should communicate with the supervisor any circumstances that may affect goal achievement before it happens. The idea should be for you to take the initiative as an employee and start any dialogue that is going to help you along those milestones leading to the final performance assessment. So there's the supervisor's documentation, there's your self-assessment, there's interim evaluations, and the idea is for them to work hand in hand to get you to an advantageous position at the end of it all. Common pitfalls in these performance assessments or reviews as follows. Using evaluation as a corrective action tool, like actually being punished in some way, all right? Leniency error tending to give high ratings than warranted. Severity error tendency to give low ratings than warranted. Opportunity bias, giving credit or fault to fault an employee for factors beyond his or her control. I just heard about that one yesterday. Someone who I spoke with, their boss used this performance review as an opportunity to keep harping on about something that was a bygone. You know, some people do that. It's not a good practice. The halo effect, some people just sail through these performance reviews without fault because of the halo effect. They're good in one area, therefore they're good in everything. Doesn't follow. Pitfall effect, generalization from one weak trait. So it's kind of the opposite of the halo effect. Recency bias, giving more importance to recent performance and ignoring the past. So if you're looking at a whole year, they look at what you did for the last part of the year instead of the entire thing. Rating the job rather than the individual, applying job criticality factor. So just because I'm a janitor doesn't mean that you give me a bad review because you feel what I'm bringing to the table is not that significant. Just go one day without cleaning and see where you'll end up. So it's good to be congruent across the board. Whether you're with a janitor, whether you're with the CEO, a performance review is a performance review. Also, length of service bias sometimes creeps in. You get credit for longevity of your service or penalizing for being new, being harder on the new boy, new girl, not good. So these are just ideas, my friends. Going in to your performance review, the bottom line is nobody wants a bad performance review, right? We all want our performance reviews to be good, and we want to demonstrate that we did a good job. And doing a good job, it has to do with the 5 levels of leadership. I'm going to teach you this very quickly. My mentor, John Maxwell, he says everything rises and falls on leadership. And there are 5 levels of leadership. And I truly believe that in any position, in any firm, everything rises or falls on these things. And they are as follows. We have 5 levels. The very first level is all about your position. So in your review, looking at your position in a vanilla flavored way, how well have you held the position? We're not talking about your influence, because influence and leadership is different from position, but have you done a good job in that position would be my first question going into a review. My second question will be, have you given people the ability to trust you and like you and know you? Are you a likable person? Because that's what gives people the ability to be led by you. For people to want to be led by you, they got to give you permission. And for them to give you permission, you got to come across as someone who is likable, someone who is trustworthy,
and someone who's just an all-around nice person, right? The third level here is the production level. The production level going into a performance review will answer the question, are you a top producer? What have you done for the firm? What have you done for the business unit? What have you done for the department? Is it evident? Can we truly say that this is something that you have done well? And what's your production level like? The fourth one is all about people. And this is all about the individuals around you. The people you lead, right? The people around you. What have you done for them? How have you increased their standard of living in the company? How have you shown value to them? Your team members, there are three ways you can look at leadership. You could say upwards, downwards, sidewards. So have you led up nicely? Have you led down nicely? Have you led across nicely, across your peers? And when we have these 360-degree surveys, these are the questions that people are going to be thinking about when they're grading you, when they're scoring you anonymously. And number 5 is the pinnacle. Giving people credit for staying in an exemplary role for the tenure that they have been in the company. Let's say they've been there for 20 years. They have stayed the course along all of these 4 levels, and they finally get to the pinnacle. And the pinnacle just means you have staying power as a leader, not in the company, because there are a lot of people who could be in a firm and not have done great things, but you've stayed in the firm and you've had a great track record all the way through, right? And that's the 5 levels, and that's how I see it applying to whatever position you're going into, all right? So in closing, just a few more points I want to hash over again. You got to go in with the right mindset, the right attitude. It's got to be positive, and you got to believe the best outcome as you're going in. And don't forget to say thank you at the end of it all. All right. I hope this gave you some ideas, and I wish you all the very best. If you're looking for more money, I really hope you get that increase. All the very best. Bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to PMP Journey. This is where we'll take a look at page 25 and we'll aim to find out if you truly understand what page 25 is all about. Now, I want to encourage you, if you have not already downloaded my free cheat sheet, you should. My free cheat sheet can be found at the link below. If you go on down to the Praizion website at the link that I've shared, you can download my free cheat sheet. But let's take a look at what exactly is in my free cheat sheet. In my free cheat sheet, you will find plain English definitions of every process. That is what I'm going to be testing you on today. The questions will not be as straightforward. There'll be a few curveballs, but for the most part, I'm aiming to find out if you understand every process that is explained here. Now, I know some people say, well, the PMI say they've moved to the 7th edition. Why are you still talking about processes? Well, the PMI have not moved away from the 5 process groups and the 10 knowledge areas. In fact, you'll find these in Standards Plus. So this is a worthwhile expedition for us to take and find out if you truly understand what the processes are. Now, what I've heard from students who've taken the exam, they still tell me the analogy I use about being dropped from a parachute at 30,000 feet into some wasteland somewhere, some vast land somewhere, still holds true. The exam could drop you into any of these areas, and you need to know which knowledge area makes the most sense. Based on the other knowledge areas and based on where I have been dropped, which process is it likely to be? Not in rote memorization mode. No. What will help you is truly understanding what you are doing. And the best way to get your arms around what you're doing and how it fits with everything else is page 25, is this stuff. So I encourage you to download my free cheat sheet that will show you all these processes in plain English. And I'm going to be asking you questions about each one. If you haven't watched Emily's and my breakdown of the different tasks and the different domains, look for it on the channel. You'll find about 5 or 6 videos where we do that. This is an addendum to that to go more into the weeds and ensure that you truly understand what we were talking about. Okay, so let's go to our very first process. This is going to be very rapid. I will read out a description and I will ask you, which process do you think we're in? Here we go. Ensuring that stakeholders are engaged and taking action if not. 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, what is being described, is monitor stakeholder engagement, because you're ensuring that stakeholders are engaged, and if not, you're taking corrective action. Next question. Communicating with and working with stakeholders. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer is manage stakeholder engagement. Next question. Stakeholder recognition and identification. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer is identify stakeholders. Next question. Planning how to engage identified stakeholders. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Plan stakeholder engagement. Next question. Authorization. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Develop project charter. Next question. Deliverable creation and work performance data generation. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Direct and manage project work. Next question. Plan integration. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Develop project management plan. Next question.
lessons learned generation and compilation. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer to that one is manage project knowledge. Next question. An integration process where work performance information is an input. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer, monitor and control project work. Next question. Approved change request is an output. Change log is an output. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer, perform integrated change control. Next question. An integration process where work performance reports is an input. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer, perform integrated change control. Next question. Monitoring and controlling the entire project and generating work performance reports. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer, monitor and control project work. Next question. Change request processing and management. Which process does that describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer, perform integrated change control. Next question. Transition the deliverable to the customer or stakeholders. Which process does that describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer, close project or phase. Next question. Contract award. Which process does that describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer, conduct procurements. Next question. Proposals is an input to this process. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer, conduct procurements. Next question. Check into ensure that communications are going according to plan and making necessary adjustments. So read it like check in to ensure that communications are going according to plan and making necessary adjustments. So we'll take that again. Check in to ensure that communications are going according to plan and making necessary adjustments. Which process does that describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer is monitor communications. Next question. Planning how to manage procurements and contracts. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The best answer to this is plan procurement management. Next question. Checking the overall project risk and individual project risk. Checking the status of overall project risks and individual project risk. 3, 2, 1. The best answer talks about checking the status. It's monitor risks. Next question. Deciding this is a build, own, operate, transfer arrangement. Procurement strategy, make or buy decision. Which process do these keywords remind you of? 3, 2, 1. The best answer is plan, procurement, management. This is where we decide on the arrangement, the delivery method. This is where we also craft the procurement strategy and make a decision as far as to make or buy something. Next question. Planning how to respond to risks, positive and negative. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Plan risk responses. Next question. Risk report is an output from here. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Identify risks. Next question. Categorizing risks and finding the risk score to rank the risks. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Perform qualitative risk analysis. Next question. Finding the aggregate effect of risks on a project. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Perform quantitative risk analysis. Next question. Risk strategy, methodology, risk breakdown structure configuration. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The best answer? Plan risk management. Next question. Selecting a seller or sellers and awarding a contract. What does this best describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Conduct procurements. Next question. Planning how to manage communications. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Plan communications management. Next question. Planning how to manage scope. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Plan scope management. Next question. The requirements management plan is an output. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Plan scope management. Remember, we get two plans from here, the scope management plan and the requirements management plan. Next question. Documenting project requirements. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Collect requirements. Next question. Transition the deliverable to the customer or stakeholders. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Close project or phase. Next question. Product analysis is a tool and technique of this. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The best answer is define scope. This is where we use product analysis to understand how far we need to go in the development of a product on a project. All right, next question. Next question. Identifying the detailed project scope. Which process is this? The answer is define scope. Next question. Scope baseline is an output from here. Which process is this? The answer? Create WBS. Next question. Verified deliverables is an input here. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer is validate scope. This is where verified deliverables are inspected by the customer. Next question. Creating a work breakdown structure. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer is create WBS. Next question. Preventing scope creep. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer, control scope. Next question. Breaking down work packages into tasks. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer, define activities. Remember to hit the pause button if you need more time, and that way you can think about the question some more. Next question. Sequencing activities in logical order. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer, sequence activities. Next question. Planning how to manage the schedule. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer, plan, schedule, management. Next question. Estimating how long each activity will take. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer, estimating activity durations is what you're doing, and the actual process name is estimate activity durations. Bear in mind that on the exam, you will not be tested rote on these names of processes, but you do need to know what you're doing and what best describes it so that you're able to select based on the ordering of events. Next question. Preventing schedule overruns and managing schedule changes. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer, control schedule. Next question. Developing team members through training, mentoring, coaching, and other means to ensure peak performance as a team. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The best answer, develop team. Next question. Leading the team to excellence through feedback. Which process does this best describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer, manage team. Next question. Acquiring resources needed for a project. Which process does this best describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer is acquire resources. Next question. Resource breakdown structure is an output of this. Which process does this best describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer, estimate activity resources. Next question. Planning how to manage resources. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The best answer is plan resource management. Next question. Estimating how many resources and what type are needed for a project. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer, estimate activity resources. Next question. Carrying out risk response plans. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer, implement risk responses. Next question. Estimating how many resources and what type are needed for the project. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The best answer is estimate activity resources. Next question. Preventing errors from getting into the customer's reach. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The best answer is control quality. Next question. Assuring customers that quality standards are being met while carrying out quality audits. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The best answer? Manage quality. Next question. Preventing cost overruns and managing cost changes. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, and 1. The best answer is control costs. Next question. Using cost aggregation. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Determine budget. Next question. Estimating the cost for each schedule activity. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Estimate costs. Next question. Preventing schedule overruns and managing schedule changes. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Control schedule. Next question. Planning how to manage quality on a project. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Plan quality management. Next question. Assembling all existing components into a final project schedule. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Develop schedule. Next question. Verify deliverables is an input here. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Validate scope. Next question. Order of events in a knowledge area. You are in project integration management in develop project charter. Which process should follow? 3, 2, 1. The answer is develop project management plan. That should follow in integration. Next question. In the area of scope management, you are in collect requirements. What should follow in this knowledge area? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Define scope. Next question. You are in the schedule management knowledge area in control schedule. Which process comes before this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Develop schedule. Develop schedule comes before control schedule in the schedule management knowledge area. Again, bear in mind you will not be tested rote like this on the exam, but this helps you become familiar with the terminology. Identify risks. Which process comes after this in risk management? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Perform qualitative risk analysis. So, you might be wondering, as I'm getting ready for the PMP exam, what is the real big ticket item I should focus on? In addition to focusing on what describes each process, something else that is a very important one to observe, to really make sure you've dotted those I's and crossed those T's, is what is in it for you as a participant or as the project manager on a project. So over to the next set of questions, which are going to be more on what you get out of each process. This again is going to be done very rapidly. What are the outputs of Develop Project Charter? If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. The answer is the project charter and the assumption log. These are the two unique outputs. This quiz will focus on the unique outputs of each process. Next one. What are the outputs of identify stakeholders? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Stakeholder register. Next question. What are the outputs of collect requirements? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Requirements traceability matrix and requirements documentation. Next question. What are the outputs of plan schedule management? 3, 2, 1. The major output is the schedule management plan. Next question. What are the outputs of define activities? 3, 2, 1. The answer is an activity list, activity attributes, and milestone list. Again, what is most important is knowing what these are, not memorizing rote where they come from. Next question. What are the outputs of determined budget? The answer? Cost baseline, project funding requirements. Next question. What are the outputs of plan quality management? The answer? Quality management plan, quality metrics. Next question. What are the outputs of plan resource management? The answer? Resource management plan and team charter. Next question. What are the outputs of conduct procurements? The answer? Agreements and selected sellers. Remember, when we say agreements, this also refers to contracts. Next question. What are the outputs of perform integrated change control? The answer? Change log and approved change requests. Next question. On the screen, we can see advertising. This is a tool and technique of what? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Conduct procurements. On the screen, you can see Agile release planning. This is a tool and technique of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Develop schedule. On the screen, we have bidder conferences. This is a tool and technique of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Conduct procurements. On the screen, we can see change control tools is a tool and technique of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Perform integrated change control. Next question. Context diagrams is a tool and technique used in which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Collect requirements. Next question. Contingent response strategies is a tool and technique used in which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer is plan risk responses. I hope you've enjoyed this series. Remember, if you are getting ready for your PMP exam, go on down to our website, Praizion.com, and check out the plethora of training aids you can get there. You can jump into the project management masterclass that's happening next. You can also attend training for JIRA or training for the ACP and so many other fun topics. Thank you very much for joining. I wish you all the very best. Remember, go back, rewatch this over and over again. Just have it playing on repeat because this stuff, it gets into the subconscious mind. The more you listen, the more it's going to stick. I'd also like to alert you to the CDC website. That's right, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Why would I refer you to this website? Well, the reason is they have a plethora of tools that can help you in your journey to the PMP exam. And when I say tools, I'm really talking more about the ITTOs, actual examples of these. Go on down to this. It's tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. When you go on down to that link, you'll be able to access a ton of documents from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. This is their PMO site right here. And you can see a lot of what you typically learn in the world of the PMI as far as documents and plans. They are very well put together here in the form of templates. So a lot of these questions I was asking you, these are actually used in the real world. These are things that are truly used in the real world. I know for the exam, there's a myth that a lot of what PMI asks is just fake and bogus. No, it's not. A lot of what I'm asking you is used on actual projects, be it an input, a tool technique, an output. You'll find them used on projects. The only thing is on the exam, you will not be asked wrote. This is used in which process? Instead, you'll have a situational question in which you could be implicitly tested on your understanding of project management lingo and scenarios as far as how would you solve this problem? Do you know what the problem is here? Do you understand the language of process groups, knowledge areas, processes, inputs, tools, techniques, outputs? Call them methods, models, artifacts. Do you truly understand the language? And that's why we are going for a second round in this journey. Listen to this over and over again because I want to get you to peak performance. It's not necessarily about watching videos over and over again, but it's about asking yourself questions after those videos. And that's the purpose of this one. So you can move away from the computer. You don't even need to watch. You can hear what I'm asking and just play this on repeat and make this part of your daily drill. Let's go for another round. Hello, my friends. Welcome to the PMP Exam Radio Show. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. Lots of you are getting ready for the PMP exam, ramping up for the end of the year. And that's why today we're going to take a little quiz for the PMP exam. Are you ready? Let's go. What is the name of the role in Scrum that is responsible for the process and integrity of Scrum? If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. The answer is the Scrum Master. Next question. What is an Agile method that is used with deep reflection on WIP, work in progress? 3, 2, 1. The answer I was looking for is Kanban. Next question. You are using a technique in which multiple team members focus simultaneously and coordinate their contributions on a particular work item. What do you call that technique? 3, 2, 1. The answer I was looking for is mobbing. Next question. You're using a visualization tool as you go through an Agile project. This tool enables improvements to the flow of work by making bottlenecks and work quantities visible. What is this visualization tool called? 3, 2, 1. The answer is Kanban board. Next question.
You are a servant leader on a project and you are involved in removing an obstacle that prevents the team from achieving its goals. What is a name for this obstacle? 3, 2, 1. The answer is impediment. Let's step things up and talk a little bit more about the world of Agile. You're a servant leader on an Agile project and you're involved in taking a look at a document that helps the team understand the definition of ready and the definition of done. Which document does this describe? Is it A, project charter? Is it B, team charter? Three, two, one. The answer is team charter. Refer to the Agile Practice Guide, page 50. Next question. You're a project manager working on a hybrid project. On this project, you're using a method where team members at the end of each sprint share what went well, what didn't go so well, and improvements that are recommended for the next sprint. Which ceremony does this describe? 3, 2, 1. This is, of course, the retrospective. Next question. Complete the Agile Manifesto value statement. Individuals and interactions over what? 3, 2, 1. The answer I was looking for is over processes and tools. Next question. In the Agile Manifesto, the principle, our highest priority is to satisfy the what? 3, 2, 1. It reads, our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. I typically revise that to read valuable product for those folks who are working in non-software environments. Next question. Kanban and Agile are both subsets of what? 3, 2, 1. Agile and Kanban are both subsets of Lean. I would advise you take a look in the Agile Practice Guide, page 11. Now, just a few more questions. You're working on a project with a high frequency of delivery and a high degree of change. Which approach should you use to deliver this project? Is it predictive, incremental, agile, or iterative? 3, 2, 1. The answer is agile. Agile works best when you have a high frequency of delivery and a high degree of change. Next question. You're working on a project with a high frequency of delivery and a low degree of change. Which approach should you use? Is it predictive, incremental, agile, or iterative? 3, 2, 1. If you are using a high frequency of delivery and a low degree of change, the best option is incremental. Refer to figure 3-1 in the Agile Practice Guide. This is on page 19. Next question. On your project, you have a high frequency of delivery and a high degree of change. Which approach should you use? Is it A, plan-driven? Is it B, change-driven? Is it C, iterative? 3, 2, 1. The answer is change-driven because that's Agile as well. Bear in mind that Agile is known as change-driven and adaptive as well. Next question. You're working a project where there is a high degree of change and a low frequency of delivery. Which approach should you use for this project? Predictive? Is it incremental? Is it agile? Or is it iterative? 3, 2, 1. If you are working a project with a high degree of change and a low frequency of delivery, that needs to be iterative. Again, figure 3-1, page 19. Here is your final question. You're working a project which has a low frequency of delivery, a low degree of change as well. Which of the 4 approaches should you use? Is it plan-driven? Is it change-driven? Is it incremental? Or is it iterative? 3, 2, 1. The answer is plan-driven. Okay, now we are done with very specific Agile content. I will ask you 2 final questions that cut across predictive and Agile. On a predictive project, which element is fixed? Scope, schedule, or cost? Hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, 1. On a predictive project, the element that is fixed is scope. Next question. On an Agile project, which of the following elements is not fixed? Is it schedule? Is it cost? Is it scope? 3, 2, 1. On an Agile project, the element that is not fixed is scope. Scope is flexible. Next question. On an Agile project, which of these elements is fixed? Is it A, scope, B, schedule, C, cost, or D, quality? Three, 2, 1. That was a somewhat trick question because 2 of the options are correct. The answer I was looking for is schedule and cost. In the world of Agile, we fix those parameters. We have a stable team. We have a team. We understand the cost. We have a time box, a sprint, and whatever we can fit within the sprint, we do. The sprint is fixed. That's the time box. The team is fixed. Could more people join the team? Absolutely. But we know what we are working with cost-wise and schedule-wise. Those are the fixed elements in the world of Agile. Final question. On a predictive project, which elements are not fixed? 3, 2, and 1. The elements that are not fixed are schedule. The elements that are not fixed are schedule and cost. And that concludes our review for today. Thank you very much. I hope this helps you. If you are struggling with your PMP prep and you're looking for a course to boot you into shape, you need to go on down to projectmanagementmasterclass.com. That is projectmanagementmasterclass.com. In the next few days this weekend, starting on the 30th of October, this will be our final masterclass for 2021. This is your final chance in 2021 to join me for 4 weeks, combing through all of the content for the PMP exam. I look forward to seeing you. Take care, and bye for now.
Welcome, my friends. I'm really excited here because we've got our alumni friends from our first class of 2022. We've got April and Solange, and they're going to be taking us through how they did it and the fun and games from getting it done. So let's start off with April, who is on that side. April's going to tell us, why did you want to do PMP in the first place?
So, it's one of those things where I started out getting my basic core skills as a project manager and young and dumb in your late 20s, thinking like, what else is in the world? I'm going to go to another, industry and start working, all to come full circle. But what was interesting though, Phil, is what really motivated me to have to say, go get it. At the time when I was applying for all the project management jobs, PMP required. Like you don't even qualify. Don't even bother submitting your application if you didn't have it. And it was such a kind of career limiting because I couldn't even apply. So that I had to take a step back in my career and say, I went from a general manager to a, coordinator position until I can actually get the PMP certification taken care of. So it just is one of those, it's never going to hurt to have it. Thank goodness, everybody in your class now and anyone else listening, just get it. You can take it to almost any and every industry, so it's not going to hurt to have. But it really now has really helped me because I'm now applying for positions within my company and PMP is required. So I check the box that I qualify.
It must feel good.
Yes.
Wow. Congrats again to you, April. I'm really excited to have you both here. Solange, why did you put yourself through this torture?
It was something personal, I just wanted it. I've done work in events. I've been in the industry with events. I've done construction with a welding company. It wasn't required at that time, but, as time goes by and to be part of the industry, it's a must. So I felt like competition, like April, I had to do it.
I am really so excited you've both done it. You were both in our very first class of 2022, right out of the gate. Was it part of your New Year's plan I got to get it done this year? Was that part of your resolution?
Yes, it was mine.
Good. So we've talked about why PMP. I know that most folks don't just jump into PMP and find themselves there. Most folks kind of go in between watching some videos, learning a little bit more about it, learning from people in their company. So leading up to the course with Praizion, had you already read any of these paraphernalia, these things? Had you read some of them? And this big old, this one. What had you done leading up to our course?
For me personally, no, I did not read any of those information. I did take a class I'm from New Jersey. I did take a class with a county college.
Okay.
And to be honest, Phil, she was having us watch your videos, your mainline video. Your mainline video. We had to every day write down the different processes, and she tried to do I don't think she knew about your acronyms, but she tried in her own ways. But we were constantly seeing your name and your face. So I did not continue the class because right when I did the class, I started the class and then pandemic happened. So we just lost contact and I never went back to the class. And then I start watching your videos on YouTube. And then I reached out to you. I said, why not go to the source?
Exactly. I'm so glad. And for all of those folks watching, it does so much good when you connect to the source because you can learn a lot more. So April, how did you find Praizion? How do you find me?
YouTube. And it was interesting when you start talking about this. I think it's a lot of people, I think, are going to have a lot of similarities in terms of, and thank good. I will say with you, I had started where I finally submitted a mission. And when I got that green light that said, you've got a year. Well, I'm not going to wait a year. So I said, I've got to get serious about this because I did have a February for my work as a deadline, not deadline, but as a commitment to say, and I made up my own date, but that was a good thing saying, I'm going to have a February 2022 back in 2019, right? Enough time. But it was interesting because I think I shared this before, but I was like, oh, me, $10. This other class was on sale. Let's start with that one. I just need my 35 hours for the application. So that was a really good foundation. So you kind of were asking about the books and all that. I had kind of started peeking at the PMBOK online, but I hadn't read through it and I hadn't done it chronologically to really start piecing things together. So what I will say is for myself, it was good to have done that first 35 hours. By the time I was just like, okay, I don't want to see your face. Like, I'm just so done. Like, and it's not him. It's not that he was bad. It was just one of those like, oh, how much more? However, what I will say is I did struggle to actually kind of make the connection of how everything was piecing together. A lot of that could be a contribution to maybe not having the extensive experience to tie in, which I know a lot of times we're all across the board with minimal experience to been doing this for a million years and I'm just doing the formality of it. But the nice thing about that is, the encouraging thing I will say is it's okay. It doesn't matter where you start. It's trying to piece it all together. So I kind of had that. This was interesting. I had the foundation, but it wasn't all clicking.
Okay.
But then at that point, when I started looking at your videos, I'm like, really like this guy. I like how he explains, he breaks it down. It's really good. I said, I need him to start from the beginning. Get the classes in order. So then I said, all right, if you know you're going to schedule, and I hadn't officially scheduled a date, but when I said, all right, I need you let's just, if we're going to do this, excuse my language, go sign up for this class, get it done, and then you can schedule, and that's it. You're done.
Exactly.
And here's the one thing I'm really going to say, and I don't know how Anne, Yolanda, Abdul, and Yola, how you guys are with your group, but man, we lucked out. In terms of Phil, I can't even begin to tell you breaking everything down, simplifying it, and all the different pieces of trying to piece it together, it clicked for me. And maybe having that foundation partially was like, you hear it the first time and you can't quite, and then taking your class, so let's put aside the PMBOK. Not that you don't need it, because you do. However, the essentials tools that you put together, thank you a million times over for that, because that is what really started to, Solange and I, Chandra, Marisol, in our group, I mean, we still decided to meet afterwards, and we're like, no, it's all for one and one for all. And we still are meeting because we need that last person in our team to get the test. So we said, we're going to commit, we're in this together. But it makes a huge, massive difference, Phil, having the interaction, but Phil, I have to challenge this. Oh, I see why now. It's that, like I've said, you've heard me say, it's not spoon-fed and it's not spoon-fed information. You are able to challenge, and you have other friends who are helping you understand and like, why isn't this clicking? And like I said, I have new friends from our group now.
Yeah.
Now we're just calling each other, just, how's it going? What are you doing? What's going on in life? So all that to say is the Agile book. And so PMBOK we know is dry. You still kind of have to do it. Start with your Agile and Scrum. Those are going to be the easiest. That's going to be the bulk of the test anyway. Start with that first. And that's exactly what you did in your study course.
Absolutely. Thank you, April. That's so helpful. And I think it really puts in contrast, because I know a lot of people, they look for, cheap and cheerful, and that's okay. But cheap and cheerful can also give you a whole lot more expense your personal time and being just hitting your head against the book. I don't understand. Where does it fit? How does it connect? How does it click? You just watch the 1 hour video and you walk away with nothing.
Yes.
You know,
yes. So I would say, so for me, it was like kind of like a good to hear terminology. To me, that was a good, I'm getting some vocabulary. Okay, it's a fish something. We're gonna go fishing. No, fishbone. Got it. But my point to you, but you're actually right. Sometimes I didn't have anyone to ask. I didn't have a way to challenge ideas and whatnot. So you are right. You can only get so much you get what you pay for. Yeah. I'm going to tell you worth every single penny. Invest in yourself at the very least. Every penny, Phil, to have joined your class and, maximize the value because you absolutely bring so much value to.
Thank you, April. Solange, so you had the pleasure of joining. This particular class I had too much fun. You folks were too much fun. And sometimes we would be done with the class and we'll be on for another 15 minutes and talking and sharing virtual drinks. It was a lot of fun. But Solange, you want to tell us any takeaways on what made this class really click and work for you?
It was a journey for me, I must say, because I was very nonchalant about this. I was like, I know the material. I could do this. I'll be fine. And even with when you were teaching us, I still was like, nonchalant. And with my group, they laugh at me because I'm like, oh, that's easy. I got this, And because I did a lot of prep, even after I listened to you in class, I listened to you again afterwards, and I had my group. So it was a constant thing. So to me, it was coming across pretty easy. But when I got to the test, I was struggling. Because I don't know. I think my anxiety, I kind of was like, I got there, I was just like nervous. And, it was a marathon.
Wow.
I was very, very nervous. It took me a while to calm down. But once I did, I was able to finish the test and passed it. I would say that just constantly studying. Like if I missed a day, I would double up. Because I had to constantly have you in my thoughts and just constantly do it. And again, I had that group, so I had to be accountable. Yeah. But,
that group was fantastic.
Yeah. This week, I would have to speak about something, or April will cover this, this topic or this area in Agile. And to be honest, we sat there and we would read, April read the first page or first set of bullets, then I would. And it really helped. Wow. And we did quizzes together.
Yeah, I was just telling the folks on the call here that that's what you did. And I was telling them that they should try to, join in and maybe be in that group. And if you folks can drop in from time to time, it'll be so much appreciated because, with great power comes great responsibility. The Peter Parkers of the class, you're the spectacular spider women of the class, and you need to come back and give. And I know one of the questions people often have is, well, how many hours were you studying? So I know for each study group, was that a 1 hour session on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday?
No, we did more than an hour.
What?
Yeah. I would say my time from 6 to 7, 8, sometimes 8:30, 8:45.
Like the full length of our typical classes, even more. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. We were serious.
Wow. Look, I'm so proud and so happy. I am truly proud of you folks because you made it happen. I know the class was fun and all, but you just went full speed and you aced it. So April, can you tell us just any other thoughts about what people should do in their studying? Some people are like, okay, I'm going to read every single ITTO and cram where it belongs. Not a good idea. Can you speak to that?
So I will say that Solange is going to be shaking her head like, yup. But this is what I'm going to share. I just like Solange to share about the anxiety of a test. I'm not the greatest test taker. And I know that I sit there like, okay, let me read this question the third time. Am I understanding what they're asking? As crazy as it sounds, yes, it's nerve wracking. But Solange, did I not come off like so insecure, thinking that I'm just not, did I not always say, well, if I don't pass the first time, I'm going to schedule it for March. That was me. And I know they're both, all three of them are just like, if we could reach through and smack you, we will, but stop, you're going to do fine. But here's what I would, and this is kind of what I'm sharing with, I think, Paige, who's more recent to our group, is this. And if I can share this on you guys studying now, because if I had to April's today, talking to me to April back in January when we were starting all of this, I am dead serious when I say this. Do and listen and in order. All of the videos on the left side under the learning tools, all your videos, Phil, go through them. Not necessarily starting with the PMBOK ones, but the Agile, do all the Agile. Then you get into the process domain, of a business domain. Listen to all of those videos. If you start there, that's going to give you that core, because the one thing I will share about the test itself, all the test questions that Phil has, that he has for the demo, do them and do them and do them. It's not to memorize. That is going to be your key to getting familiar with, all right, we've got 180 of these scenario questions. There wasn't anything draconian about any of the questions. But if you know it, you're like, I know what the answer is. You can do process of elimination a lot quicker. And so when you're talking about the EDOs, that Solange can verify. I said, I don't know these EDOs. I don't know if I can memorize. Oh my gosh, how am I going to handle this? But you, like Phil says, if you're at that airplane level 30,000 feet, if they drop you out of the airplane and you're like middle of the night, even with your night goggles, you should be able to be like, executing certain knowledge area, process of elimination, you know what to do next when you have to answer these questions. So that is absolutely true. You don't have to memorize them all, but definitely be familiar with that. So, but the videos, I can't emphasize that enough. The Essentials book, my gosh, start with that and the videos. Yes, there we go.
So
definitely
these,
go
like
through
the
them.
videos
Go
of
through
this
them and go through those. Yes.
So the Agile videos that come up front first, these ones.
Yeah, all those. Yes. Where you and Roy start kind of coming in.
Yeah.
Yes. And all the process domain, the business domain.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Those are the videos. I mean, literally up until the last, it was like midnight. I'm like falling asleep. I'm like, I swear I'm going to keep my eyes open, but I can't even start with that in terms of at the very, please incorporate that, because I didn't have, like I said, if I could have had April today telling me the April and January, like, all right, we're going to figure this out. This is how it's going to go in order. And this is what's going to really help you. Essentials, you definitely get that through, do your videos. Then when you need more clarified, detailed information, in the PMBOK where we have at the end page, I think it's, how sad is this? Page 556 to page 35.
Oh,
it's the condensed version of the rest of the flyer. Absolutely. But it's not going to hurt. Definitely the key element or the key derivative of this, in every chapter, Phil.
Yeah.
Those, just know those.
See? I was telling them before you jumped on. The key benefit of this process is blah, 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 blah.
Yes. And it's just good to kind of remember, like, oh, okay, it's going to help. And like I say, it's Solange, and I know Solange, I got to tell you, I set my alarm because I'm here in Phoenix. And so Solange, and I didn't have a chance to text her the night before, but man, I set my alarm at 5 something, that 5 o'clock. Solange, I know you're going in today. We're saying prayers. You're going to be fine. Let me know what happens. And so, that was great. But in the test, it's like you said, they have different ones. But the questions that I got specifically were literally all situational. From virtual communications, how do you handle when someone's global and someone's this? Oh, okay. And it's not your textbook. Use a conference call. No questions still. Meaning your questions ain't all that far off. They may have different answer selections.
Yeah.
When you get in that groove of bring me the questions. I know they're situational. You've gone through that comfort level of, all right, I know kind of what they're going for and what they're asking, but your questions are spot on. That's so good to know. Great feedback. Thank you. Solange, do you want to speak to how you took breaks during your test? Did you get up? Did you take it at home? Where did you take your test?
I went to a testing center, which was about 15 minutes away from me. So I got there half an hour before my start time. But it was a lot of, other individuals there. So I was kind of nervous because it was a long check-in for them. Some of them had to do fingerprints and it was a lot for the check-in. So I was nervous that I'm like, it's almost 8:00. I got to go. I didn't understand that as long as I'm there, I could start. I just thought 8:00. I need to go. But it was extra check-in security. I don't know why, maybe because I'm in New Jersey, but it was a bit much. So I get there and I took all 3 breaks. Yes, I did. All 3.
Good. Very good. Very good.
So I had mentioned before that I was, my quizzes and tests that I took home, I only took one of your mock. I took your mock once. But again, I was too laid back. I was laying on the couch. I was multitasking. So when I got there, I was in exam mode and I was nervous because I hadn't practiced, which was a major problem for me.
Oh my gosh.
So I got there and the first 20 questions I flagged. It just wasn't making sense to me. I was just like, next. Just keep flagging it. And I did about 20, to be honest.
Wow.
And it took me a very long time. And then finally it just starts clicking. I guess I started calming down a little. And then I spent too much time on the first set of questions. Because all those I flagged, I had to go back and reread.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so I took the break. I kind of ran out the door, came back. And I still was a little anxious. And then I calmed down a little. Same thing. And then I was, I went through it. And I'm thinking about, okay, I was kind of like psyching myself out because I was like thinking of, okay, I need a one-on-one with you afterwards. This isn't going to end well. No, I was like, this isn't going to end well. So I need to do a one-on-one and then I need to take this test again. The next day was my last day. Like it was going to expire. So I just didn't know what to do. And then I was like, no, I'm going to do this. So I kept having this issue with myself, conflict with myself. So then the third time came around and that's when I realized I'm running out of time. I start calculating. I was like, this is not good.
That's crazy.
So I got super serious about it. And I stopped. My test was very wordy, very wordy. And I learned speed reading. I was speed reading. And again, my answers were very close together, extremely close, with one word off. So I had to keep looking at it. And then I didn't use the highlighter. I heard someone, I used a, Strikeout. Strikeout helped me a lot. Every question I was using that and it really helped. So when I got to the second and the third time, there was no flagging. I had no time to flag. I just had to keep doing it. And I had 30 minutes and I had entirely too much questions. And I stopped reading the scenarios and I was just doing the questions and then probably speed reading a little and then select it.
Wow.
So I read the answers first, then the question, and then speed read. I would not suggest that.
But you did what was intuitively right in your own situation, which is very interesting. So by virtue of what you knew, you could use process of elimination and just know this is a more plausible answer.
Exactly. But I think that I should have, if I had to do it again, I would concentrate on like, I'm going to take an exam, I would get an exam mode and sit up right at a desk and definitely take more of your mock. I only took it once, but I did print out the PDF and I was reviewing that.
It's all about your own unique methods. Like some people, like my sister, she studies like you do. She sits on the couch and my mom would always nag her, get up, you're lazy. Why are you sitting down to study? Look at you studying upside down. Is that how to study? But she always did well, which is the funny thing. If that was her own approach, if you're cool, calm, and collected, have you ever studied differently for any other exams?
No.
There you go. It's your MO. It's your style. That's it.
But this was one of the hardest tests. One of the hardest exam I had to take because of that. But I would say your mock is much harder than this test. just so you know.
Mm-hmm. I've heard it a lot of times.
Yeah, and then what I was telling the girls is that it's not that I didn't know the material. My issue was time management, and I think I have sent you the email. I was overly prepared. I was definitely ready for it. I concentrated a lot on people, and I wish I would have concentrated more on business. I wish I would have done all three of them across the board. I don't know why. For some reason, I just kept saying people. Anytime I started studying, I would go directly to people. But I should have, say, okay, tomorrow I'll do only business. But I always start with all three of them every day and start with people. So I was very strong on people.
That's good.
But I should have broke it up. But it's okay.
Yeah, it's a good lesson for folks, who are listening to learn.
Yeah.
So April, let me ask April, for you took all 3 breaks or just one?
I took none of my breaks.
What?
Exactly.
Oh,
I was so when Chandra had shared her experience with, you get the first set of questions, they come, you get out, you come back. And that's what I was expecting.
Well, did you take it at home or a test center?
Oh, no. Test center.
Okay.
No,
Camelback, which one?
In Tempe, across Priest. It's off Priest and University.
Oh, yeah, I know where that is. Yeah.
Okay. Took it there. And I was expecting the gentleman to come by. He'd give me the instructions. So I don't know if anybody on the call now, but one of the things we've learned is it's broken up into 3 sections. The first set of questions, the second set, third set. You can take a 10-minute break in between. And I was expecting the guy, kind of what Chandra's experience was, thinking he's going to come, tell me, step away from your computer and go at all. He's like, no, you have your 4 hours. Use your time how you need it to. And I thought, okay. Breaks? What? No, we need to get this done. I'm not worried about it. I don't know if it would have made me more nervous, I don't know, but I said, I'm not interested. I just need to blow through this. And I don't mean blow like answer anything, but it was like, I want this done and over with. You're either going to pass or you're not. And I've got to tell you, like I said to Solange, I was like, who cares what they don't tell you the percentage, but you just need to pass. That's all the end goal is. So, but it was kind of an interesting thing because I was curious about this what didn't quite understand was they allow you to highlight in different colors. You can strike through. It saves everything so that if you do flag, the first set, like Solange says, every question was flagged because you're like, stop. Do you really not know? So in the beginning you do that, but it does give you that option to anything you highlight, scratch through, you flag. At the end, it will say, do you want to go back to only the flagged? And it'll tell you so many of these you missed. I didn't even know I'd missed one answer altogether that I skipped. Didn't know. I thought, but it tells you all of that. So kind of going in, you're thinking, oh, thank goodness. It kind of put me more at ease that, I have the capability of, how are they going to know? Yeah, they give you all the flagged ones or missing ones, so you could go back. But like Solange, we were talking about this, that first set, I literally started reading the questions twice to make sure. And then it's like, what are you doing? You've got like 2 more of these to do. So I didn't take any breaks. I just went through it. But I will say, it was the last countdown where I had so many flagged on that last piece. And it was like that 2 minutes left.
Ooh.
And then it was literally 5, 4, 3. And I just was like, and then it popped up immediately. It'll pop up and tell you if you've passed or not. Wow. And it just said, 5 days, we'll be mailing you your congratulations, It was so overwhelming. It was like tears. I couldn't control. I'm not an emotional cry. No, but I was so overwhelmed with like tears. And I said, people probably think I didn't pass, but I did.
Oh my goodness. What an adventure. So you were pretty much all the way down to the last seconds, counted to the bottom, huh?
Oh, literally. I couldn't even finish going through the rest of my flag.
Wow.
It was countdown. I said, oh, wow. Do or die. This is it. It's it or you didn't. But emotional.
That is crazy. I feel like I was right there. Just a story you've seen. So Solange, did you just end it before it counted all the way down, or did it count all the way down?
I ended it.
Okay.
Yeah,
a few minutes before.
It was close. It was very, very close. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Let me ask you this question.
I just wanted it over with.
I can imagine. So let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. And let's just use a Delphi technique. So I want you to simultaneously type in your answers so we know that everyone on the call can see this was not rehearsed. What percentage was Agile? When I say 3, you go. What percentage was Agile? 1, 2, 3. Go.
Oh, wait, I didn't even put mine up, but...
Well, you can tell.
I'm on my cell phone, so sorry.
It's all right. You can say it. I'll type it in for you.
Okay, so mine was about 90.
Wow, that's very close. So I guess we know what percentage was Agile, what percentage was hybrid. April says 85. Solange says 90. What percentage was people? Now, I know that's a very strange question to ask because people are generally interested in Agile and predictive. But what percentage would you say was people?
Mine was all people, go. Like 90.
Would you say the same, April?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow. That's crazy.
I will tell you that it was an interesting, the only break that I got that was an easy was, we talked about the mix and match that you drag and drop.
Yeah.
The 3 had to match the description. I was like, I go, this is a freebie, thank you. Like the one that I could actually be like, oh, piece of cake, we got this one, right? That was it. Was it.
That's
but
funny.
like I say, this is why I say, start with your Agile books. Exactly what you did. There isn't anything I would change other than emphasizing, but this is on their own time. This isn't necessarily your class. Get those videos in. I mean, really just take the time to do all the videos because the Agile book, know it, because any variation they're throwing in there, when you do know it, you start reading this, you're like, I can tell you right now, A and B cross them off. Now these two, then it's like you fall back onto your knowledge, and then you're like, got it. This is the answer, and you don't have that doubt. So, so Lange and I, like she said, we'd be like taking tests together. I'm like, do it on your account, share your screen, let's go through this together. And on one of them, we were cracking up so much because we're like, what the heck do you mean we ran out of time? But 3 more questions.
Oh yeah.
What was nice about that is because Solange and I, even though we knew it was tested at the time, we were able to, and it really helps, we really were able to say, well, why is it this? Why is it? Really? You think? Okay. So we really were educating each other, helping each other to understand, because where she has a strength, I have a huge weakness, and vice versa, where we were able to kind of talk through it quickly. We realized after the second time, we're like, screw it. Let's just call the answer out. We'll come back, talk through it later,
Yeah.
But I have to tell you, as elementary as that sounds, thinking like we read to each other. Oh, I mean, yes, but it was the Agile piece of, hey, make sure we study. It was all the charts within. When you had the PMBOK version with the Agile scenarios, pain points. Huge. No, I mean, I'm going to tell you, you're going to save yourself on questions, because when you start looking at the pain points, but they're the charts. And usually people kind of just, the charts. Yes. No, get those. And we read those, I think, a couple times with, all right, so questions about this is the answer. That, you start, it soaks in. So even though it seems like, it wasn't a waste of time for us because we were able to talk through it. And you get that, okay, yeah. It was just, it's all reinforced. The really cool thing, I will say, though, like Solange and I said, okay, Solange, what's next? Well, I think we're going for Agile. Okay, so now we have our team saying, great, let's go ahead and what's our next journey? Even though we don't necessarily have like classes per se, but we're like, I'm telling you, we're like the PMP friends for life, where what's our next journey? What's the next thing? Oh, we're Agile? So,
that is awesome. So you do know Roy and I are starting a class. I could tell you the date if I went to my computer, but it's going to start sometime in March. I believe it's March 26th, because I know it's after, when is Easter? It's after Easter that we're doing it, I think. Yeah, I think it's, I'll tell you.
You
anyway.
have a legit calendar, come on. So Easter is, so daylight savings is the 13th, even though we don't do that in Arizona. Easter, that's in April. Hold on.
Oh, April 17th, is it?
Yes, the 17th of April is Easter.
I get it mixed up. Okay, April 17th. I think we are starting I think we actually start this class on the 19th of March. I'll let you know. But if you're keen on coming along for the ride, Ray and I, we just discussed when we're going to do our ACP class, PMI ACP class. Okay. So if you want to be part of that, that's great. But you can actually start getting into PSM right away, like Ken Schwaber's site. But go test your firepower. I took my 6th Agile certification earlier this week with Ken's company. It's called a Scaled Professional Scrum. So I took that, but I would recommend the PSM for you folks. So after you get certified as a PMP, my advice is to take the Professional Scrum Master, and then the Professional Scrum Product Owner, and then, just grow into other things like whatever you want. So.
And that's exactly what, between Chandra and Solange, we were exactly talking about that same thing of, let's just keep the core. This is never going to hurt you, and you're only investing in yourself.
There you go. Yeah. And on top of all of this, I have the Project Leadership Institute, we focus on leadership, and it's personal leadership first. Your vision, your mission, your goals, what you want to do in life. And if you know anything about John Maxwell, America's leadership guru, the curriculum is pretty much from my mentor, John Maxwell. So that's something to think about. projectleadershipinstitute.com. We have different curricula, but we're starting a new one. This current group has been with me for a whole year. They're kind of similar to you folks. They were on classes with me, but we meet every week, and they're just doing great and awesome things in different aspects of business. But anyway, here's another question that we get about the PMP. We get this question. People, process, business, the content outline, how important is it? Is it just fluff? Are the numbers fake?
All of it. And I'll tell you, so my experience on this test, I will say, all of it's integrated. You're not going to get just one question on, oh, that is only business. Oh, this one question is only Agile. It's like, oh, no. This is Agile mixed in with, it's process, but they're incorporating the people aspect. So you're having a conflict within a process, and yet it's Agile. There is no, not dichotomy. There's no, singling out, just like here, what you're seeing on the screen. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's all fun. Like that's all kiddies play to be like, yeah, we'll have a test on just the people. It is interwoven.
It's so interwoven, huh?
It is. You can't just pick out. I mean, I'm telling you right now, or in the hybrid too, that is huge. Hybrid. So Agile hybrid, all of that, but it's like they're taking, this question has 30% people, and it's based on another 20% process, 1% of business, and the rest hybrid. That's how the questions are. So it's not just, all these certain questions are just for on the business. They are interwoven into all the questions.
Wow.
Yes.
So for people who think if they just read people, then they'll be good with a whole lot of 42% of the questions. Not so, huh?
No, because it pulls from different, pulling from a little bit of everything merged into the question. And that's why I say a lot of your test questions do exactly that. They do exactly that. So that's why I say you can't just say, 8% is only business. I'm not going to forget about that. Yeah, but in other words, put the little effort in to learn it, because that way you're that much more confident instead of just having to say, the low hanging fruit that you always talk about. Just you're gonna have to use this anyway when you start applying it in real world.
Good stuff. Any other comments about anything that you would do differently, or what our friends on the call, anything that just comes to you randomly about what they should be thinking about, how they should think?
Well, I think the one thing that really helped is book your date. The only reason I booked my date was because both, like I said, Solange and Chandra's like, nope, I booked it for February. And then Solange says, no, February is my drop dead deadline. I said, and I knew that I had a year from December, this past December. And I said, holy moly, I'm going to do it in February? Because with that support, otherwise, I don't think I would have booked it. I still would be saying, I'll book it in March. Well, I'm not ready. I'm going to book it in April. Don't. Just give yourself a good month at least, right? Because the one thing you're going to find is there's no availability. I got my date on the 21st of February. So it was Chandra the 14th, me that Monday, the 21st, Solange that Thursday, which was like, oh my gosh. Now, right now, Marisol, she's getting ready to get hers. And we keep saying to her, that's all great. We know the three of us passed, but you ain't getting rid of us. When is your date, Marisol? Well, sometime great. So and we stay on her. It's this, because like I said, we want to know that our entire class
Absolutely.
that we had, it may have been small. And that's what I would encourage Anne, Yolanda, Eniola, Abdul, get your date, commit to it. Even if it's like, well, it's got to be in March or even, great. What is it? And then you're there to support each other. Because I think it would have been too easy to say, pass, later skater, I'm out, and not worry. But like I said, been such a process where we all just, it's kind of what our bond was. And so just book that date. But like I said, give yourself a fair amount of time, but really just start doing that. The studying, like the videos, you get the concepts and everything, and you'll be good.
Lovely stuff. Thank you. We got a question here about how many hours of studying. People are different. People study differently. Like if I listen to this, personally, I'm a great auditory learner. Assuming I listen to this for 5 hours, I might very well get 4 hours of mileage out of it, or maybe let's say 80% of mileage out of it. Someone else may listen to the same stuff and only get 10% of mileage. So it differs. What accounts for my study might be different. But at a high level, just to answer the question, I know for Solange, it's about 6 hours a day in the last week or two, right? Is it fair to say that? In the last week or two?
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Sorry. No, since I started your program.
Wow, really put in a lot.
I listened to the audio constantly. So PMBOK, I knew PMBOK because I listened to it every day. It was in my car, and I would listen to it at night as well.
Nice, good. April, what about you? How many hours would you peg it at?
So I'm going to say this. I'm not your average. And I'll tell you why. Because I know I have my own insecurities. And I'm like, it's like I said to the girls, I'm like, my brain is like Teflon, nothing's sticking. And I really felt like, seriously, I felt like I kept reading the same stuff over and over. I'm like, God, it's not sticking. I should know this. But mind you, I'd been studying since October. Okay. But again, it was very scattered. There wasn't really like this all in order. And I wish I'd had more structure for me, because that's what I needed. But like I say, between now and when you book your test, nothing's going to matter but study. You tell your friends and tell everybody else, like, hey, quick call, we're catching up. How's it going to get? Listen, I got to hang up. And I did that. I told my friends, I said, look, this is my career. This is that important to me. It's not just some test.
Yeah.
I'm making it a priority. So, hey, after my thing, after February, we've got some catching up to do. But I'm just saying, you make that commitment to yourself. Invest it, because how crazy is this? And you know this, Phil. I had a torn meniscus in January. So I was mobilized. I was at home, couldn't really do much. I had surgery the day of our class, which was the 25th of January. Oh, you bet I was still on. I said,
and you showed up.
Hell yeah. I was like, I didn't miss this. I don't care. I said, I sound loopy.
That's commitment. You were all in. You were all in for sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. We got a question from Abdul about how do you get your test results? The question of ATs, to be quite honest, I passed. That's what's most important. If you want to talk about ATs, that's fine, but I'm not going to press you to do that. But how did you get your test results? You got your test results immediately, right? It just tells you if you passed or failed, right?
Okay. Pass or fail, and then it lets you know the process. Like if you're, I guess the AT, yes. It tells you right then and there.
Gotcha. So if you want to talk about ATs, honestly, passing the exam is just what is most important. But if either of you want to talk about ATs, that's fine. But I'm not pressing you to do that. All right. The next question is from Eniola, and it says, how much effort did you put into the PMBOK guide?
I put a lot of effort into the PMBOK. I was reading PMBOK last year. Actually, not reading. I was listening to PMBOK last year off and on. But when the year started, January, I wasn't watching TV, wasn't listening to the radio or CDs or Apple Music, nothing. Everything was this audio.
Wow.
I could tell you word for word on the audios. I could tell you all the jokes, everything.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Over and over.
Did it pay off? Did it pay off, or would you say you'd rather not spend as much time you did on it?
For me, I'm happy I did. I'm happy I did because it wasn't clicking for me. So for me, I guess not everyone, but I had to listen to it a couple of times for me to actually get the whole flow. Because at first I thought, it went into order, but it doesn't. So it took me a while to realize that. I would do it again. Yes.
And Neil, if I can just chime in here as well. I am that student that's like, I hadn't really, like I said, barely. And I even had said to the group, I said, this massive monster, I don't even know where to begin. Yes, but I don't have the time. If my test was, I think Phil, we had started our class, we were January. I think I had like 7 weeks when I had booked out that I said, I'm not reading this book. I'm not a speed reader. I'm not one that's like, pages in a minute. That is not me. I am like, highlight 20 times. Aww. But that's just me. That's why I say it's like, so I'm kind of part of the group of, I can read it a lot, but what I will say, exactly what Phil is telling you, the back pages, the 556 to 536 are the condensed chapters. Start with that. I'm not saying don't read the PMBOK. It's a great miniature version of the prior chapters. And when he says those 49 processes, all those handouts, just start. Yep, we're going to say, because he breaks it down beautifully. You know, the one that you have, Phil, that you kind of put the description of what it is?
Yeah.
Beautiful. That's a great thing. And then as you're going through, but let that be a starting point because it is overwhelming. Trust, I still haven't read the entire PMBOK, but now that my test is over, it's like, bust out with a PMBOK. What did I miss here? But I am going to still go back because it's the core foundation. That's
lovely.
The core foundation that I'm so much more at ease with studying and reading that I'm not pressured to test.
There you go. Yeah.
But I still want to go back to it. So if anything, when they're talking about the certain pieces in the PMBOK, like those back pages and there were like a bunch of other pages, Phil, that we, as our group, that we said, just go back. So I didn't have to focus on the entire book, but when they said get the back chapters, I did go through. I was like, all right, let's get through this. And that's what started to help piece it together in the PMBOK. And then there were other little sections in there that I also said, okay, the hybrid sections or the Agile pieces.
Yeah.
Had no clue that Agile was even in that book, by the way. And so I was like, oh my God, it's here. So all that to say, so it could be very burdensome and you think, how am I going to tackle this? Start with the back one. That's like your start there. You read that. really get through it. It's a good little foundation. And I think that's enough to at least kind of give you what you're going to need. And then those videos, I'm telling you, with Roy's too.
Thank you. Thanks for those recommendations. That also reminded me, April, I have additional studying for you, but it's not PMP, it's PDU kind of stuff, just to guide you on how to think about PDUs. So you're going to get an email from me in the next 3-4 minutes, just reminding you, now that you're PMP, what is life after the PMP about? Yeah. And we normally send it to our students, so we're celebrating their success, and they're free. They don't have to listen to their buddy Phil, except they're going for an Agile cert. Then you have to come back.
We're family now, guys.
There you go. Wow, I am so excited. Any other questions for our gurus? You got no idea how excited I am. You are PMP. You don't have to show up on Saturdays anymore. Just show up to inspire and encourage when you can on the group studies. And, Chandra, she's not here. She's enjoying herself somewhere.
She's in Hawaii.
She's in Hawaii. Good for her. She's going to get an email from me saying, hey,
PDU's life after PMP. He's going to be like, this Phil, even on my vacation, it can't be free of him.
So I do have a question. I know we started, I mean, I know you're probably running out a little time here, but Anne, I know you said you're getting ready to try and book it. How is everybody, have everybody else booked their date? I'm just curious.
No, I haven't.
I've booked mine. My exam is on the 23rd of March.
Yes.
Good job.
Good.
Okay. That was Yolanda, right?
How's Eniola?
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
Eniola. Okay.
Yeah, I said I haven't booked mine, but I want to do it around that time as well.
And I would, that one thing that was said to me, and they were really right about this, is get in now to book it because you think, oh, I'm going to book it in a couple. You're like, oh my God, there's no availability. Holy moly, now I'm into April. That's true. Because you can always book future in advance, but the closer you get, everything's solidly booked. Crazy. How about Abdul?
For April, mid-April.
Oh, in April, you're going to have it scheduled for then?
Because my job won't allow me. It's a lot going on.
Awesome. Okay, because I'm going to be on the lookout for the posting that you guys have passed. That's what I'm like, all right, you're going to see my post, my reaction.
Thank you. Accountability is what we need. And if you can share the link for the group, because I know Chandra had shared it, but I don't think Abdul was on the call when we did. So if you can share the link for that study group, it will be so appreciated. And then he can jump in as well. I need all of them certified, just like you guys. I need them to do it, like yesterday. Even though we're just finishing the course today, I know they can do it. I know they can.
Yes.
Good.
You know, there were a bunch of questions that I gave you folks, the PDF with, it was a little bit more hybridized, April. And you and I, we exchanged emails about some of the questions. This is the one I'm talking about. Did you folks use this in your study group at all?
Yes, we did. That was
went through all the questions.
Wow.
Every question.
Wow.
So the way we did that, and I don't know if that would help with Abdul, Yolanda, you guys, is, as like I said, it seemed kind of silly. We're thinking like, you spent your whole study time, all of us each reading a question. What do we think the answer is? But I'll tell you what the benefit was. It would have been easy enough to say, I know that I had done it because I didn't know if I was missing out on that. So remember, Phil, I was like, I've done all 200 guys. And they were like, yeah, we're like on 34. Okay. But I still went back with the group and I said, I'm still doing it with them because even though someone maybe, let's say more advanced where they are getting it, stragglers like myself, where it's like, it's not sticking. I have to tell you what was so great about that. Because as we're going through, it would be Solange or Chandra, Mir saying, let me tell you why it can't be that. Because of X, Y, and Z. It's like, oh my God. That's what started to really help piece together. So you kind of think, well, who the heck wants to spend time answering out loud? And it's the process of helping each other understand why it's not this. Or you said this answer, why? What's your thought process behind it?
Yeah.
I had a process of elimination. I had nothing else to do. But then when they explain to you, this is about resource, this is about quality, you're like, I will never forget that question. Or, the answer. I know how to answer that now. So that's the benefit. It's not about the reading out. It's that collaboration of really helping us piece or gap knowledge. Yeah. Closing.
So I think
we also went, after we were done with that, if we were unsure about something, I believe April and I went to your PMBOK videos at the bottom, and then we started doing the quiz there. But I already did those quizzes before. Last year. But it helped out because when we were unsure about something, we'll sit there and do the quizzes, and they were very helpful.
That is a very good point. So I didn't tell these folks that, and I should probably show it on the screen if I can bring it up. So, right there at the bottom, because you folks were in the class when I got the brainwave, when we heard from, who did we hear from? We heard from a student who said, going through all those videos and all those things. Was it Carlos? Yes.
Carlos? It
was Carlos. Yes.
Carlos, yeah.
He said going through the 3 hours of earned value that, it was fun, but probably maybe not next time. So that's why I put all the PMBOK guide stuff back down to the bottom, and I elevated some of the shorter ones. So it's good to know that the longer ones that have little quizzes in between, from what Solange is saying, we should probably not do them. We should still go back in there and take a look at them.
to
Oh
add
yeah,
on
they
to
were
that.
helpful. I
Yes.
forgot what area we did scope. What else we did? The quiz. I think it was procurement?
Quality? Was it quality one of them?
No, we didn't do quality. Was it quality? I'm not too sure, but we did do it, and it was very helpful.
This is very helpful to me to not delete them.
Here's the other thing.
I want to delete them. I wouldn't delete them. The way Carlos was talking, I believe Carlos and I had the same quiz because the same exam because a lot of things he was saying, I noticed it on my test.
Okay.
Gotcha. So right down at the bottom where we have essentials, I think. Essentials. Let me look for it. Essentials. Yes. Oh, I even wrote to be retired. To be retired 2022. So these ones are actually useful. They can be useful. So like if you go to integration and you want to pinpoint precise, go to a process like close project or phase, you folks took these quizzes. So let me go to this one, for example. You took these quizzes. These ones? Gotcha.
Yes.
That's good. That's very helpful. Yeah. Very good to know. Thank you.
I know you keep you've emphasized this, and this is the one thing passing on when we say go take the 90 quest, a lot of times people are very intimidated with, but who cares if you only got 2 right out of the 100 and whatever. It's a line in the sand. That's all it is. No one's judging you. No one's saying, really? Like, who are you advertising to? Nobody. But you really need to just put that line in the sand. Who cares what you get? No one cares what you get on the test. It's that going through the questions and like, I get a feel for it. Wow, this blows, but I at least I know now what the challenge is, what I need to overcome. And that's the biggest thing. I think Solange and I were just like, who cares? If you don't care what you get. That was the one encouragement when people have said, well, I really haven't. It doesn't matter. Fail it. Who cares? Yeah. You just kind of put that line in sand where now I know where my strength is. My strength was like this much. And I'm the first to say that. Seriously. And then, but I got to tell you, and even on the mock exam, I had taken it twice. I'm so proud to announce this. The first time I'd gotten a 70 and I was like, wow. Well, for me, I was like, dude, that's like, I think I'm a C minus, but that's okay.
That's actually very good.
Right.
That's actually very good.
Okay, that was my first. The second time, I was like, the Mr. Furley from Three's Company, feeling all confident. 73.
Wow.
So all that to say, I know I don't do great on like the test, like, it didn't improve that much. But ironically enough, some of the stuff I got right, I was like, oh my God, the whole cost, the this and that. I felt so good that I could say, that was the other thing. What do you do next? That was the big thing on the test. What's your next step? What's your next step? That's the whole point of needing those 49 processes. Like you say, not to memorize, no. But you have to be able to know that when you're done with this, that puts me back. Now that puts me to execute. And that's the other key thing. When you need to know that if the question's like, you're kind of in planning what's next, and you're at that last tail end before you go into executing, or your next step is going into boom, you can eliminate 2 of your answers right away. That's planning. The answer has to be the executing piece. So that's why I'm saying, so that's what take these tests. Nobody cares how you get on it. Just do it so you get the feel for what the tests are going to be like.
That's great advice. Thank you very much. Oh dear. Very good advice indeed. All right, my friends. You got any more questions? Ask them now. Okay, Anne, you got a question? So, okay, no problem. Yeah, the audio. Yeah, I've got the page open. I'll trigger it again. No problem whatsoever. All right. Any other questions or comments? Because our gurus have been so kind to chill out with us here and make it a very robust session.
No, this was very helpful. Because like I was telling Phil, like I was extremely nervous, but this kind of calmed me down because I'm more like you, April. A total wreck. And at the same time, I'm a little bit of Solange where I'll study in my bed, but then end up falling asleep with the computer.
That was me, Anne.
But this kind of helped calm me down a little.
Good. And
awesome. I really, like I said, the thing to tag on to that, Anne, is I know in some of the past lessons learned from folks, I know our group were I know it's being recorded. But there were a couple where we were like, what the? Like, I just went from like not just nervous, but now to like biting fingernails. And I'm really like, what was that? Because and so one thing I said is I really would like when you get a good measure, but I'm going to tell you right now, and I know the 4 of you are going to pass. I know you are. Put aside the time, the dedication. I trust me. And like I say, I haven't read the whole PMBOK. Got it. But like I said, those sections, I know when Phil's like, nope, do the back piece of it. Yep. And all the other, like the other kind of core things. Yeah. Do those process domain, like all those videos. I'm telling you, that is beyond gold stuff that if you want to get all them, fine, go read the PMBOK, but who has time? I didn't, but I'm telling you, I know if you guys.
April,
yes.
Did you read this one?
No, I haven't even read some. No, at all. And I'm just being honest. Eventually, yes, I do. Like I said, I'm not going to stop studying, but of course it's not going to be as like pressured, and you've got this. I know. You just get through those videos and do the tests. Who cares about like what you're getting? Because the second you start reading, and take them 2 and 3 times. You get through those and you're gonna be like, oh, okay. Because I'm telling you, and you're gonna see these, you're gonna be like, oh my God, this is I know I've read this. Maybe the names are different, but I know I've read this type of question. You're gonna be more at ease with, I know what they're asking. What would you add on to, Solange? Anything?
I totally agree with you. I totally agree. I did go through his essentials. I went through it. Agile, definitely. Scrum. I took the quizzes on Scrum. We took the quizzes on Scrum. I would say just whatever Phil said to do, I did. I just paid attention. I did it. Just a little more relaxed, but I did it. I think you'll be fine. I think you'll be fine.
Thank you. Now, one final question that may be a little bit difficult to answer, but it's about difficulty. What was the difficulty on the exam on a scale of 1 to 10?
Time management.
It's really more about management of time, huh?
Yes.
It really is.
It's a marathon.
I'll tell you why.
I needed water. I needed snacks. It's a marathon.
If I could have given you that lifeline, I would have.
It is. Again, I thought once I relaxed, it was, no, I wouldn't say easy. It was okay for me because I knew the material. So the only issue I had was the roles. It was like everyone was involved in my test. Like, product owner, Scrum, project manager, all in one sentence.
Oh, dear.
I'm like, oh gosh, why is the project manager? And the question always says, what does the project manager do? And I'm like, but the project manager doesn't do that. And it was just a little confusing there. Just a little confusing because they throw everyone at you.
Yeah, which makes it hybrid. So would it be fair to say for you folks?
My test, it was at like half, like
a 5 out of 10?
I guess I had a lot of hybrid then. Let's say that.
Would you say the difficulty, Solange? Solange, would you say the difficulty level on a scale of 1 to 10 for you was 5, a 10, a 9, a 2? 10 being most difficult?
No, it wasn't that difficult.
What would you give it?
I would give it maybe a 6 for me.
Okay, good. About a 6, good. It's good to know because I think that helps answer people who are asking, how was the test in general? If you felt comfortable, it means you knew the material, but the time management was really the factor.
Yeah. And I will say that too. I mean, just in terms of, when you guys go, I'm sure one of you are going to get the test that Chandra and I got. Others of you may get what Solange and I think Carlos, you said, right? Solange may have had. But either, because they have various versions, we know that. But I'm going to tell you right now, I would give it about a 6, where, I didn't go out there pulling my hair like, I didn't know the answers to most. No. Process of elimination is going to be beautiful, because I will say this. I kind of did what Solange did, was I went there, I'm like, hold up on the question. Answers. Boom, boom. Nope. Right off the bat, I could eliminate, and I did. Not every question, but there was a good bulk of them that I was like, no brain. Then it was like between these two, and then you read it, you're like, boom, I know what it was. And that's what I'm saying. So long as you have the foundations of what you're learning and everything you're going through this class, Just keep sticking with it. I said, you're going to miss some, whatever. I did. I'm just shocked that I even passed because I thought I'd miss a lot more than that.
No,
but that's okay.
We've practiced.
Yes.
We practiced process of elimination, and that's what we did.
Yes. So like, you guys got this. It's just get the information here and just do the studying. Just commit to the studying. Just do what you've got to do. I know you guys are going to pass.
Thank you. Thank you both so much. Thank you, April. Thank you, Solange. We're going to go ahead and end the recording. And if there are any other questions, we'll take them outside. Thank you so much. You're going to get, of course, PDUs for this. You know that. So just stay tuned to email. You're going to get a PDU. We appreciate you coming. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And congratulations to both of you. I'm super excited and proud for you. I can't wait to be one of the
same.
alumni.
Thank you, April and Solange.
Thank
you guys
you,
really helped.
Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. I know you're looking to take the PMP exam, but I've got questions that can test your readiness. What I would advise you to do is to spend an hour plus on these questions, taking them down one by one. Go to a quiet spot and analyze each question thoroughly. This will help you in your preparation for the exam. Hit the pause button and give yourself 1 to 2 minutes to answer each question. Some of the questions are broken down into A, B, C format. Spend time really addressing each one and be honest with yourself. If you don't understand a question, open up either the PMBOK Guide 6th or 7th edition or the Agile Practice Guide and close those gaps. You'll be a lot better off for the exam. I would also advise, in addition to this video, look out for my PMP Mindset Mantra videos. These will help you in your preparation for the exam. And if you're listening to this on my podcast, pmradio.org, listen to the multiple podcasts that I have out there to prepare you for the exam. Each one is a gem, I can assure you. Let's get started with the very first. 1. Explain the concept of incremental delivery. 2. Explain the concept of value delivery. 3. Explain how conflict should be resolved on a project. 4. Explain how stakeholders should be engaged on a project. 5. Explain the framework of Scrum 3-5-3. What does this mean? 6. Explain the framework of 5 process groups, 10 knowledge areas, and 49 processes. 7. Explain Agile. What is it? 8. Explain the concept of lean. 9. Explain predictive life cycles. 10. Explain iterative life cycles. 11. Explain agile life cycles. 12. Explain the role of the product owner. 13. Explain the role of the Scrum Master. 14. Explain the role of the developers. 15. Explain servant leadership. 16. Explain the concept of a hybrid life cycle. 17. Explain what an Agile project charter does. 18. Explain what a team charter is and give 3 alternate names for it. 19. Explain whatever you can about test-driven development. 20. Explain whatever you can about feature-driven delivery. 21. Explain what is a project. 22. Explain what is a program. 23. Explain what is a portfolio. 24. Explain what is a value delivery system. This is explained in detail in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. 25. Explain the 4 Agile Manifesto values. Go on down to agilemanifesto.org and explain them in your own words. 26. Explain the 12 principles of the Agile Manifesto in your own words by going through them one by one at agilemanifesto.org. 27. Explain the following contract types: fixed price, cost reimbursable, time and materials. Explain any Agile contract types that you remember from page 77 of the Agile Practice Guide. 28. Explain the daily Scrum ceremony. 29. Explain anti-patterns. 30. Explain pair programming. 31. Explain the fishbowl window concept. 32. Explain Kanban. 33. Explain the concept of WIP. W-I-P. 34. Explain burn down charts. 35. Explain burn up charts. 36. Explain the sprint review ceremony. 37. Explain what is the most important meeting or event or ceremony, if you choose to call it that, in the world of Scrum. 38. Explain the concept of backlog refinement. 39. Explain the concept of backlog preparation. 40. Explain the definition of ready. 41. Explain the definition of done. 42. Explain the difference between a requirement and a user story. 43. Explain who is ultimately accountable for the product backlog. 44. Explain who is accountable to coach the team in Scrum. 45. Explain all components of the project management plan and the value they bring. If you are at a loss for this question, you need to open up to page 89 of the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. 46. Explain the flow of change requests on a predictive project. 47. Explain these knowledge areas and concepts. A. Integration. B. Scope. C. Schedule management. D. Cost management. E. Quality management. F. Resource management. G. Communications management. H. Risk management. I. procurement management, and J, stakeholder management. 48. Explain these PMBOK Guide 7th edition principles: stewardship, collaboration, stakeholders, value, systems, leadership, tailoring, quality, complexity, risk, adaptability, and change. To get a list of these principles, open up the PMBOK Guide 7th edition and explain them at a high level. 49. Explain what the PMI's model is for the perfect project management professional certified from the PMI. In other words, expand on the PMI Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. If you do not have a copy of this, you should have read it because it is required to be signed off digitally before sending in your PMP application. So Google PMI Code of Ethics and you'll be able to download that PDF. Explain those overarching concepts in the PMI Code of Ethics. I'll give you the summary. It's responsibility, respect, fairness, and honesty. Question 50, the final question. Explain these concepts: project management and people, project management and process, project management and business. If you flinched at those questions, it's a sign to go back to the drawing board. Just a quick reminder from your buddy Phil. Let's get started with today's show.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to PMP Journey. This is where we'll take a look at page 25 and we'll aim to find out if you truly understand what page 25 is all about. Now, I want to encourage you, if you have not already downloaded my free cheat sheet, you should. My free cheat sheet can be found at the link below. If you go on down to the Praizion website at the link that I've shared, you can download my free cheat sheet. But let's take a look at what exactly is in my free cheat sheet. In my free cheat sheet, you will find plain English definitions of every process. That is what I'm going to be testing you on today. The questions will not be as straightforward. There'll be a few curveballs, but for the most part, I'm aiming to find out if you understand every process that is explained here. Now, I know some people say, well, the PMI say they've moved to the 7th edition. Why are you still talking about processes? Well, the PMI have not moved away from the 5 process groups and the 10 knowledge areas. In fact, you'll find these in Standards Plus. So this is a worthwhile expedition for us to take and find out if you truly understand what the processes are. Now, what I've heard from students who've taken the exam, they still tell me the analogy I use about being dropped from a parachute at 30,000 feet into some wasteland somewhere, some vast land somewhere, still holds true. The exam could drop you into any of these areas, and you need to know which knowledge area makes the most sense. Based on the other knowledge areas and based on where I have been dropped, which process is it likely to be, not in rote memorization mode? No. What will help you is truly understanding what you are doing. And the best way to get your arms around what you're doing and how it fits with everything else is page 25, is this stuff. So I encourage you to download my free cheat sheet that will show you all of these processes in plain English and I'm going to be asking you questions about each one. If you haven't watched Emily's and my breakdown of the different tasks and the different domains, look for it on the channel. You'll find about 5 or 6 videos where we do that. This is an addendum to that to go more into the weeds and ensure that you truly understand what we were talking about. Okay, so let's go to our very first process. This is going to be very rapid. I will read out a description and I will ask you, which process do you think we're in? Here we go. Ensuring that stakeholders are engaged and taking action if not. 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, what is being described, is monitor stakeholder engagement, because you're ensuring that stakeholders are engaged, and if not, you're taking corrective action. Next question. Communicating with and working with stakeholders. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer is manage stakeholder engagement. Next question. Stakeholder recognition and identification. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer is identify stakeholders. Next question. Planning how to engage identified stakeholders. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Plan stakeholder engagement. Next question. Authorization. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Develop project charter. Next question. Deliverable creation and work performance data generation. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Direct and manage project work. Next question. Plan integration. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Develop project management plan. Next question. Lessons learned generation and compilation. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer to that one is manage project knowledge. Next question. An integration process where work performance information is an input. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Monitor and control project work. Next question. Approved change request is an output. Change log is an output. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Perform integrated change control. Next question. An integration process where work performance reports is an input. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Perform integrated change control. Next question. Monitoring and controlling the entire project and generating work performance reports. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Monitor and control project work. Next question. Change request processing and management. Which process does that describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Perform integrated change control. Next question. Transition the deliverable to the customer or stakeholders. Which process does that describe? 3, 2,
1. The answer? Close, project, or phase. Next question. Contract award. Which process does that describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Conduct procurements. Next question. Proposals is an input to this process. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Conduct procurements. Next question. Check into ensure that communications are going according to plan and making necessary adjustments. So read it like check in to ensure that communications are going according to plan and making necessary adjustments. We'll take that again. Check in to ensure that communications are going according to plan and making necessary adjustments. Which process does that describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer is monitor communications. Next question. Planning how to manage procurements and contracts. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The best answer to this is plan procurement management. Next question. Checking the overall project risk and individual project risk. Checking the status of overall project risks and individual project risk. 3, 2, 1. The best answer talks about checking the status. It's monitor risks. Next question. Deciding this is a build, own, operate, transfer arrangement. Procurement strategy, make or buy decision. Which process do these keywords remind you of? 3, 2, 1. The best answer is plan procurement management. This is where we decide on the arrangement, the delivery method. This is where we also craft the procurement strategy and make a decision as far as to make or buy something. Next question. Planning how to respond positive. Planning how to respond to risks, positive and negative. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Plan risk responses. Next question. Risk report is an output from here. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Identify risks. Next question. Categorizing risks and finding the risk score to rank the risks. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Perform qualitative risk analysis. Next question. Finding the aggregate effect of risks on a project. Which process is that? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Perform quantitative risk analysis. Next question. Risk strategy, methodology, risk breakdown structure configuration. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The best answer? Plan risk management. Next question. Selecting a seller or sellers and awarding a contract.
What does this best describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Conduct procurements. Next question. Planning how to manage communications. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Plan communications management. Next question. Planning how to manage scope. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Plan scope management. Next question. The requirements management plan is an output. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Plan scope management. Remember, we get 2 plans from here, the scope management plan and the requirements management plan. Next question. Documenting project requirements. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Collect requirements. Next question. Transition the deliverable to the customer or stakeholders. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Close project or phase. Next question. Product analysis is a tool and technique of this. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The best answer is define scope. This is where we use product analysis to understand how far we need to go in the development of a product on a project. All right, next question. Next question. Identifying the detailed project scope. Which process is this? The answer is define scope. Next question. Scope baseline is an output from here. Which process is this? The answer? Create WBS. Next question. Verify deliverables is an input here. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer is validate scope. This is where verified deliverables are inspected by the customer. Next question. Creating a work breakdown structure. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer is create WBS. Next question. Preventing scope creep. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Control scope. Next question. Breaking down work packages into tasks. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Define activities. Remember to hit the pause button if you need more time, and that way you can think about the question some more. Next question. Sequencing activities in logical order. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Sequence activities. Next question. Planning how to manage the schedule. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Plan, schedule, management. Next question. Estimating how long each activity will take. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Estimating activity durations is what you're doing, and the actual process name is estimate activity durations. Bear in mind that on the exam, you will not be tested rote on these names of processes, but you do need to know what you're doing and what best describes it so that you're able to select based on the ordering of events. Next question. Preventing schedule overruns and managing schedule changes. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Control schedule. Next question. Developing team members through training, mentoring, coaching, and other means to ensure peak performance as a team. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The best answer? Develop team. Next question. Leading the team to excellence through feedback. Which process does this best describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Manage team. Next question. Acquiring resources needed for a project. Which process does this best describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer is acquire resources. Next question. Resource breakdown structure is an output of this. Which process does this best describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Estimate activity resources. Next question. Planning how to manage resources. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The best answer is plan resource management. Next question. Estimating how many resources and what type are needed for a project. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Estimate activity resources. Next question. Carrying out risk response plans. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Implement risk responses. Next question. Estimating how many resources and what type are needed for the project. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The best answer is estimate activity resources. Next question. Preventing errors from getting into the customer's reach. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The best answer is control quality. Next question. Assuring customers that quality standards are being met while carrying out quality audits. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The best answer? Manage quality. Next question. Preventing cost overruns and managing cost changes. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, and 1. The best answer is control costs. Next question. Using cost aggregation. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Determine budget. Next question. Estimating the cost for each schedule activity. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Estimate costs. Next question. Preventing schedule overruns and managing schedule changes. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Control schedule. Next question. Planning how to manage quality on a project. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Plan quality management. Next question. Assembling all existing components into a final project schedule. Which process does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Develop schedule. Next question. Verify deliverables is an input here. Which process is this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Validate scope. Next question. Order of events in a knowledge area. You are in project integration management in develop project charter. Which process should follow? 3, 2, 1. The answer is develop project management plan. That should follow in integration. Next question. In the area of scope management, you are in collect requirements. What should follow in this knowledge area? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Define scope. Next question. You are in the schedule management knowledge area in control schedule. Which process comes before this? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Develop schedule. Develop schedule comes before control schedule in the schedule management knowledge area. Again, bear in mind you will not be tested rote like this on the exam, but this helps you become familiar with the terminology. Identify risks. Which process comes after this in risk management? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Perform qualitative risk analysis. So, you might be wondering, as I'm getting ready for the PMP exam, what is the real big ticket item I should focus on? In addition to focusing on what describes each process, something else that is a very important one to observe, to really make sure you've dotted those I's and crossed those T's, is what is in it for you as a participant or as the project manager on a project. So over to the next set of questions, which are going to be more on what you get out of each process. This again is going to be done very rapidly. What are the outputs of Develop Project Charter? If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, 1. The answer is the project charter and the assumption log. These are the two unique outputs. This quiz will focus on the unique outputs of each process. Next one. What are the outputs of identify stakeholders? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Stakeholder register. Next question. What are the outputs of collect requirements? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Requirements traceability matrix and requirements documentation. Next question. What are the outputs of plan schedule management? 3, 2, 1. The major output is the schedule management plan. Next question. What are the outputs of define activities? 3, 2, 1. The answer is an activity list, activity attributes, and milestone list. Again, what is most important is knowing what these are, not memorizing rote where they come from. Next question. What are the outputs of determined budget? The answer? Cost baseline, project funding requirements. Next question. What are the outputs of plan quality management? The answer? Quality management plan, quality metrics. Next question. What are the outputs of plan resource management? The answer? Resource management plan and team charter. Next question. What are the outputs of conduct procurements? The answer, agreements and selected sellers. Remember, when we say agreements, this also refers to contracts. Next question. What are the outputs of perform integrated change control? The answer, changelog and approved change requests. Next question. On the screen, we can see advertising. This is a tool and technique of what? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Conduct procurements. On the screen, you can see Agile release planning. This is a tool and technique of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Develop schedule. On the screen, we have bidder conferences. This is a tool and technique of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Conduct procurements. On the screen, we can see change control tools is a tool and technique of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Perform integrated change control. Next question. Context diagrams is a tool and technique used in which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer? Collect requirements. Next question. Contingent response strategies is a tool and technique used in which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer is plan, risk, responses. I hope you've enjoyed this series. Remember, if you are getting ready for your PMP exam, go on down to our website, Praizion.com, and check out the plethora of training aids you can get there. You can jump into the project management masterclass that's happening next. You can also attend training for JIRA or training for the ACP and so many other fun topics. Thank you very much for joining. I wish you all the very best. Remember, go back, rewatch this over and over again. Just have it playing on repeat, because this stuff, it gets into the subconscious mind. The more you listen, the more it's going to stick. I'd also like to alert you to the CDC website. That's right, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Why would I refer you to this website? Well, the reason is they have a plethora of tools that can help you in your journey to the PMP exam. And when I say tools, I'm really talking more about the ITTOs, actual examples of these. Go on down to this. It's tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. When you go on down to that link, you'll be able to access a ton of documents from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. This is their PMO site right here. And you can see a lot of what you typically learn in the world of the PMI as far as documents and plans. They are very well put together here in the form of templates. So a lot of these questions I was asking you, these are actually used in the real world. These are things that are truly used in the real world. I know for the exam, there's a myth that a lot of what PMI asks is just fake and bogus. No, it's not. A lot of what I'm asking you is used on actual projects, be it an input, a tool technique, an output. You'll find them used on projects. The only thing is, on the exam, you will not be asked rote. This is used in which process? Instead, you'll have a situational question in which you could be implicitly tested on your understanding of project management lingo and scenarios as far as how would you solve this problem? Do you know what the problem is here? Do you understand the language of process groups, knowledge areas, processes, inputs, tools, techniques, outputs? Call them methods, models, artifacts. Do you truly understand the language? And that's why we are going for a second round in this journey. Listen to this over and over again, because I want to get you to peak performance. It's not necessarily about watching videos over and over again, but it's about asking yourself questions after those videos. And that's the purpose of this one. So you can move away from the computer. You don't even need to watch. You can hear what I'm asking and just play this on repeat and make this part of your daily drill. Let's go for another round.
Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. I know you're looking to take the PMP exam, but I've got questions that can test your readiness. What I would advise you to do is to spend an hour plus on these questions, taking them down one by one. Go to a quiet spot and analyze each question thoroughly. This will help you in your preparation for the exam. Hit the pause button and give yourself 1 to 2 minutes to answer each question. Some of the questions are broken down into A, B, C format. Spend time really addressing each one and be honest with yourself. If you don't understand a question, open up either the PMBOK Guide 6th or 7th edition or the Agile Practice Guide and close those gaps. You'll be a lot better off for the exam. I would also advise, in addition to this video, look out for my PMP Mindset Mantra videos. These will help you in your preparation for the exam. And if you're listening to this on my podcast, pmradio.org, listen to the multiple podcasts that I have out there to prepare you for the exam. Each one is a gem, I can assure you. Let's get started with the very first. 1. Explain the concept of incremental delivery. 2. Explain the concept of value delivery. 3. Explain how conflict should be resolved on a project. 4. Explain how stakeholders should be engaged on a project. 5. Explain the framework of Scrum 3-5-3. What does this mean? 6. Explain the framework of 5 process groups, 10 knowledge areas, and 49 processes. 7. Explain Agile. What is it? 8. Explain the concept of lean. 9. Explain predictive life cycles. 10. Explain iterative life cycles. 11. Explain agile life cycles. 12. Explain the role of the product owner. 13. Explain the role of the Scrum Master. 14. Explain the role of the developers. 15. Explain servant leadership. 16. Explain the concept of a hybrid life cycle. 17. Explain what an Agile project charter does. 18. Explain what a team charter is and give 3 alternate names for it. 19. Explain whatever you can about test-driven development. 20. Explain whatever you can about feature-driven delivery. 21. Explain what is a project. 22. Explain what is a program. 23. Explain what is a portfolio. 24. Explain what is a value delivery system. This is explained in detail in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. 25. Explain the 4 Agile Manifesto values. Go on down to agilemanifesto.org and explain them in your own words. 26. Explain the 12 principles of the Agile Manifesto in your own words by going through them one by one at agilemanifesto.org. 27. Explain the following contract types: fixed price, cost reimbursable, time and materials. Explain any Agile contract types that you remember from page 77 of the Agile Practice Guide. 28. Explain the daily Scrum ceremony. 29. Explain anti-patterns. 30. Explain pair programming. 31. Explain the fishbowl window concept. 32. Explain Kanban. 33. Explain the concept of WIP. W-I-P. 34. Explain burn down charts. 35. Explain burn up charts. 36. Explain the sprint review ceremony. 37. Explain what is the most important meeting or event or ceremony, if you choose to call it that, in the world of Scrum. 38. Explain the concept of backlog refinement. 39. Explain the concept of backlog preparation. 40. Explain the definition of ready. 41. Explain the definition of done. 42. Explain the difference between a requirement and a user story. 43. Explain who is ultimately accountable for the product backlog. 44. Explain who is accountable to coach the team in Scrum. 45. Explain all components of the project management plan and the value they bring. If you are at a loss for this question, you need to open up to page 89 of the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. 46. Explain the flow of change requests on a predictive project. 47. Explain these knowledge areas and concepts. A. Integration. B. Scope. C. Schedule management. D. Cost management. E. Quality management. F. Resource management. G. Communications management. H. Risk management. I. Procurement management. And J. Stakeholder management. 48. Explain these PMBOK Guide 7th edition principles: stewardship, collaboration, stakeholders, value, systems, leadership, tailoring, quality, complexity, risk, adaptability, and change. To get a list of these principles, open up the PMBOK Guide 7th edition and explain them at a high level. 49. Explain what the PMI's model is for the perfect project management professional certified from the PMI. In other words, expand on the PMI Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. If you do not have a copy of this, you should have read it because it is required to be signed off digitally before sending in your PMP application. So Google PMI Code of Ethics and you'll be able to download that PDF. Explain those overarching concepts in the PMI Code of Ethics. I'll give you the summary. It's responsibility, respect, fairness, and honesty. Question 50, the final question. Explain these concepts. Project management and people. Project management and process. Project management and business. If you flinched at those questions, it's a sign to go back to the drawing board. Just a quick reminder from your buddy Phil. Let's get started with today's show.
Did I hear someone say, I need a coach for the PMP exam or project management? Hey, if that's you, go on down to pmanonymous.com. I'm accepting new students. Let's knock this exam out and let's get your career straight. See you there. Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. I know lots of you are getting ready to take this exam and to be one and done with it. I commend you. Keep going down that path of success. But one thing you need to do, you need to fix that exam date. And fixing that exam date is only going to propel you to success in a timely, intentional, and sensible fashion, because some folks are just thrashing all over the place without focusing their energy and effort on that exam date. You gotta focus on one date, my friends. Now, for me, I focused on an exam date, but I kept on moving it until I got fed up on myself. And I said, look here, Phil, you are going to take the exam on the 25th of June, 2005. So I pushed myself into the exam room, almost kicking and screaming, but I knew I had to do it. I had to fix down the date, and that's what I did. And at the end of the day, success. Anyway, for those of you taking the exam, you've probably heard me say, if you're focusing on this channel quite a bit, that you should take a look at the Scrum Guide. And what I want to do today is take a look at that Scrum Guide. I want to give some commentaries as I go through it, and I want to sensitize you to ideas about the exam. So think about this as the Scrum Guide 2020 version from our awesome friends Ken Schwaber and Jeff Sutherland. But what I'm doing is I'm putting a PMP spin on it, okay? If you want a straight version of the Scrum Guide without any PMP commentary, look on this channel and you'll be able to find a couple of them, one that repeats and one that is just about 25 minutes or so. So getting into the Scrum Guide, which you can get at scrumguides.org. So getting into the very first page of the Scrum Guide, Ken and Jeff tell you they wrote the first version of the Scrum Guide in 2010, but they developed Scrum in the early 90s. Think about that. That is a huge 20-year gap. 20 years from the time they first developed Scrum to the time they wrote the first edition. So you can imagine that this has a lot of thought put into it. And now in 2020, all these years later, think about it, 30 years later, they are now commenting again on how Scrum was formed. It says the Scrum Guide contains a definition of Scrum. Each element of the framework serves a specific purpose that is essential to the overall value and results realized with Scrum. So what I urge people to do, if you're new to Scrum and you're practicing it for the first time, keep it intact. Don't start moving stuff around. Keep it intact because it is going to help you. We follow the growing use of Scrum within an ever-growing complex world. We are humbled to see Scrum being adopted in many domains holding essentially complex work beyond software product development, where Scrum has its roots. And the truth is, a lot of companies are using Scrum. But before you begin tweaking anything, you gotta master it in its intact state. You need to know all the advantages and benefits of it. It's very simple. It's very lightweight, but do not mistake lightweight for simple and therefore I can move anything around. Yeah, it comes across as lightweight and simple, but the more you get into Scrum, you realize, oh my goodness, it sounds simple, but to follow in a methodical, intentional, calculated fashion, which is where you get the best from it, it's not easy. A lot of companies and firms, they have realized, okay, Scrum isn't for us for those reasons. All right. So definition of Scrum. Scrum is a lightweight framework that helps people, teams, and organizations generate value through adaptive solutions for complex problems. So the mindset, my friends, for your exam needs to be, I am generating value. It's not just about creating products. I am generating value through adaptive solutions for complex problems. This is what we use for complex problems. This is not what you use for simple problems. For simple problems, you can use predictive. Simple problems that we know what the solution is from beginning to end, step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can use predictive. But when it comes to complex, when it comes to anarchy, when it comes to chaos, you need to be thinking about Agile and therefore Scrum. Now, if you haven't heard me say it before, out of the companies that use Agile or say we are Agile in our thinking, they employ Agile thinking. Well, out of those companies, 70% of those companies say they use Scrum. Think about it. Of all the Agile frameworks and methods one can use, Scrum. Why? It should tell you that Scrum is successful when employed the right way in the right context. There are some people who are failing miserably trying to be Agile in practice only, but not in behavior, not in mindset. So it's very important that we see Scrum as being successful when it's employed the right way. All right. And that's why in the beginning I said, keep it intact, practice it well before diverting and doing other things, you know. So in a nutshell, Scrum requires a Scrum Master to foster an environment where a product owner orders the work for a complex problem into a product backlog. The Scrum team turns a selection of the work into an increment of value during a sprint. We call that the PSI sometimes, the potentially shippable increment, but really most folks will call it the increment now. We don't always call it potentially shippable increment anymore, but there's nothing wrong in that. Just know that there are multiple ways you could refer to it. The Scrum team and its stakeholders inspect the results and adjust for the next sprint. And we're calling that the retrospective, and then repeat. So those are the 4 steps that we talk about in Scrum. Scrum is simple. Try it as is and determine if its philosophy, theory, and structure help to achieve goals and create value. It's a key thing. It does seem simple. It does sound simple, but I tell you, Scrum, to practice it, it needs a lot of discipline. That is not simple. And that's why a lot of companies fizzle out and they're using all sorts of other frameworks, all sorts of crazy frameworks, which they shouldn't be using. You know, we often hear, oh, Scrum is not working here because blah, blah, blah. They think it's not scalable, but it absolutely is scalable. It is. It just needs patience, and it needs you to have in the background the Agile Manifesto values and principles. If you do that, you'll succeed. The Scrum framework is purposefully incomplete, only defining the parts required to implement Scrum theory. Scrum is built upon by the collective intelligence of the people using it. Rather than provide people with detailed instructions, the rules of Scrum guide their relationships and interactions. So what do we mean by some of these rules? For example, we got 3 roles, and those 3 roles, we want to keep them intact. And those are the 3 roles we identify. That is not to say there couldn't be other roles in the company, but in order to keep that Scrum pure approach intact so you can really understand it, embrace it, and then build on it, just keep it like that. Don't introduce anything else. Practice it, and as you practice it through the years, you'll find out why we have 3 roles, 5 ceremonies, right? 3 artifacts. There's a reason. Various processes, techniques, and methods can be employed within the framework. Scrum wraps around existing practices or renders them unnecessary. Scrum makes visible the relative efficacy of current management, environment, and work techniques so that improvements can be made. Let's talk about Scrum theory. Scrum is founded on empiricism and lean thinking. Empiricism asserts that knowledge comes from experience and making decisions based on what is observed. Lean thinking reduces waste and focuses on the essentials. So for your exam, understand empiricism is key. Whenever you're talking about what you're going to do, what you can do for a customer, for a client, it should be based on empiricism. It should be based on real values from real experiences that you've had as a team. For example, velocity. We don't just throw out a velocity and say, oh, we're going to do 40 story points. No. You should first of all have an idea of what the team can do, but as you move from sprint to sprint, you are fine-tuning your understanding using empirical data about what exactly the team can do. So we don't throw out bogus promises. We throw promises that we have tested and tried and found to be true. Those are the ones we put in the bucket, not just any old promise. So when you think about Scrum, empiricism is key. And then lean thinking. We want to reduce waste. We want to focus on the essentials so we don't have meeting after meeting for hours and hours on end. We have a 15-minute stand-up meeting. Keep it short and sweet. And then we time box a lot of the activities that we carry out. A lot of the ceremonies, they are recommended time boxes. And it's to help us avoid wasting time. Scrum employs an iterative incremental approach to optimize predictability and to control risk. Scrum engages groups of people who collectively have all the skills and expertise to do the work and share or acquire such skills as needed. You know, we talk about T-shaped skills. We talk about paint drip. We talk about the broken comb. That is pretty much what this is saying. This is really just sensitizing you to understand when you've got a Scrum team, we want a group of people who collectively have all the skills and expertise to do the work, and the keyword share or acquire such skills as needed. So one of the terms that you'll hear in the Agile Practice Guide is I-shaped. What is wrong with an I-shaped profile? An I-shaped profile is someone who has no intention or interest in doing what is described here, acquiring skills that are needed. Some people, they are like one-trick ponies. That's I-shaped. We don't want to be like that. We want to be T-shaped at worst, but better still, we want to have the broken comb profile, varying degrees of specialisms. Not just a one-trick pony, but varying degrees of specialisms. Scrum combines 4 formal events for inspection and adaptation within a containing event, the sprint. So think about it. Those events, they're really ceremonies. We call them ceremonies events. So you have the container, which is the sprint. Inside the sprint, you'll put in sprint planning, you'll put in the daily Scrum, you'll put in the sprint review, and you'll put in the retrospective. And that's how you get 5 ceremonies. But don't forget, we have another ceremony which is informal. And I can see why Ken and Jeff wouldn't put this as a formal ceremony, because this should be a way of life. It's something that the product owner should be thinking about and doing all the way through, whether we have the development team along with him or her or not. And it's the backlog refinement ceremony, which is not a formal ceremony, because something that should happen all throughout. Now, when it is taught, we typically tell you this happens in the middle, somewhere in the middle of the sprint, and that's okay. But it's not a formal ceremony, because with or without the development team working with the product owner has the responsibility of refinement. It's something that should be done all throughout. So let's talk about transparency. The emergent process and work must be visible to those performing the work as well as those receiving the work. So when you think about that for your exam, you need to be thinking about the information radiator. You need to be thinking about displays, osmotic communication, and things like that help people understand, where are we? What are we doing? What's coming down the pipeline? What is close to the end zone? What do we need to do to move this close to the end zone? That's the idea. So with Scrum, important decisions are made based on the perceived state of its 3 formal artifacts. And I've told you about these artifacts. We have the product backlog, the sprint backlog, and the increment. also called potentially shippable increment by some folks even till today. Artifacts that have low transparency can lead to decisions that diminish value and increase risk. Transparency enables inspection. Inspection without transparency is misleading and wasteful. Let's talk about inspection itself. The Scrum artifacts and the progress towards agreed goals must be inspected frequently and diligently to detect potential undesirable variances or problems. To help with inspection, Scrum provides cadence in the form of its 5 events. Inspection enables adaptation. Inspection without adaptation is considered pointless. So think about it. I often say during exam prep that prevention is better than cure. Prevention is like quality assurance. Cure, on the other hand, is like quality control. So think about it. If you do quality assurance, you should also do quality control. But if you do quality control and you don't do quality assurance, it's not productive. Inspection without understanding why you have the problems you have and without tweaking it is futile. So the idea is as you inspect, you adapt. Inspection enables adaptation. Inspection without adaptation is considered pointless. Scrum events are designed to provoke change. Let's talk about adaptation. If any aspects of a process deviate outside acceptable limits, or if the resulting product is unacceptable, the process being applied or the materials being produced must be adjusted. The adjustment must be made as soon as possible to minimize further deviation. Adaptation becomes more difficult when the people involved are not empowered or self-managing. And that's the key word for your exam. You need to remember that a team is not just self-leading, but also self-managing. A Scrum team is expected to adapt the moment it learns anything new through inspection. And that's why we need to empower the team. Now, for your exam, one of the concepts is employing people who are adults, people who we trust, people who we know not only will get the job done, but will interact in a mature fashion. And that's why we say once you've got a team flying at ultimate altitude, don't bring them down by causing the team to disband. You know, we talk about the 5 stages of team development: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. The adjourning stage is a poor stage. It's a bad stage because companies that enable teams disband, that's the adjourning stage. And after all that synergy and time and effort has been spent in getting the team to synergize, now you're separating the team. Well, another team has to be formed and they have to go through those 5 stages again. What a waste of time. So we want the team to be self-organizing, self-managing, self-leading. Once we get the team together, keep them there. Just help them stay there. A Scrum team is expected to adapt, and to adapt, everyone needs to be on the same page. Now, for your exam, one of the things we talk about is getting the team to consensus, getting the team to be moved towards a common goal, a common decision. And to do that, you need to remember we have things like voting, fist of 5, just straight voting, thumbs up, thumbs down, and of course the Jim Highsmith decision spectrum. Don't forget that for your exam. But adaptation is key. And in order to adapt, we need a team that can adapt. Let's talk about Scrum values. Successful use of Scrum depends on people becoming more proficient in 5 values. And those 5 values are commitment, focus, openness, respect, and courage. So at the base of Scrum, what Ken and Jeff have done in this edition is condition our minds to what we should be thinking and how we should be behaving even before touching any of the artifacts or going into any of the ceremonies. So the Scrum team commits to achieving its goals and to supporting each other. That's commitment. Their primary focus is on the work of the sprint to make the best possible progress towards these goals. The Scrum team and its stakeholders are open about the work and the challenges. So think about those 2 sentences first. We're committing to the goals, and then we are focusing on the work of the sprint, and then we are being open and honest. We are being transparent, and that is important. So the Scrum team and its stakeholders are open about the work and the challenges. Scrum team members respect each other to be capable, independent people and are respected as such by the people with whom they work. The Scrum team members have the courage to do the right thing, to work on tough problems. So we're talking about courage to work on tough problems. So think about it. Phil is one of your team members. He's right there in front of the Kanban board. He's staring at a very, very difficult user story. Yeah, we've broken it down to the user story level, but in his mind, it's still at the epic level. Well, Phil needs to have the courage to pick that user story and to work it as a team member that has the capabilities. Have the courage to do the right thing, to work on the tough problems. The team has broken it down. You know it's not an epic anymore. And even if it were, you can do it, Phil. So if you have any issues with it, have the courage to say, hey, team, I don't think we've broken it down sufficiently. Courage all the way. So commitment, focus, openness, respect, and courage. These values give direction to the Scrum team with regards to their work, actions, and behavior. The decisions that are made, the steps that are taken, and the way Scrum is used should reinforce these values, not diminish or undermine them. The Scrum team members learn and explore the values as they work with the Scrum events and artifacts. When these values are embodied by the Scrum team and the people they work with, the Scrum pillars of transparency, inspection, and adaptation come to life, building trust. So for your exam, I just want to emphasize commitment, focus, openness, respect, and courage. So I don't know if you have a CFO, but this spells CFO. RC. CFOs respect courage. It's an easy way of remembering it. Let's talk about the Scrum team. The fundamental unit of Scrum is a small team of people, a Scrum team. The Scrum team consists of one Scrum Master, one Product Owner, and developers. Within a Scrum team, there are no sub-teams or hierarchies. It is a cohesive unit of professionals focused on one objective at a time, the product goal. So I want you going into the exam to think about it like this. We may not see the word developers being used on the PMP exam every single time. You may not. But you might have the word development team. You might find the word team. Now, you got to balance it and weigh it. In what context? Are we talking about the Scrum team? If it doesn't say Scrum team, you got to weigh the question well so that you know, is it talking about these three characters or is it talking about just the developers? Okay, so you got to weigh it and you got to be very comfortable with the lingo. But when we say Scrum teams, this refers to those three roles. Scrum teams are cross-functional, meaning the members have all the skills necessary to create value each sprint. In other words, T-shaped, broken comb, paint drip, remember, not I-shaped people. You know, in the Agile practice guide, we talk about I-shaped people. No, you don't want to be I-shaped. You want to be, at worst, T-shaped, better still, broken comb, paint drip. They are also self-managing, meaning they internally decide who does what, when, and how. The Scrum team is small enough to remain nimble and large enough to complete significant work within a sprint, typically 10 or fewer people. In general, we found that smaller teams communicate better and are more productive. If Scrum teams become too large, they should consider reorganizing into multiple cohesive Scrum teams, each focused on the same product. Therefore, they should share the same product goal, product backlog, and product owner. So when people say, oh, Scrum isn't scalable, well, Ken and Jeff have just given you a blueprint to use organically. If Scrum teams become too large, meaning that we need to scale them up, we should consider reorganizing them into multiple cohesive Scrum teams. And you know we use the term Scrum of Scrum, so if you haven't taken a look at the definition of Scrums for your PMP exam, I highly recommend that you do that. The Scrum team is responsible for all product-related activities from stakeholder collaboration, verification, maintenance, operation, experimentation, research and development, and anything else that might be required. They are structured and empowered by the organization to manage their own work. Working in sprints at a sustainable pace improves the Scrum team's focus and consistency. The entire Scrum team is accountable for creating a valuable, useful increment every sprint. Now, I just want to touch on that really briefly because a lot of times when we hear useful increment or potentially shippable increment, there's a tendency to think we need to ship. You do not need to ship at the end of every increment. You could choose to have multiple increments in a release, and you could choose to release months after the very first increment when you've got enough increments. I also want you to be aware of terms such as the minimum viable product, which is really referring to the valuable feedback that you get from a customer to determine if the product is viable. That's why we call it minimum viable product. What is the tiniest amount of product or the tiniest thing that we can deliver to our clients so we can get feedback as to if the product is viable? And if it's not viable, we need to learn quick. So a lot of times people think of an MVP as having to be a product or maybe even having to be some sort of prototype. No, it doesn't have to be. Your minimum viable product could be a water cooler conversation. It could be a survey. It could be interaction. It could be watching a stakeholder interact with a prototype. And through their interaction, even without saying a word, you realize, oh, this is definitely not going to work. This is not a viable product. So understanding the MVP is important. Then understanding the MMF, the minimum marketable feature, and the MMP, minimum marketable product, those concepts are also important. Now, when we talk about minimum viable products, we want to know if the product is viable. When we talk about minimum marketable products, we want to know, is this marketable? Is this something that would add value to our customers? Is this something that they would buy? What is the minimum amount of functionality that needs to be inside this product before it can make sense to be marketed? Minimum marketable product. But at the same time, after you determine the minimum marketable product and you've released the product, the next level of thinking is, can we have more features added to this thing? And if so, when should we do it? Minimum marketable features. What are the minimum marketable feature sets that we can include in this thing that would make sense to actually market this set of features? Have this release, if you will. But a lot of times you hear people just say MVP, meaning the same thing each and every time. But that's not the case. So you need to know MVP, MMP, MMF, keep them in the back of your head. I do not think those folks doing the PMP will have a lot of stuff about MMP and MMF, but in the context of Agile and Scrum, it does help you to understand where these fall in. So the entire Scrum team is accountable for creating a valuable, useful increment every sprint. Scrum defines 3 specific accountabilities within the Scrum team: the developers, the product owner, and the Scrum Master. Let's talk about them one by one in our next episode. I hope you enjoyed this first episode of the Scrum Guide with PMP exam commentaries. If you found this to be useful, my friends, I would like for you to give this a big old thumbs up, share with your friends, and I look forward to seeing you on the next episode. Hey, but before we go, I have some questions for you. What are the 5 ceremonies in Scrum? I'll give you 10 seconds. Okay, 3, 2, and 1. The 5 ceremonies in Scrum, you got to understand, first of all, the big old container, the sprint. Now, inside the sprint, you've got sprint planning, you've got the daily Scrum, you've got the sprint review, and you've got the sprint retrospective. Well done. Next question. What is the optional ceremony that I told you about in the world of Scrum? 3, 2, 1. The optional ceremony I mentioned, which is not identified as such, but is an informal ceremony, is backlog refinement. Next question. What are the 3 artifacts from the world of Scrum? 3, 2, 1. The 3 artifacts: product backlog, sprint backlog, and the increment, or potentially shippable increment. Regarding products that we derive from an endeavor, I mentioned 3 terminologies: MVP, MMP, MMF. What do they stand for? I'll give you 10 seconds for this one. 3, 2, 1. The 3 terms: MVP, minimum viable product; MMP, minimum marketable product; and MMF, minimum marketable feature. I advise you to know these really well, and I'm going to define it one more time for you. When we talk about an MMF, it's a small self-contained feature that can be developed quickly and that delivers significant value to the user. The full term minimum marketable feature is not widely used in practice. However, the concept lines up nicely with the first principle behind the Agile Manifesto. Our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. The concept supports the idea that software you release to your customer, even if you're doing it frequently, should provide some added benefit and allow your customer to accomplish something they weren't able to before. The term marketable describes the idea that the feature provides value to the customer, because value can be defined in a variety of ways, including increasing or protecting revenue and reducing or avoiding cost. The MMF concept is applicable to both external products intended for sale outside the organization and internal products for use inside the organization to support the delivery of the organization's product and services. Now, MVP is also known in the Agile community incorrectly as other things. So some people say MMF is the same as MVP. No, it's not. MMF is about delivering value to customers, whereas MVP is about learning more about the ultimate product. Like I told you, the key thing is feedback. And MVP could range anywhere from not having any MMFs to having a single MMF to having several MMFs. They are not the same concept. You could find out if a product would fit the use and be viable to the customer by asking questions. You may not even have a single feature. And all of this great stuff is from the Agile Alliance. You want to take a look at the definition for MMF. It's right on point. Now, let's read the definition for MVP. A minimum viable product is a concept from Lean Startup that stresses the impact of learning in new product environments. Eric Ries describes MVP as that version of a new product which allows a team to collect the maximum amount of validated learning about customers with the least effort. The validated learning comes in the form of whether your customers will actually purchase your product. A key premise behind the idea of MVP is that you produce an actual product which may be no more than a landing page or a service with an appearance of automation, but which is fully manual behind the scenes that you can offer to the customers and observe their actual behavior with the product or service. Seeing what people actually do with respect to a product is more reliable than asking people what they would do. The expected benefits of the MVP. The primary benefit of an MVP is you can gain understanding about your customers' interest in your product without fully developing the product. The sooner you can find out whether your product will appeal to customers, the less effort and expense you spend on a product that will not succeed in the market. So the idea is use MVP when you're talking about viability of a product. Use the term MMF when you're talking about minimum marketable features that you deliver after the product has been produced. Subsequent releases. That's the idea. Now, we also have the term minimum marketable product. Now, minimum marketable product, we know the product is viable, but what is the minimum marketable product? The key word being marketable. It's another concept that encourages businesses to create a minimum offering which is based on the idea where less is more. Companies that do not think about the minimum marketable product are going to go off on a rabbit trail trying to create everything under the sun in the first release of a product and therefore will not be first to market. In other words, they're going to be left behind. That is not what we want. We want to understand that every product has early adopters. The question is, can we get this out, the minimum amount of product to get to our early adopters, to get the raving fans to use it and to build some momentum before we start thinking about MMFs that are going to be put on top of that MMP. All right. I hope that explained this concept to you because I went through it pretty quick during the training. Now let me ask you one more set of questions. What are the 3 roles in Scrum? 3, 2, and 1. Product owner, Scrum Master, and developers. Sometimes we refer to them as team. But remember, collectively, product owner, Scrum Master, and developers, or product owner, Scrum Master, and team, we refer to them as the Scrum team. In which Scrum ceremony does the customer inspect the deliverable? 3, 2, 1. The answer is sprint review. What are the 3 questions asked in the daily Scrum? 3, 2, and 1. Now, this one I haven't taught in this section, but I'm going to give you an inkling into the next session we have. The 3 questions are as follows. These questions are pretty clear in a book written by Ken Schwaber, Agile Project Management with Scrum. He writes, each team member should respond to 3 questions only. 1, what have you done since the last daily Scrum regarding this project? 2, what will you do between now and the next daily Scrum meeting regarding this project? And 3, what impedes you from performing your work as effectively as possible? Now, there have been so many variations of this work. This has been asked as, what did you do yesterday? What are you going to do today? What are the impediments in your way? Another way we've heard it most recently is, what have you done since our last daily Scrum to propel the team forward to achieving its sprint goal? You see the difference here? We are focusing on what has been done to move us towards the goal of the sprint. And then the next question is, what are you going to do between now and our next meeting to move us closer to our sprint goal? And last but not least, what, if any, are impediments that are in your way? And that, my friends, brings us to the end of this very quick review. Thank you very much and talk to you soon. Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here. It's a reminder that I have coaching and training sessions one-on-one. If the PMP exam has been giving you a lot of trouble, now's the time for us to sit down one-on-one and get it down pat. You know, the exam has so many moving parts. Agile, Scrum in particular, the PMBOK guide, hybridization, so much stuff. A lot of times people just need 1 or 2 sessions to get their head straight. Some people need more than 1 session, but for the most part, I've found 1 session to be so freeing and liberating for students. If that sounds like something you want to take advantage of, go on down to pmanonymous.com. That's pmanonymous.com. And we'll work together and get you in ship shape to knock this PMP exam out. Let's get into today's show. Hello, my friends. Welcome to the PMP Exam Radio Show. This is the final episode in a series of 11 where we started off with an introduction and we dive straight into the 10 knowledge areas. Well, my friends, this final one is by far one of the most important ones. It's about the stakeholder. Stakeholder is everything. If you don't have good stakeholder rapport, you aren't doing anything on the project, I can tell you that, because everything that you do will not go down well with the stakeholder. Take it from me. If you want things to go smooth, you need good stakeholder relations, good stakeholder interaction. And the very first thing you should do is to first of all identify your stakeholders. Identify who they could be. Sometimes we have stakeholders hiding in plain sight. And the reason why we don't identify these stakeholders is we're not intentional in our identification. So the project manager right from the get-go, right there in initiating, should work with the team in identifying who are we forgetting? Who could be impacted by this project? Who could impact this project? It's a simple question that you can ask people around you, your team members, other stakeholders. Use the low-hanging fruit method. Use existing stakeholders to find other stakeholders. That's what it's all about. Now, there's a lot of tools that we could use, a lot of techniques, but the mindset is everything, my friends. So on your exam, you got to understand that stakeholder is key. Stakeholder is important. Whether in the world of Agile, you're in the world of predictive, your stakeholder is important. We talk about customer collaboration over contract negotiation. That trumps everything. So whether you're using a power interest grid or power influence grid or influence impact grid, you got to understand, why are we using this? What kind of project could we use this on?
What is a stakeholder cube? What kind of situation should we use a stakeholder cube in? It's all there in the 6th edition, if you read it, in the stakeholder chapter. We also talk about the salience model, a definitive stakeholder. The PUL factor is what I call it, power, urgency, and legitimacy. Why should you pay attention to stakeholders who are in the top right grid of the power interest grid? Why should you manage them close? Because if you don't, your project could go to the dogs. Bad things are going to happen. Also understand that stakeholders who you do not see as being important or see as being amiable, maybe they seem like they're quarrelsome, they're still your responsibility as a project manager. And that's why we really want to do a good job in identifying these stakeholders. And then the next process is to plan how to engage them. We call it planned stakeholder engagement. You got to plan, how are we going to get this stakeholder on board? They're currently unaware. How do we get them to be more supportive? Or how do we get them to be more leading? This is called a stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. C for current, D for desired. How do we move this stakeholder over there? It's a big question. So while you may not get questions that test you on tools and techniques wrote, the mindset of stakeholders being so important and your responsibility will be tested on the exam. The next process is called managed stakeholder engagement. This is where you actually do the work of the engagement. So if you know a stakeholder is not coming to meetings, they got no interest, how do you keep them engaged? What could you do? Is there a phase that they are most interested in that you could bring them into that phase, bring them in as appropriate, or do they really need to be in that meeting they're not enjoying? Look for avenues where you could bring in certain stakeholders, such as reviews, like the sprint review. Maybe that's an ideal place to get them most involved, if you're in the world of Agile. But just be creative with your team and ask questions. Who knows this stakeholder? What do you think we could do to get this stakeholder more engaged? And then do that thing. So if my plan is to get stakeholder X into a sprint review, bring that stakeholder in. After all, the sprint review is open to all stakeholders, right? It's not like the sprint retrospective that's just for the Scrum team. Sprint review is for everyone. So the bottom line is you've got to be creative in how you engage your stakeholders. Think about your stakeholders. What are they most interested in? Where should you bring them in? What do you want them to do on the project? How supportive do you want them to be? When you execute your plan with precision and with the awareness that it won't always be picture perfect, you get better and better and better. You see a negative stakeholder becoming more positive. You see a stakeholder that's out of alignment becoming more in alignment. That's what you're trying to achieve in managed stakeholder engagement. You're trying to increase support, minimize resistance. So it's a doing process, managed stakeholder engagement. The final one is monitor stakeholder engagement. Oftentimes people get mixed up between manage and monitor. Manage is the doing. Monitor is the check-in. Monitor is where you're checking to see if your stakeholders are as engaged as you want them to be. Is your execution working? Is managed stakeholder engagement really working as you're doing it? Or do you need to tweak something up? If you need to tweak something up, then you're going to do that in monitor stakeholder engagement. You see, very simple, 4 processes: identify stakeholders, plan stakeholder engagement, manage stakeholder engagement, and monitor stakeholder engagement. Those are the 4 things you do. And as a project manager, you want to make sure you are really driving these things if they're not happening. That's the mindset. Your exam will test you on accountability of the project manager and responsibilities, things that you are ultimately accountable for and things that you could partake in. You're responsible for them as well. Stakeholder management is a big one. You are accountable and you're also responsible to a large degree. This is where you jump in with your team, you get your hands dirty, and you think and you do and you check and you act. Now, another knowledge area that's often mixed up with this is the communications management knowledge area. We talk about managed communications and then we talk about managed stakeholder engagement. Well, there's similarities in both. We communicate in both, but we're communicating in managed communications with a view to meeting obligations in the communications management plan. We communicate in managed stakeholder engagement with a view to getting our stakeholders engaged. 2 types of communications for different reasons. One is an engagement communication type of thing. in managed stakeholder engagement. The other one is a fulfillment kind of thing in managed communications. We also talk about monitor communications and monitor stakeholder engagement. What is the difference? One is checking how you're communicating overall with the stakeholder. Whether to engage, whether to share information, it's still communication. So how well are we doing in our communications? It's a question. But the other one, monitor stakeholder engagement, is specific to the outcome of the communications, the engagement. So the communications might be good, but is the engagement good is the question. And if not, needs to be tweaked. And that, my friends, concludes our episodes on the PMBOK guide. I wouldn't even call it 6th edition or 7th edition. It's pretty much just talking about project management organically. If we put it in buckets and silos as process groups and knowledge areas, that's okay. But the bottom line is understanding what the project manager and the team need to do and how they need to do it. So whether you read the 7th or the 6th, it makes no difference. I would say read the 7th from the angle of the principles. But I would say read the 6th from the angle of the processes. Principles are also important, right? Understanding the 12 principles is not bad. If you haven't watched my video, 2.5 hours thereabouts on the 7th edition, do that. But if you have, this is pretty much the only other bit that you need to build up confidence and direction for your exam, okay? Whichever area you find yourself being weak in, I encourage you going down to YouTube and just search that knowledge area and Praizion, the company name, and you'll find a video, 2, maybe even more, on that topic, all right? If you have any questions specifically, I want you to put them in the comments below. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best on your exam. And don't forget to check out my Agile videos. I've got a ton of Agile videos on the channel on YouTube as well. You take care, my friends. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends. Bye for now. Hello there, welcome to the PMP Exam Radio Show. This is where we're taking a look at the knowledge areas, and today we're taking a look at procurements. It's a very straightforward knowledge area. Procurements is where you decide to either buy something from outside your organization for the project or make that thing. You can either buy or make. So you do a make or buy analysis. If the answer is buy, now we're talking about procurements. Now we're talking about the need to send out RFPs, RFQs, RFIs, IFNs. And what that means is request for bid, request for proposal, invitation for negotiation, invitation for bid. And there's so many names. But the bottom line is you're going to send out one of those things. So let's plan how we're going to manage the procurement. And that's what we do in planned procurement management. In planned procurement management, our major outputs are a procurement statement of work, a procurement strategy, a procurement management plan, a make or buy decision, source selection criteria, and other things. So in this first process, you decide we are going to buy. You begin to decide how to measure those vendors or sellers based on some criteria. We come out with the things I mentioned, and you move to the next process where we begin to engage them in a bidding process. And we call that conduct procurement. In conduct procurement, you advertise that you have some procurement. You want to invite them to. We have bidder conferences where you answer questions that sellers may have, and you negotiate because they're going to send you a proposal, they're going to make an offer, and it's up to you to say, okay, we accept this, or no, we're not going to do this. Come down to this price level or this price point, and let's move forward. So there's some back and forth. What can you give us in exchange for the money we're paying? Give us more. This is what we want. And there's some bartering, some bargaining, and ultimately you're going to come to the point where there's an understanding between you and one of the sellers, whichever one it is, and you award a contract. That's the major output of conduct procurement. It's to award a contract to one seller or a group of sellers. And when I say group of sellers, not that they're working together, they could be individual sellers doing different things on one project. So you award a contract and you move into the management of the contract, which is known as control procurement. It's that simple. I know there are a lot of outputs from plan procurement management, but when you boil procurement down, that's it. Now, to put another layer of paint on it, something else you would do in plan procurement management is decide on the contract type that best fits that contract. You got to think about the contract type that best fits the project, the work that they're doing for you, and you got to ask the question, is it better to do a fixed price? Is it fair and ethical to do a fixed price when we don't even know what we're doing, right? Cost reimbursable or time and material. And under each one of those, you got subdivisions under the fixed price and divisions under the cost reimbursable. But once you understand what you're doing or how you're going to do it, and you've engaged with the seller and there's some agreement, contract is signed, and off you go. And you work as a team. That's the idea. In the world of Agile, in the Agile Practice Guide, you want to keep your eyes focused on page 77 and understand the different contract types talked about there from an Agile perspective. For the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, you got to understand the fixed price, cost reimbursable, and time and material mantra. I would also advise that you understand what we call the procurement strategy. The procurement strategy has the delivery methods, whether it's boot, build, own, operate, transfer, design, build, design, bid, build, and all that stuff. It's all talked about in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. Again, it's not as though you're going to be tested rote on the exam, but this is just good for you to understand the context. And as a PMP, it's good that you understand this language. And that's it for procurements, my friends. It's that simple. Plan procurement management, conduct procurements, control procurements. And just remember that the major output of control procurements is actually called closed procurement. So in control procurement, this is where we manage the contract. At the same time, if there are any claims from a seller, this is where the claims should be managed. So we talk about claims administration. We talk about alternative dispute resolution to deal with disputes. We talk about mediation and arbitration, the difference between having arbitration, a third party agreeing or deciding what the outcome should be, versus mediation, where those involved in the argument decide how it should be settled. And at the end of the day, don't forget, we also have litigation as an option, but that is one you don't want to choose. So if on the exam you get that as an option, you know that ADI is the way to go, alternative dispute resolution. Also remember that this is where you could have audits as well. You could have audits of the procurement audits. This is where you could look in the rearview mirror and say, how well has it gone? Did we do well managing this procurement or not? You can also have inspections of the work site that the work is taking place in. If it's not your location, if it's the seller's location, through agreements in a contract, you could show up and do an impromptu inspection and things like that. All right. I hope you found this to be useful. Don't forget to hit like, share with your buddies. I'll see you in the next episode.
Did I hear someone say, I need a coach for the PMP exam or project management? Hey, if that's you, go on down to pmanonymous.com. I'm accepting new students. Let's knock this exam out and let's get your career straight. See you there. Did I hear someone say, I need a coach for the PMP exam or project management? Hey, if that's you, go on down to pmanonymous.com. I'm accepting new students. Let's knock this exam out and let's get your career straight. See you there.
Hello, my awesome project managers. How you doing? It's the PMP Exam Radio Show, and here we're taking a look at project management for your PMP exam. We're breaking down the concept of knowledge areas and process groups and processes, and we're just making it conversational. Today, we're talking about risk management. What is a risk? My buddy, the Risk Doctor, and you should visit the Risk Doctor video channel, by the way, on YouTube. Brilliant channel. My buddy, Dr. David Hilson, the Risk Doctor, he says, a risk is uncertainty that matters. It's uncertainty that can impact your project positively or negatively, not just negatively. You see, when we talk about risk, there's a tendency for you to think about it as just negative, but it's not just negative. You could have negative and positive risks. And we often say negative risks or threats, positive risks or opportunities. So, the very first thing that we talk about in the PMBOK guide is planning risk management. It's called plan risk management. And it's really planning how you're going to tackle risks on the project. So you create a plan called a risk management plan that guides your actions, that takes into account the stakeholders, takes into consideration their tolerance, if you will, for risk. We talk about risk tolerance. Well, we would factor in the risk tolerance of stakeholders and we would decide to act in a certain way or do certain things. Some stakeholders are risk seeking, some are risk averse, some freak out the moment they understand there's risk of a certain amount on the project. And for that reason, you as the project manager may need to take certain actions from a risk perspective. You may need to do more risk planning, more risk identification, more risk analysis, more risk monitoring. It really depends. It also depends on the nature of project you're working on. If you're working on a project that involves several thousands of lives that are at risk, then of course you want to do a lot more risk management, a lot more planning, analysis, monitoring, and response than you typically would on a smaller project that is not that high stakes. So we plan risk management and then we identify risks. Identify risk means you identify what could go wrong. From plan risk management, we get a risk management plan that feeds into this. And this is called identify risk, and we derive a risk register. Some people call it a risk log. But in the risk register, you want to look out for three things: the cause, the risk, and the effect. You don't just want to think about the risk, but you want to think about what could cause the risk, what is the risk, and what is the effect of the risk. Cause, risk, effect. And when you do that, you're able to see multiple risks with a common cause. And if you attack the root cause, you cut off a whole ton of those risks all at once. That's the idea, why we say cause, risk, effect. We want to know what the cause is, we want to know what the impact is, not just the risk. After you've done a good job of identifying the risk, you then move into the analysis part. You do a qualitative risk analysis, where you take a look at the risk and you say, is this a high impact or a low impact based on expert judgment? Is it a low impact in terms of cost? Is it a high impact in terms of schedule? Is it a low impact in terms of quality or something else? When you take a look at each one of those risks from a probability standpoint and an impact standpoint, you find an intersection of probability and impact. And sometimes we use a probability impact matrix and we score the probability rating on a scale of 1 to 5. We score the impact rating on a scale. It could be 1 to 5, 1 to 8. It really depends. But a lot of folks will weigh the impact a little bit differently because impact is so much more important in terms of if it happens, you're in trouble. Think about it. You got a low probability that something will happen, but it's a high impact. You got to weigh the impact a little bit more. You get what I'm saying? So that is typically best practice for risk management. But anyway, that aside, you want to understand what is the risk score, probability rating times impact rating. Some people don't even use numbers. They just use colors. And where you have a green and a green, it's a green. A yellow and an orange, and it would be an orange. That kind of thing. But anyway, regardless what you use, the main aim of qualitative risk analysis is for you to prioritize those risks in order. And we're talking about a relative ranking of the risks. So you relatively rank the risks, and then you move into the next process called perform quantitative risk analysis. And this is where you look at the expected monetary value of the risk, which is probability times impact. And you look at the aggregate effect of all the risks on the project. So when you aggregate them, you're finding the expected monetary value across the entire project. And there are other things that come into play here, probability distributions, things like tornado diagrams. But the word on the street is this is not big on the exam anymore. So I wouldn't lose sleep over it. Leave that for people taking the PMI RMP. The next process is planning of risk responses. So based on your relative ranking of risks and based on your expected monetary value and all of the other rankings you do and the other 9 ways you can rank risks and everything that you've done, you get to the part where you decide which ones are we going to avoid, mitigate, transfer, accept, escalate, which ones are we going to exploit from the positive sense, enhance from the positive sense, maybe accept, maybe share, escalate, right? Because you've got 5 strategies for positive, 5 strategies for negative. There's a mnemonic for the negative. It's A-team, A-T-E-A-M. And each letter stands for one of the things: avoid, transfer, escalate, accept, mitigate. And then for the positive risks, I have a mnemonic called EASE, E-A-S-E-E. The 3 E's are escalate, enhance, and exploit. The A is accept and the S is share. And that's an easy way you can remember how to respond. Now, risk is mammoth. It's big. It cuts across all areas. And that's why it will probably take the longest time to talk about in all of these knowledge areas. After you've done planning risk responses, you then move into executing, where you respond to the risk. We call it implement risk responses. So based on your approach, whether it's for negative or positive, you got to implement the risk response. You implement the response, and of course, you want to make sure that it actually works. So in monitor risk, the final process, that's where you check to make sure your response actually worked, your risk methods, your risk management in total is actually working. And if it's not working, you got to do something different. It's a simple mindset. So 7 things you do. You plan risk management, you identify risk, you perform qualitative risk analysis, you perform quantitative risk analysis, you plan risk responses, you implement risk responses, and you monitor risks. Okay? Why don't we call it control risk? Wouldn't it be good to control the unknown, the uncertain? It would, but we can't. So we call it monitor risk. And that's it, my friends. Those are the 7 things you do. I hope you found this to be helpful. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends. If you got any questions, put them below, and I'll see you in our next episode. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. Welcome to the PMP Exam Radio Show. In this series, we've been focusing on the knowledge areas, and we're going pretty quick, going through the knowledge areas, making sure that you understand each one. Today's the day for communications, and there are 3 processes in communications. The first one is planned communications management. This is where you create a communications management plan that drives your communication activities, that helps you understand what are you communicating, why and when, how, who's involved. Who are you communicating with? Why are you communicating with them? What exactly do you want to get out of this particular communication? How do we know it was successful? And things such as that. The planned communications process has a boatload of things in it. I would advise you going to read the PMBOK 6th edition output called the Communications Management Plan and just understand what is in there, because there's all sorts of stuff in there. There's a flow chart of how the information should flow. There's glossary of common terminology and all sorts of other stuff, escalation, chains, and so on. The very next process is called Managed Communications. This is where you are actually doing the communications. So this is where you're communicating with the team, you're communicating with stakeholders in meetings, you're sending out memos, you're sending out reports, you're sending out whatever documents you said you would, and it's called managed communications. Think of it as code for communicate, project manager. That's really what it is. The final thing we do in communications is called monitor communications. This is where we are monitoring how our communications have been to see if we are successful in communicating across the project. If it's working, keep doing great stuff. If it's not working, something needs to change. You need to make a tweak. Maybe there needs to be some update to the communications management plan, and that's where you do it. And you keep doing that all through the project. It's not a one-time thing. And those are the 3 things you do. You plan communications management, you manage communications, and you monitor communications. And that's it, my friends. Now, it's easier said, right? I know I've gone through it pretty straightforwardly, but your exam questions would not be as straightforward. Your exam questions will test you on the importance of interpersonal skills along with communication, the importance of active listening, the importance of emotional intelligence. It will couple many a time leadership and communication to see if you really understand that. It will also test you in some instances, and if you understand that face-to-face communication is the preferred way, especially in the world of Agile. It will also test you when it comes to understanding the flow of communication, channels of communication, methods of communication, and all that mantra. I would advise that you understand the basic communication model, the sender-receiver model. It's in the PMBOK guide. Understand what we mean by encode, decode, feedback message, and so on, and understand what factors affect communication. In other words, noise, barriers to communication, communication blockers. We talk about noise itself, but we also talk about generation gaps. We also talk about emotional states people are in. All this stuff is in that image where we have the communication model talked about in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. For those of you who say, Phil, should I read the 7th edition? There's some stuff in there. How good do I need to be with it? Don't worry. In my mind, all that you need to know for the current exam as it is in 2022 in February can be pretty much gleaned from you reading whatever you're reading right now. Remember, on this channel and on this podcast, I've covered the 7th edition for 2+ hours, almost 2.5 hours. I would advise that if you've got any concerns, just listen to that audio and try and glean what you can about the 7th edition. But in my mind, it's not a showstopper, especially if you're on our training of the projectmanagementmasterclass.com. If you've been for any of our courses, you certainly don't even need to worry about that because we've got you covered. Now, for those of you that haven't heard me say it before, go to the Agile Practice Guide and make sure you look up the definition of the fishbowl window concept and remote pairing. These two can help you. Part of communicating in the virtual world. Also understand that on your test, you could be given a fair amount of questions with virtual teams because that's the way forward. It's new normal for a lot of people. So just expect that, all right? I hope you found this to be useful. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends. I'll see you in the next episode. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here. It's a reminder that I have coaching and training sessions one-on-one. If the PMP exam has been giving you a lot of trouble, now's the time for us to sit down one-on-one and get it down pat. You know, the exam has so many moving parts. Agile, Scrum in particular, the PMBOK guide, hybridization, so much stuff. A lot of times people just need 1 or 2 sessions to get their head straight. Some people need more than 1 session, but for the most part, I've found 1 session to be so freeing and liberating for students. If that sounds like something you want to take advantage of, go on down to pmanonymous.com. That's pmanonymous.com. And we'll work together and get you in shipshape to knock this PMP exam out. Let's get into today's show. Hello, welcome to the PMP Exam Radio Show. This is where we talk about all things project management, and in this series, we're talking about the knowledge areas. Today is the day for resource management. Resource management is all about managing human equipment, material, supplies, and facilities type of resources. So the very first thing we do is we plan resource management. How are we going to manage our resources? The next thing we do is we estimate activity resources. In other words, what are the resource requirements? How many resources do we need? What skill level are we looking for in the team members? Are we using an automated resource, an automated tool, Are we using a manual tool? Manual will cost less, but it will take more time. Automated will cost more, it will take less time. This is where you make trade-offs about resources. The materials that you use, make trade-offs on those as well. We do it all in estimate activity resources. And then we go into the next one, which is acquire resources. You acquire your physical resources, you acquire your human resources. So there's an output we call physical resource assignment, and there's one we call project team assignment, because this is where we deal with both in acquire resources. The next thing we do is we develop the team. We then begin to focus more on the team members that we've acquired, and we look at building them up through mentoring, training, coaching, team building, getting them to synergize, putting them in a common environment, co-locating the team, maybe for a period or maybe for the entire project. The next thing we think about is really leadership. It's a leadership of the team, but we tend to also think about the management of structure and the management of order. So we talk about the concept of conflict resolution in this area called manage team. And even though it says manage, it's really more of a leadership thing. So just be aware of that, because we lead people, we manage things. The next thing that happens is in monitoring and controlling, and this is called control resources. Now, this is not about the humans. We don't control our team. So here we talk about the physical resources. And here, this is where we ensure that the physical resources were delivered as planned. They were also utilized as planned. And if there are any extras or the resources were not used as planned, we decide what we're going to do at that point. And that pretty much is resource management in a nutshell. You plan resource management, you estimate activity resources, you acquire resources, you develop the team, you manage the team, and you control resources. All right? I hope you found this to be helpful. I'll see you in the next episode. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends, and I'll see you soon. Hello, my friends. Welcome to this very rapid summary of the knowledge areas. Now we're talking about quality management. What is quality? Fitness for use, conformance to requirements, and customer satisfaction. Quality is many things to different people. But the very first thing we do in quality is we plan how are we going to manage quality. We call that plan quality management. Now, there's some very important things we get out of this. We get quality metrics. We also get a quality management plan. You need to understand that quality control measures or quality control measurements cannot be made except you understand what you're measuring. In other words, what is a specific attribute? What is the metric? So in order to get quality control measurements, you need quality metrics, the output of plan quality management. Now, this is not tested wrote on the exam, as I've already said, but understanding the flow of events helps you on the questions. All right, so the first process, plan quality management. Second process is known as manage quality. And manage quality is really just code for quality assurance. What is quality assurance? It's assuring the customer that quality standards have been met. What else do we do in manage quality? In manage quality, we ensure that we are headed in the right direction as far as our design. Therefore, we talk about design for X. Whatever our product is meant to focus on, in quality assurance, we continually get that assurance that we're building the right stuff in the right way, sticking to the right standards. For example, on your exam, you could get a question that says you're a project manager on a project and you want to assure customers that standards are being met. What should you do? And you get a bunch of things. You have develop a project management plan, develop a quality management plan, carry out a quality audit, do inspection. The right thing to do is a quality audit, not the inspection. Inspection comes after in control quality, but the quality audit is assurance that the quality standards are being met. That's what you should do. Quality assurance is checking the process. Quality control is checking the product. And that takes us to our final process, which is control quality. And this is where we are actually checking that deliverable, that product, that service. We are checking it as the performing organization before it goes to the customer. When it goes to the customer, it's a different process. The customer checks the deliverable in a different process called validate scope. We check the product in control quality, also known as quality control or QC. In the world of quality, there's a plethora of tools, my friends. There's so many tools that we could use in order to control the quality or manage quality as a whole. We have histograms, control charts, scatter diagrams, checklists, check sheets or tally sheets, matrices, L-shaped, X-shaped, and so on. Be familiar with some of these, and of course, don't forget the Ishikawa, the cause and effect diagram. Be aware of that. Now, there are many names for cause and effect. We can call a cause and effect diagram a fishbone diagram or YY diagram. There's actually 4 names: Ishikawa, cause and effect, fishbone, and YY. Be familiar because it's used quite a lot in the real world. And of course, don't forget affinity diagrams. When we talk about control charts, you've got to remember certain terms just in case you find them as red herrings. And we're talking about LSL, lower specification limit, USL, upper specification limit, lower control limit, upper control limit, the mean, and stuff like that. Be familiar with it. It's just standard narrative that's good for project managers to know, just in case. But we already know that your exam is going to focus more on mindset and behaviors more than anything else. So if you're not very tech savvy or technical or formula oriented, it's not a showstopper. Tons of people passing the exam, knocking it out with 380s that are not necessarily technical. So if you haven't worked in IT or engineering or business or done software, that's okay. But you do need to understand the mindset and why certain things are used. Okay? And that's it for quality. It's simple. Plan quality management, manage quality, control quality. Okay? Most of your exam is going to focus on the soft, squishy stuff, the human stuff, stakeholders, managing resources that may be of a physical nature, leading and guiding the team, conflict management, issue resolution, and so on. And even when we're talking about process-related stuff, they always have to somehow bring human interaction into it. So it's very heavily human integrated, even when you're talking about process. Okay, so I know the exam, we say people, process, business, but the recurring theme we hear from most students is that the exam is very, very heavily people, even when talking about process. All right, I hope this helps you frame your reference of what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. And I wish you all the best in your prep. If you've enjoyed this episode, my friends, don't forget to hit like, subscribe. If you're listening to it on the podcast, please hit like. It goes a long way. Thank you very much. I'll see you in the next episode.
Did I hear someone say, I need a coach for the PMP exam or project management? Hey, if that's you, go on down to pmanonymous.com. I'm accepting new students. Let's knock this exam out and let's get your career straight. See you there.
Hello, my awesome friends. It's your buddy Phil here, Project Management Trainer and Coach. Welcome to the PMP Exam Radio Show. We're here talking about the knowledge areas, and today it's time for cost. In cost management, we're building on what we've already done. We've got an idea of some of the scope, we've got an idea of some of the schedule, and to be quite honest, in the real world, there's back and forth between schedule, cost, scope, risk, quality, resources, and procurements, and all the knowledge areas pretty much interact. We don't just come out with one and move to the next. right? Contrary to that thought, there's a lot of interaction and trade-offs between the knowledge areas. So cost has a ton of trade-offs because we're thinking about scope that needs to be done. We're thinking about the schedule, how drawn out it might be. We're thinking about the resources that we need to complete the project. And we're also thinking about procurements that may be involved. And then the cost of quality and things like that also come into the picture. So cost is at the center of a lot of interactivity. The first thing we do is we plan cost management. How are we going to manage the cost? The second thing we do is we estimate the costs. And when we talk about estimating the cost, you could look at this as estimating each activity or task, same thing. Or you could look at estimating at the work package level. You see that? Now, there are some projects where people say, let's just throw out a budget and let's just roll. So they don't really do a lot of estimating cost up front. They find themselves working it in. So instead of doing it from the bottom up, they're kind of doing it from the top numbers and working them down. So however it's done in the real world, that's one thing. But for your exam, I want you to think about the estimate cost process as where you estimate either tasks or you're estimating at the work package level. And that takes us into determined budget. Determined budget is finding out the entire budget for the project. So you're aggregating the cost for each of those tasks into one cohesive number, big number at the top, whatever that is. That's determined budget. And of course, determined budget could factor in a number of things to check if your budget is truly realistic or not. The next thing that happens is we move all the way to the right-hand side where we have control cost. And this is where earned value lives. I wouldn't be surprised if you got questions on the exam, like what is the SPI on this project? If you have an EV of 4 and an AC of 2, or a PV of 3, they could give you all those 3 metrics. They give you EV, AC, PV, and ask you to work out whatever it is. So I won't be surprised. But the tendency that I'm hearing more close to the grapevine has been people being asked, SPI of 0.65, what is the state of the project? You have an SPI of 0.65 and a CPI of 1.4. What does it mean? So it's unfavorable in terms of schedule, but favorable in terms of cost, or too good in terms of cost, and things like that. So you got to know what the numbers mean. Look for my videos on YouTube. Just search for Praizion, YouTube, earned value, and it'll come up with the earned value videos. I've got a plethora of videos. Far more firepower than you need for this current exam, because way back in time, earned value was a lot bigger than it is now. Therefore, there are tons of videos that I have out there on YouTube. But for your exam, just understand what is SPI, what is CPI, what is SV, schedule variance, what is CV, cost variance, and what do they mean, right? If it's positive for cost variance, schedule variance, it's good. If it's negative, a negative number, negative dollar amount, negative yen, euro amount, then that's bad. And if it's equal to 0, you're right on target for the cost variance or schedule variance. And for the SPI and CPI, you got to remember greater than 1 is good, less than 1 is bad, equal to 1 on target. If you remember it that way, you'll have less trouble on the test. Okay? And that's pretty much it. I would say just take a little read, at a high level, understand the benefits of each process. A lot of people trying to read PMBOK guide, 6th edition, they're doing it wrong. They're trying to read right from the beginning and going all the way through. I would say just cherry pick the chapters as you see fit. You could read stakeholder. There's nothing wrong in that. Oh, you know what? Just go to page 555 and just read straight down by process group. It's likely to make a lot more sense to you, and you'll probably only spend a couple of hours, if that, going through page 555 down to the end, because that section of the 6th edition is arranged by process group. Okay? What we're doing right now is by knowledge area. So the added value if you go through it by process group. I hope you found this to be useful, my friends. The purpose of this is to rapidly cover all these knowledge areas so that you get yourself in shape for the exam, and don't spend too much time on these ITTOs and bulky stuff in the guide. You just got to understand it at this level, understand the narrative. I would say spend time reading the glossary, spend time reading page 555 forward, and spend time taking some really good questions, situational type questions. You'll find some of my situational type questions on YouTube. Okay, so just search for PMP exam questions, Praizion, and do that on YouTube. All right, you'll be able to find a boatload of them. All right, thank you very much. If you found this to be helpful, please go ahead, hit that like button, help your buddy Phil, and share with your friends. Thank you so very much. Look forward to talking to you in the next episode. Bye for now. Did I hear someone say, I need a coach for the PMP exam or project management? Hey, if that's you, go on down to pmanonymous.com. I'm accepting new students. Let's knock this exam out and let's get your career straight. See you there. Hello there, it's the PMP Exam Radio Show. Welcome. It's your buddy Phil here, Project Management Trainer and Coach. We've got a goal to get done with all the knowledge areas. Now, we may not get done entirely in the time frame I was thinking, but for sure, we're just going to keep pounding on these knowledge areas until they are one and done. So let's go on to the next one. It's schedule management. The very first thing in schedule management is, of course, the development of a plan, and we call it plan schedule management. And this plan guides us on how we are going to develop our unique schedule, the specific schedule that is unique to us. And when we talk about schedule, bear in mind that this could be a schedule in Microsoft Project, in Plan View, in Smart Sheets. It could be a Kanban board. It could be anything. But we need to define which schedule are we going to use to drive the project, and how are we going to create the schedule? Who are the actors? Who are the players that should be involved in the creation of the schedule? Then we go into the defining of the activities. We define what needs to be done, and we call it define activities. And what we're doing is we're really taking the work breakdown structure and we're breaking it into smaller, granular pieces of work. So we're taking that huge sum of everything that needs to be done in scope management, still within scope management, breaking it down into the work package level, and then we're taking that work package and in define activities, we're breaking that work package open into activities, into pretty much what we would call tasks. Okay? The next thing that we do is we sequence the activities. We put them in the logical order of occurrence, and we make sure we make the linkages, the connections, so that all the activities are linked accordingly with the different relationship types. Finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, start to finish, and so on. We also consider the technique, dependency, determination, and integration. What should logically come first? What would come next? Or what are we expecting to be an external dependency for this task? And so on and so forth. The next thing that we do after sequencing the activities is we estimate the duration of each activity based on logic and based on our unique arrangements anyway. Last but not least, within planning, we have develop schedule. And develop schedule is where we put all this information together and we have a unique schedule for our project, an intentional schedule that is meant to drive the project. Of course, with the project manager in the driver's seat along with the team. Now, you got to remember that there's an agile take for every knowledge area, and I would advise you to read pages 91 to 95 in the Agile Practice Guide if you haven't already done so. Understand how to tackle schedule management from an agile world. All right, so we're done with the planning processes within schedule. We're jumping all the way to the right of the table to the monitoring and controlling process group where we have control schedule. And control schedule is where you, the project manager, prevents overruns, schedule delays. You prevent people from abusing the schedule, from going way over the schedule and things like that. So you got to be aware of two terms we use: ahead of schedule, behind schedule. If you're late, you're behind schedule. If you're early, you're ahead of schedule. And if you're on target, you're on target. And that pretty much is it for schedule management. You got to remember that the challenging thing for your exam is not necessarily the processes, because they're not going to test you rote on the processes. It's understanding the logic. It's understanding the terms. It's understanding what you would do to bring the schedule back in control versus what you wouldn't do, what you can't do. For example, if you get a question that says you're late on the project, your schedule is delayed, what should you do? And you have options such as A, crash the project, B, fast track the project, C, report to your management, and D, raise a change request for the causes. It would be raise a change request for the causes, even though it sounds so everyday, so common sense, so normal, right? On the exam, you're going to have a lot of common sense stuff, and you're going to have stuff that sounds smart, like all the shiny object syndrome words like fast tracking, crashing. It's none of that, because you don't know from the question whether you need to fast track under a lot of circumstances. You know, fast track means doing critical path activities or other activities in parallel. That's pretty much what it means. So you may not be able to say for sure that fast tracking will be a solution, or specifically crashing would be a solution. You get my point? And that's why you need to tread very carefully on the exam when answering those kind of questions. Just take them, take it a bit slow and gauge, okay, is it really obvious that this is what I need to do to solve this problem? All right, and go from there. All right, my friends, thank you very much for listening. Hey, don't forget to do your buddy Phil a favor. Hit like if you've enjoyed this podcast, and don't forget to tell someone else about it. Okay, I wish you all the best on the test. I'll see you in the next episode. Take care and bye for now.
Did I hear someone say, I need a coach for the PMP exam or project management? Hey, if that's you, go on down to PMAnonymous.com. I'm accepting new students. Let's knock this exam out and let's get your career straight. See you there. Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here. It's a reminder that I have coaching and training sessions one-on-one. If the PMP exam has been giving you a lot of trouble, now's the time for us to sit down one-on-one and get it down pat. You know, the exam has so many moving parts. Agile, Scrum in particular, the PMBOK guide, hybridization, so much stuff. A lot of times people just need 1 or 2 sessions to get their head straight. Some people need more than 1 session, but for the most part, I've found 1 session to be so freeing and liberating for students. If that sounds like something you want to take advantage of, go on down to PMAnonymous.com. That's PMAnonymous.com. And we'll work together and get you in ship shape to knock this PMP exam out. Let's get into today's show.
Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. Welcome to the 2-minute summaries for the knowledge areas. Today, we're talking about scope, and scope has 6 processes. Scope is all about using the telescope analogy. You know, when you use a telescope, you zoom right in to what is in front of you, and you're able to really understand the landscape or whatever you're looking at. That's exactly what scope is. Scope is all about understanding what needs to be done, getting a firm grasp of all the things that need to be done on the project in order to deliver the requirements. So we start off as usual with a plan. How are we going to manage scope? That's called plan scope management. You come up with a scope management plan. In addition to that, you also develop a requirements management plan, still as part of plan scope management. So you got a couple of plans, one that guides you on the big picture of scope, and another one that guides you on the more specific area of requirements. Then the next thing you do is you begin using that requirements management plan. You get into collecting the requirements. We call it a requirement solicitation. And to be quite honest, if you're thinking in a more agile fashion, think about those requirements. How are they gleaned? Or if you wanted to be more specific, how are those user requests generated? We have workshops to write these stories. We have sessions where we work together in a collaborative fashion. So it's it's not a bad word, the word elicitation. I actually prefer that to collection. After you collect requirements, the next thing you do is you define scope. And that means based on the requirements you've collected, what is the scope? So you have a double take and say, okay, these are the requirements. What is the scope? What did we understand the constraints and assumptions to be? Okay, then it means if we want to achieve these requirements, then we need to do all of this amount of work, all of this amount of scope. So requirements beget scope. Let me give you a very quick example. Let's say you're working on a project and a customer says, I want a chicken sandwich. That's a requirement, okay? Can we get more specific with the requirements? No, I want a chicken sandwich, okay? So we go off and make the chicken sandwich. We go on down to one of these convenience stores, buy a bun, get a chicken patty, stick it in and give it to the client. And the client says, no, this is not what I wanted. You say, what do you mean? It's not what you wanted. The client says, well, I wanted you to make it from scratch. I wanted you to make custom bread from scratch. I wanted you to grow the lettuce. I wanted you to get the chicken and everything done from scratch. Grow the chicken from a baby chick to, oh my goodness. Now what you're asking for, these requirements, it has added scope. You get what I'm saying? The more the requirements are in a particular direction, very possibly your scope could be enlarged. And that's why collection of requirements comes before defining the scope. When you understand the requirements, then you can define scope. After you define scope, the next step is to create the work breakdown structure, a hierarchical view of the work to be done on the project, all the way down to the granular work package level. The next thing that happens is we jump all the way from planning in scope to the next process in scope, which is in the monitoring and controlling process group. And we've got a couple here. We've got validate scope, which is where your customer at this point is now inspecting the deliverable. And we have control scope, where the project manager should be preventing scope creep and gold plating and pretty much the addition of extras that are unsolicited or are not going through the proper channels. That's scope creep. And that's pretty much scope for you, okay? In our next episode, we will talk about schedule. And please don't forget to hit like, and if you haven't already on the platform you're on, please take a second. It will greatly help your buddy Phil. We're also now on Amazon Music. So if you look under Amazon Music for PMP Exam, you'll find the PMP Exam radio show. See you soon. Hello there, my awesome project managers. Welcome to the PMP Exam Radio Show. It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. I hope you're doing well. Today, we are going to focus on the Project Management Body of Knowledge Guide, 6th edition, and we are going through it extremely rapidly because there's really no need for you to go through it slow. The PMI has not mentioned the 6th edition as reference material, even though we know it's still very relevant. But the ITTOs form the bulk of the book. If you strip off the ITTOs and all the other fluff, it really boils down to less than 15 pages. Every page where it talks about what a process is, where you are looking at those figure 5-1, 6-1, 7-1, 4-1, all those figures, if you take a look at those and you remove all the fluff, to be quite honest, you actually have 10 pages. Because you can strip off all the other fluff and just take a look at those images, which is about 10 pages, and then look at the other very high-level summary descriptions of each of the processes. You're probably looking at about 20 pages. And I've heard from students over and over again, it's not the ITTOs that matter, it's understanding the flow. And of course, understanding what those ITTOs are could very well help you. But the exam is not a rote test of ITTOs. So for those folks who are going over ITTOs over and over again, you're really wasting time. What you do need to understand is project management at a sufficient level, and then just make sure you clean up Agile pretty good. But you're not going to be tested rote on inputs, tools, techniques, outputs, and you may not even hear a process name mentioned one time. So you just need to understand, what am I doing as a project manager? What should come next? Let me give you an example. You're developing a project charter, right? Develop project charter. You will not be told you are in develop project charter. No, instead it would read, you're working with your team in creating a document that authorizes the project. Now, you wouldn't expect to work with a team. You would expect to work with a sponsor, but the key there is authorizes the project. And if you understand certain key language, it's easy for you to know where the question is going and what the answer is likely to be. You get what I'm saying? So I'm really hoping that as we go through these knowledge areas rapidly, it will equip you, it will help you, and it will take you to that next level where you're able to very quickly understand what a question is trying to ask, be able to sniff out the direction the question is going, and for you to use the process of elimination to pretty much cut out all the crud, because you're going to have 4 answers and 3 of them is going to be crud, and you need to cut the crud out and choose the right answer. That's what it's all about. Okay, so I'm hoping that this quick coaching as we go through these 10 knowledge areas, I'm hoping that it will equip you. Cut out the crud. You know, let's be honest. There are a lot of courses for PMP. And unfortunately, most of them, they don't have the substance to keep going for 35 hours. So instead, there's a lot of fluff in these knowledge areas and process groups and processes, and that ain't the stuff you need for the exam. What you do need for the exam is understanding the mindset of a servant leader, first and foremost, in the world of Agile or predictive, and then on top of that, really going deep into Agile, because it seems as though the PMI is replacing the quizzing that they were giving you in the ACP exam. We're even seeing some of that filtering into the PMP. So, I mean, I've had people say, really? Is this an Agile exam or is this a PMP exam? That was in the early days. I think people have woken up and smelt the coffee now. But my point is your exam is going to be very Agile under most circumstances. I've only had a few students, a couple out of, let's say, 50 that say, no, my exam was very predictive. Most of the others, around 90 to 95% of students will tell you my exam was definitely more Agile than anything else, or Agile hybrid more than anything else. All right, so the language, you know, understanding the language is important. It's helpful. But then again, you also need to be able to couple that with a lens of hybridization. And you know, the best way to do this is open up the Agile Practice Guide. And after every chapter I cover with you, I recommend you go from pages 91, 92, 93, 94, 95 in the Agile Practice Guide, looking for the relevant knowledge area. Okay? Let me say that again. When I cover a knowledge area, my friend, look for that knowledge area in the Agile Practice Guide. I didn't say PMBOK 7th edition. I didn't say PMBOK 6th edition. I'm talking specifically about the Agile Practice Guide. Because in the Agile Practice Guide, the PMI have broken down each knowledge area from an Agile lens. And they tell you this is what the project manager does from an Agile perspective. And this is what the team members do in an Agile world. And that is going to help you become more and more hybridized. All right? So this is just an introduction. Now we're going to jump into all the knowledge areas. We're going to go with lightning speed. And I advise you to ask questions. Put those questions in the comments below, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. All right? If you have any bottlenecks, any difficulties, I need to know about it. Okay? So put those in the comments below. See you in the next episode. And if you found this to be informative and helpful, don't forget to hit that like button. Your buddy Phil will definitely appreciate it. All right. See you in the next episode. Did I hear someone say, I need a coach for the PMP exam or project management? Hey, if that's you, go on down to pmanonymous.com. I'm accepting new students. Let's knock this exam out and let's get your career straight. See you there. Hello, my awesome project managers. Welcome to the PMP exam radio show. Today, we are going in for the 10 knowledge areas, but we're going to stagger them and break them down so that every 1 to 2 hours, I'll give you a lesson. And that's how we're going to spend this weekend, all right? So make sure you look for all 10 knowledge areas. Okay, so let's begin. The very first knowledge area we'll talk about is the integration management knowledge area. And I'm calling this knowledge areas in a couple of minutes, okay? Knowledge areas in 2 minutes. Integration starts off with the development of a document that authorizes the project. It's called a project charter. So that very first process, we create a project charter. After your project charter is created, bear in mind that you now have some understanding about what the project is meant to achieve and the direction the project is meant to be headed at a super high level. You're going to take that and you're going to break that down into smaller pieces all throughout the planning process group. So when you come back into integration at the end of planning, you are meant to have schedule, cost, scope, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, and stakeholder subsidiary plans, and any relevant baselines in schedule, cost, and scope. You bring all of these together and you create the project management plan. Theoretically speaking, it's the addition of all of these. It's talked about on page 89 of the 6th edition. Now, I know the question you're asking, what about the 7th edition? Look, the 7th edition is like a PMP exam, nice little reference guide after you get certified in my mind. As far as reading the book to get certified, it has not demonstrated enough value for me to rest the 6th edition case. You get what I mean? And that's why most people are referring to it as a book that complements the 6th edition. There are some good things in the 7th, like the concept of a value delivery system being given a name, and many of the nice to know and nice to have methods, models, and artifacts. But as far as it laying the base, setting the base for your PMP, it doesn't. So my recommendation is kind of focus more on the 6th, right? So in closing, integration has the development of the charter, the development of the project management plan. It has the directing and execution of the work of the project. It has the collection and collation of lessons learned. So we have a lessons learned register generated from managed project knowledge, which is part of integration. Then we go into the monitor and control project work process, where we begin to monitor the project and we get work performance reports. And then we have perform integrated change control, which is where the change control board or the approving authorities on the project review the change requests and decide to approve or reject them or put them on hold, things like that. And last but not least, we have the closed project or phase process. In other words, you're either closing out a phase in the project or the project as a whole. And there's a smattering of things talked about on page 123 of the PMBOK Guide 6th edition that I would recommend you pay attention to. But the bottom line is this. If you're closing out a phase, be prepared to move into the next phase. If you're closing out a project, it could be for various reasons. Perhaps you've delivered what is necessary, or maybe the project has been shut down, but you've got to understand the circumstances. And there's a number of things on page 123 I would recommend you know for closing out a project or phase. Okay? Just to cover your bases. As far as the exam being heavy on ITTOs and stuff, it's not. The exam is very light on ITTOs, very light on formulas. So if that's what's holding you back, you got very little to be concerned about. My recommendation is know at an intermediate level the 7 things I talked about. Develop project charter, develop project management plan, direct to manage project work, manage project knowledge, monitor and control project work, perform integrated change control, and close project or phase. If you understand those at that level, that is good, okay? The final question I would ask is the what's in it for me factor. What am I getting from this process? If I'm working this process called close project or phase, what do I expect the output to be? For those, I would say know those, because it helps you with a narrative. And when you experience questions on the exam, if they come from the hybrid domain, you stand a better chance when you really understand
predictive stuff. If they come from the Agile domain, you stand a better chance when you know Agile. Now, if they come from a purely predictive domain, and a lot of folks say they don't typically, but if they were to come from a purely predictive domain, in some instances, you'd have a good grasp of it. All right? So going into the exam, just be ready to roll with the language. It's a language. Language is so important. Knowing what's in the glossary, knowing what they mean, I think that's really key to a lot of folks passing the exam. All right, my friends, I hope you found this to be useful. Don't forget to hit like, whatever platform you're on, please look for the like button. Help your buddy fill out. All right? You take care. Look out for the next episode. Bye for now. The Nexus Guide, the definitive guide to scaling Scrum with Nexus. Purpose of the Nexus Guide. Product delivery is complex, and the integration of product development work into a valuable product requires coordinating many diverse activities. Nexus is a framework for developing and sustaining scaled product delivery initiatives. It builds upon Scrum, extending it only where absolutely necessary to minimize and manage dependencies between Scrum teams while promoting empiricism and the Scrum values. The Nexus framework inherits the purpose and intent of the Scrum framework as documented in the Scrum Guide. Scaled Scrum is still Scrum. Nexus does not change the core design or ideas of Scrum or leave out elements or negate the rules of Scrum. Doing so covers up problems and limits the benefits of Scrum, potentially even rendering it useless. The guide contains the definition of Nexus. Each element of the framework serves a specific purpose that is essential to help teams and organizations scale the benefits of Scrum with multiple teams working together. As organizations use Nexus, they typically discover complementary patterns, processes, and practices that help them in their application of the Nexus framework. As with Scrum, such tactics vary widely and are described elsewhere. Ken Schwaber and Scrum.org developed Nexus. Nexus definition. A nexus is a group of approximately 3 to 9 Scrum teams that work together to deliver a single product. It is a connection between people and things. A nexus has a single product owner who manages a single product backlog from which the Scrum teams work. The Nexus framework defines the accountabilities, events, and artifacts that bind and weave together the work of the Scrum team in a nexus. Nexus builds upon Scrum's foundation, and its parts will be familiar to those who have used Scrum. It minimally extends the Scrum framework only where absolutely necessary to enable multiple teams to work from a single product backlog to build an integrated increment that meets a goal. Nexus theory. At its heart, Nexus seeks to preserve and enhance Scrum's foundational bottom-up intelligence and empiricism while enabling a group of Scrum teams to deliver more value than can be achieved by a single team. The goal of Nexus is to scale the value that a group of Scrum teams working on a single product is able to deliver. It does this by reducing the complexity that those teams encounter as they collaborate to deliver an integrated, valuable, useful product increment at least once every sprint. The Nexus framework helps teams solve common scaling challenges like reducing cross-team dependencies, preserving team self-management and transparency, and ensuring accountability. Nexus helps to make transparent dependencies. These dependencies are often caused by mismatches related to 1. Product structure. The degree to which different concerns are independently separated in the product will greatly affect the complexity of creating an integrated product release. 2. Communication structure. The way that people communicate within and between teams affects their ability to get work done. Delays in communication and feedback reduce the flow of work. Nexus provides opportunities to change the process, product structure, and communication structure to reduce or remove these dependencies. While often counterintuitive, scaling the value that is delivered does not always require adding more people. Increasing the number of people and the size of a product increases complexity and dependencies, the need for collaboration, and the number of communication pathways involved in making decisions. Scaling down, reducing the number of people who work on something, can be an important practice in delivering more value. The Nexus Framework. Nexus builds upon Scrum by enhancing the foundational elements of Scrum in ways that help solve the dependency and collaboration challenges of cross-team work. Nexus reveals an empirical process that closely mirrors Scrum. Nexus extends Scrum in the following ways. Accountabilities. The Nexus integration team ensures that the Nexus delivers a valuable, useful, integrated increment at least once every sprint. The Nexus integration team consists of the product owner, a Scrum Master, and Nexus integration team members. Events. Events are appended to, placed around, or replace regular Scrum events to augment them. As modified, they serve both the overall effort of all Scrum teams in the Nexus and each individual team. A Nexus sprint goal is the objective for the sprint. Artifacts. All Scrum teams use the same single product backlog. As the product backlog items are refined and made ready, indicators of which team will most likely do the work inside a sprint are made transparent. A Nexus sprint backlog exists to assist with transparency during the sprint. The integrated increment represents the current sum of all integrated work completed by a Nexus. Here we have an image showing cross-team refinement takes place. The product backlog is generated. That leads into sprint planning. Sprint planning is where we generate the Nexus sprint backlog. The Nexus sprint backlog feeds into the sprint where we have 3 to 9 Scrum teams, integrated work happening as a result of those teams. The image also shows the Nexus integration team interfacing within the sprint. We also see the Nexus daily Scrum and daily Scrums for each of the teams. The result is an integrated increment, and we can see the Nexus sprint review, Nexus sprint retrospective, next that feeding into the next sprint. Accountabilities in Nexus. A Nexus consists of Scrum teams that work together towards a product goal. The Scrum framework defines 3 specific sets of accountabilities within a Scrum team: the developers, the product owner, and the Scrum team. These accountabilities are prescribed in the Scrum Guide. In Nexus, an additional accountability is introduced: the Nexus integration team. Nexus integration team. The Nexus integration team is accountable for ensuring that a done integrated increment, the combined work completed by a Nexus, is produced at least once a sprint. It provides the focus that makes possible the accountability of multiple Scrum teams to come together to create valuable, useful increments as prescribed in Scrum. While Scrum teams address integration issues within the Nexus integration team provides a focal point of integration for the Nexus. Integration includes addressing technical and non-technical cross-functional team constraints that may impede a Nexus ability to deliver a constant integrated increment. It should use bottom-up intelligence from within the Nexus to achieve resolution. The product owner. A Scrum Master and the appropriate members from the Scrum teams belong to the Nexus integration team. Appropriate members are the people with the necessary skills and knowledge to help resolve the issues the Nexus faces at any point in time. Composition of the Nexus integration team may change over time to reflect the current needs of a Nexus. Common activities the Nexus integration team might perform include coaching, consulting, and highlighting awareness of dependencies and cross-team issues. The Nexus integration team consists of the product owner, a Scrum Master, and one or more Nexus integration team members. Let's review these one by one. The product owner. A Nexus works off a single product backlog, and as described in Scrum, a product backlog has a single product owner who has the final say on its contents. The product owner is accountable for maximizing the value of the product and the work performed and integrated by the Scrum teams in a Nexus. The product owner is also accountable for effective product backlog management. How this is done may vary widely across organizations, Nexuses, Scrum teams, and individuals. A Scrum Master. The Scrum Master in the Nexus integration team is accountable for ensuring the Nexus framework is understood and enacted as described in the Nexus Guide. This Scrum Master may also be a Scrum Master in one or more of the Scrum teams in the Nexus. One or more Nexus integration team members. The Nexus integration team often consists of Scrum team members who help the Scrum teams to adopt tools and practices that contribute to the Scrum team's ability to deliver a valuable and useful integrated increment that frequently meets the definition of done. The Nexus integration team is responsible for coaching and guiding the Scrum teams to acquire, implement, and learn practices and tools that improve their ability to produce a valuable, useful increment. Membership in the Nexus integration team takes precedence over individual Scrum team membership. As long as their Nexus integration team responsibility is satisfied, they can work as team members of their respective Scrum teams. This preference helps ensure that the work to resolve issues affecting multiple teams has priority. Nexus events. Nexus adds to or extends the events defined by Scrum. The duration of the Nexus events is guided by the length of the corresponding events in the Scrum Guide. They are time-boxed in addition to their corresponding Scrum events. At scale, it may not be practical for all members of the Nexus to participate or share information or to come to an agreement. Except where noted, Nexus events are attended by whichever members of the Nexus are needed to achieve the intended outcome of the event most effectively. Nexus events consist of the sprint, cross-team refinement, Nexus sprint planning, Nexus daily Scrum, Nexus sprint review, Nexus sprint retrospective. Let's examine these one by one. The sprint. A sprint in Nexus is the same as in Scrum. The Scrum teams in a Nexus produce a single integrated increment. Cross-team refinement. Cross-team refinement of the product backlog reduces or eliminates cross-team dependencies within a Nexus. The product backlog must be decomposed so that dependencies are transparent, identified across teams, and removed or minimized. Product backlog items pass through different levels of decomposition, from very large and vague requests to actionable work that a single Scrum team could deliver inside a sprint. Cross-team refinement of the product backlog at scale serves a dual purpose. It helps the Scrum teams forecast which team will deliver which product backlog items, and it identifies dependencies across those teams. Cross-team refinement is ongoing. The frequency, duration, and attendance of cross-team refinement varies to optimize these two purposes. Where needed, each Scrum team will continue their own refinement in order for the product backlog items to be ready for selection in a Nexus sprint planning event. An adequately refined product backlog will minimize the emergence of new dependencies during Nexus sprint planning. Nexus sprint planning. The purpose of Nexus sprint planning is to coordinate the activities of all Scrum teams within a Nexus for a single sprint. Appropriate representatives from each Scrum team and the product owner meet to plan the sprint. The result of Nexus sprint planning is a Nexus sprint goal that aligns with the product goal and describes the purpose that will be achieved by the Nexus during the sprint. A sprint goal for each Scrum team that aligns with the Nexus sprint goal. A single Nexus sprint backlog that represents the work of the Nexus towards the Nexus sprint goal and makes cross-team dependencies transparent. A sprint backlog for each Scrum team, which makes transparent the work they will do in support of the Nexus sprint goal. Nexus Daily Scrum. The purpose of the Nexus Daily Scrum is to identify any integration issues and inspect progress towards the Nexus sprint goal. Appropriate representatives from the Scrum teams attend the Nexus Daily Scrum, inspect the current state of the integrated increment, and identify integration issues and newly discovered cross-team dependencies or impacts. Each Scrum team's Daily Scrum complements the Nexus Daily Scrum by creating plans for the day, focused primarily on addressing the integration issues raised during the Nexus Daily Scrum. The Nexus Daily Scrum is not the only time Scrum teams in the Nexus are allowed to adjust their plan. Cross-team communication can occur throughout the day for more detailed discussions about adapting or replanning the rest of the sprint's work. Nexus Sprint Review. The Nexus Sprint Review is held at the end of the sprint to provide feedback on the done integrated increment that the Nexus has built over the sprint and determine future adaptations. Since the entire integrated increment is the focus for capturing feedback from stakeholders, a Nexus Sprint Review replaces individual Scrum team sprint reviews. During the event, the Nexus presents the results of their work to key stakeholders and progress towards the product goal is discussed, although it may not be possible to show all completed work in detail. Based on this information, attendees collaborate on what the Nexus should do to address the feedback. The product backlog may be adjusted to reflect these discussions. Nexus Sprint Retrospective. The purpose of the Nexus Sprint Retrospective is to plan ways to increase quality and effectiveness across the whole Nexus. The Nexus inspects how the last sprint went with regards to individuals, teams, interactions, processes, tools, and its definition of done. In addition to individual team improvements, the Scrum team's sprint retrospectives complement the Nexus Sprint Retrospective by using bottom-up intelligence to focus on issues that affect the Nexus as a whole. The Nexus Sprint Retrospective concludes the sprint. Nexus Artifacts and Commitments. Artifacts represent work or value and are designed to maximize transparency as described in the Scrum Guide. The Nexus integration team works with the Scrum teams within a Nexus to ensure that transparency is achieved across all artifacts and that the state of the integrated increment is widely understood. Nexus extends Scrum with the following artifacts, and each artifact contains a commitment as indicated below. These commitments exist to reinforce empiricism and the Scrum value for the Nexus and its stakeholders. Product Backlog. There is a single product backlog that contains a list of what is needed to improve the product for the entire Nexus and all of its Scrum teams. At scale, the product backlog must be understood at a level where dependencies can be detected and minimized. The product owner is accountable for the product backlog, including its content, availability, and ordering. Commitment, product goal. The commitment for the product backlog is the product goal. The product goal which describes the future state of the product and serves as a long-term goal of the Nexus. Nexus Sprint Backlog. A Nexus Sprint Backlog is the composite of the Nexus Sprint Goal and product backlog items from the sprint backlogs of the individual Scrum teams. It is used to highlight dependencies and the flow of work during the sprint. The Nexus Sprint Backlog is updated throughout the sprint as more is learned. It should have enough detail that the Nexus can inspect their progress in the Nexus Daily Scrum. Commitment, Nexus Sprint Goal. The commitment for the Nexus Sprint Backlog is the Nexus Sprint Goal. The Nexus Sprint Goal is a single objective for the Nexus. It is the sum of all the work and sprint goals of the Scrum teams within the Nexus. It creates coherence and focus for the Nexus for the sprint by encouraging the Scrum teams to work together rather than on separate initiatives. The Nexus Sprint Goal is created at the Nexus Sprint Planning event and added to the Nexus Sprint Backlog. As Scrum teams work during the sprint, they keep the Nexus Sprint Goal in mind. The Nexus should demonstrate the valuable and useful functionality that is done to achieve the Nexus Sprint Goal at the Nexus Sprint Review in order to receive stakeholder feedback. Integrated Increment. The integrated increment represents the current sum of all integrated work completed by a Nexus towards the product goal. The integrated increment is inspected at the Nexus Sprint Review, but may be delivered to stakeholders before the end of the sprint. The integrated increment must meet the definition of done. Commitment. Definition of done. The commitment for the integrated increment is the definition of done, which defines the state of the integrated work when it meets the quality and measures required for the product. The increment is done only when integrated, valuable, and useful. The Nexus integration team is responsible for a definition of done that can be applied to the integrated increment developed each sprint. All Scrum teams within the Nexus must define and adhere to this definition of done. Individual Scrum teams self-manage to achieve this state. They may choose to apply a more stringent definition of done within their own teams, but cannot apply less rigorous criteria than agreed for the integrated increment. Decisions made based on the state of artifacts are only as effective as the level of artifact transparency. Incomplete or partial information will lead to incorrect, flawed decisions. The impact of those decisions can be magnified at the scale of Nexus. Endnote. Nexus is free and offered in this guide. As with the Scrum framework, the accountabilities in Nexus, its artifacts, events, and rules are immutable. Although implementing only parts of Nexus is possible, the result is not Nexus. Acknowledgements. Nexus and Scale's Professional Scrum were collaboratively developed by Ken Schwaber, David Dame, Richard Hunhausen, Patricia Kong, Rob Maher, Steve Porter, Christina Schwaber, and Gunther Verheyen. A special thank you to Kurt Bittner, Ravi Verma, Frederick Wendt, Jesse Hoeng, and Simon Flossman for their significant contributions in advancing Nexus and Scale's Professional Scrum. And that concludes our review of the Nexus Guide, the definitive guide to scaling Scrum with Nexus. product owner. What exactly is the product owner and who is the product owner? These are just a few of the things we're going to be talking about today. We've got product owner training coming up. It's at projectmanagementdoctor.com/product owner. But today we're going to prep you for that training and make sure that when you come in, you actually do understand what the product owner does. So the product owner is a role that is rather specific to Scrum, even though some other frameworks may use a product owner role, but this is really from Scrum. As you can see on the screen, in the world of Scrum, we have 3 roles: the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the team. We have 5 ceremonies, and we have 3 artifacts. To learn more about this, I would advise that you look for the videos on the channel where you can learn a little bit more about Scrum. But we're diving straight into the product owner role. We have the Scrum Master, who is more like the servant leader and the coach for the team. And we also have the team, which are the developers. But let's zero into the product owner. The product owner is part of the Scrum team. The product owner determines the product vision. The product owner acts as the customer or the user representative. The product owner is responsible for a number of things: for identifying and prioritizing the product backlog, for identifying acceptance criteria for items on the backlog, and working closely with the team to clarify items on the backlog if needed. So I want you to think about it for a quick second. This product owner role is such an important role. In fact, we would refer to the product owner role as a leadership role, and it's not just a leadership role in the sense of being a servant leader. It's a leadership role in the sense of being a business leader. Now, if you are a product owner, you may see yourself this way, and it's the right way to see yourself, as a chief value officer, as someone who could be placed in the C-suite and is responsible for the understanding of business, understanding of what value means to the customer, and an understanding of what we mean when we say return on investment. There's so many things that the product owner needs to be able to do and needs to know. And I'm going to cover some of these right now. Let's jump straight into the topic of stories, user stories, and understanding user stories and what they are. First of all, the product owner should work with the stakeholders right off the bat to frame the way forward at a high level. So I'm talking more about the product roadmap. The product roadmap should be something that the product owner works with the customer and the stakeholder on to frame what will happen downstream in terms of releases, which features may be in which release, and things such as that. Another big task for the product owner is to understand the business, to understand that specific business case. What exactly does the customer want? Why does the customer want what they say they want? And boiling it down to the product backlog, the product owner should be very cognizant with what is in the backlog, because that's the product owner's baby, the product backlog. Knowing the product backlog backwards and forwards, understanding the product at that high level, and being able to explain to the granular levels of detail what exactly the business case is behind any of the components, epic, the feature, and even down to the story level. So when we talk about the specific stories that are on the product backlog, of course, the product owner should understand the stories, understand the roles that are in the stories, the goal, and the benefit. Also, the product owner should understand the acceptance criteria for each of those stories. So being a product owner is a huge job. Taking care of the product backlog, understanding the stories to the point that the product owner can, with the help of the team, prioritize the backlog is a big deal. And then getting into the sprint itself, being able to select with the team the appropriate items to understand what should be done in the sprint, to understand the sprint goal. It's a huge deal. So again, it's not for anyone who is faint in heart or anyone who is weak or thinking, oh, how can I do this? Or do I have enough clout to face senior management? No, your mindset needs to be one of management in the boardroom, because you will face those folks in the boardroom. They will challenge you. In fact, the product owner sometimes might find him or herself being pushed almost to the extreme of needing to fight back, to say, Nope, this is my backlog, and I have the responsibility and accountability for it, so you cannot tell me what needs to be put in it. Now, if the product owner has played cards correctly, it shouldn't get to this, because the product owner should be an ally of the stakeholders and the customer, right? But you do get the occasional person, the occasional fellow or lady who may want to push you to the extreme and make you feel like you don't know what you're doing as the product owner. If you have allowed them to, they'll push you, they'll jerk you around. And that's why you need to be a leader. You need to be respected. You need to have influence. You need to have an understanding of what you're doing, really good understanding of what you're doing. Now, I talk about this in a previous video where I actually read to you from the Scrum Guide. And I am going to read to you from the Scrum Guide so that you can see what Ken and Jeff have as their perspective of what the product owner should do, who the product owner is. And right here it says, the product owner is accountable. Think of that word, belly button accountability. The product owner is accountable. That's a big word. For maximizing the value. That's also a big task. Maximizing the value of the product resulting from the work of the Scrum team. How this is done may vary widely across organizations, Scrum teams, and individuals. Still on the product owner is accountable for effective product backlog management, which includes developing and explicitly communicating the product goal, creating and clearly communicating product backlog items, ordering product backlog items, ensuring that the product backlog is transparent, visible, and understood. The product owner may do the above work or may delegate the responsibility to others. But watch this. Regardless, the product owner remains accountable. That could be a scary word if you don't have your wits about you, right? For product owners to succeed, the entire organization must, not should, but it's a must respect their decision. Think about that. The product owner needs to be someone with clout. These decisions are visible in the content and ordering of the product backlog and through the inspectable increment at the sprint review. The product owner role is not for lightweights. I know it's a lightweight framework, but this is not for lightweights. The product owner is one person, not a committee. The product owner may represent the needs of many stakeholders in the product backlog. Those wanting to change the product backlog can do so by trying to convince the product owner. So why am I reading all of this to you? Why am I exposing you to all of this before the training? The reason is, my friends, I want you to really understand that the product owner role is a leadership role. It's one of leadership through and through. And I really want to prepare you for this training. I don't want you to come in unprepared. So we're going to read a number of documents. We're going to go through a number of items. I've got certain books that I want to expose you to. But we're going to talk about the product owner role from the perspective of Ken Schwaber. So we're going to use some information from Ken. I've got Ken's book here, Agile Project Management with Scrum. We're going to take some of that information and understand it. And we're also going to understand some of the information in this book by Mike Cohn. It's Succeeding with Agile. Okay? So we're going to go a little bit deeper into the world of the product owner. I'm actually going to get you into some of the things the product owner should be doing through the lens of the professional Scrum product owner role, right? The professional Scrum product owner certification. So let's dive into a little bit more regarding what the product owner should be doing with the team and the enormity of this position, this role. All right, so let's jump straight in here. And as I'm going through the content, I will put them up on the screen so that you can follow along and know where I am. So right here, first thing we're going to talk about is the concept that we know as self-organizing teams. Okay? What do we mean when we say a self-organizing team? By self-organizing team, we're talking about a team that organizes itself, manages the affairs that pertain to the team. A fundamental foundational element to Scrum, cross-functional, self-managing, and empowered teams are the engine to delivering value. See that? Practitioners need to understand what self-management is and how to apply it to their context. They should also understand how to incrementally introduce self-management, the practices that help it thrive. When it comes to facilitation, we should also understand and appreciate that as Scrum Masters and as product owners as well. So this concept of facilitation, we should also understand this concept. Now, the facilitation aspect of being a product owner means you're working with the team, and in some instances, you've got to be very strong in facilitating, whether it is in developing the roadmap, whether it is in terms of refining the stories. You need to have those qualities as well. Also, the qualities of being a servant leader. There are many different leadership styles and approaches. Okay. But the one we subscribe to the most in the world of Scrum is servant leadership. So we have command and control mechanisms that people use often. We want to lose those. That's not going to be our MO. So even though the product owner is a very respected role, we are going to drop any of those characteristics that so much as even raise their head in our profile. We don't want that at all. We want to come across as being a servant leader, someone who is working with a team. The team, even though you are on the team as a servant leader, the team is not your servant, right? The team is your peer. You're working with the team, and you need to see them as that if you're a product owner. When it comes to coaching and mentoring, a lot of the coaching and mentoring is going to be done by the Scrum Master, but in many instances, the product owner may find him or herself needing to be in that role of coaching, maybe even being one of a mentor to help coach, mentor, and guide the team into understanding the stories they're working on, how these add value to the business. And a lot of times it's going to be give and take. It's going to be back and forth, give and take. A huge thing in the role of the product owner is being a customer representative. This is huge. Now, we often call the product owner the mouthpiece for the customer because that's what they are. So they need to focus on understanding the customer's problem. A product owner that does not understand the business case, the why behind the project, why are we doing what we're doing, what are the pain points of the customer, that's a problem. That's a big problem because the product owner should be the customer's mouthpiece, not fighting against the customer, but fighting with the customer for the customer's best interest, not in a way that threatens the team or is bad for the team, but in a way that complements the customer, because the customer isn't there with the team 24/7, right? It's the product owner that has the ability to explain more. So the product owner must get into the mindset of the customer, place themselves in the customer's world, understand their needs, and be obsessed with the value component, right? Delivering value by connecting product features to customer outcomes. All right. And all of this great stuff I'm sharing with you is all from the great mind of Ken Schwaber. I always tell people ask me, what should I do now that I'm certified? I tell them, go to Ken's site, go study, get a PSM, go get the PSPO, get the PAL, get a bunch of things from there, because in so doing, you'll test your understanding and you'll beef up your prowess. All right, the next one that Ken talks about on his site is being a visionary. The product owner should be a visionary, someone who is a champion, someone who champions the future state, the possibilities, the goals, and the chances on the project, someone who is able to communicate the product vision with confidence and with clarity, someone who understands strategy. You see, this is a true leadership role. I know we talk about servant leadership and everyone can wear the servant leader mantle, but this is also a business leader mantle, right? Understanding value, understanding the pricing models of a product. So assume you're a product owner, you work in a company, and the CEO wants a new product that is able to compete in the marketplace, you got to understand the vision that's being cast to you. And you need to be able to cast the vision, recast the vision back to the team. So understanding what exactly you're working on, the pricing models you're working on is so important. And in the years that we've been training and coaching companies, when we have a very strong product owner, the team is so confident and does great things. But on the flip side, we've also seen product owners who are unaware of what their job really is or who are weak. And unfortunately, in those instances, the team suffers. So the product owner should know, what exactly are we building? What are we doing? Which space are we competing in? Which types of spaces could we possibly be competing in? These are the things the product owner needs to know. So this is not like you're not saying this in a bad way, but it's not like the average position in project management where you are exempt from knowing the business. A lot of times we'll be like, no, you don't need to understand that much about the business, just run the project. No. In this instance, you so need to know the business really well. You need to be a champion, a great communicator, and someone who knows the connection points backwards and forwards. All right, still moving on here. Let's talk about this word. Experimenter. So what does Ken mean by experimenter? By experimenter, we're talking about focusing on innovation through experiments, through tests, through learning, through data and validation of value. We talk about empiricism in the world of Scrum. Well, this is where we understand that in order to get to where we're going, we're going to have some trials and errors. We're going to have experiments. We call them spikes. We're going to have some prototypes. We're going to have the MVP. Sometimes the MVP tells you this is not what the customer wants. So things like the minimum viable product and understanding the concept of that, understanding the minimum functionality you would give to a customer to get feedback, understanding the MMF, the minimum marketable feature, for you to even begin selling that feature in a product, and the minimum marketable product, which is the initial set of features that you would introduce into the market. Understanding those terms, MVP, MMF, MMP, and PSI, understanding the concept of increments, and the understanding of aggregate increments being the release. All of this is so important for you as the product owner. So when we talk about being the experimenter, we're talking about focusing on that innovation through experiments, right? Data and validation of value, and understanding the product owner's role in a scaled environment. Whether you're scaling up, whether you are trying to just focus on one tiny product, understanding that is very important. Now, when we talk about scaling of the product owner's role, there's a rather interesting understanding that Mike Cohn explains in his book, and it's the understanding of the economies of scale of the Scrum Master versus the product owner's time over a time period. So, think about it like this. On a continuum of time, okay, if we go ahead and plot the concept of time versus time needed, in other words, time needed for you to be whatever you are in the world of Scrum, whether you are the product owner or the Scrum Master, right? This is time needed. Now think about it like this. You've got the Scrum Master, and the time needed in the beginning is quite significant. Why? Because the Scrum Master is coaching, mentoring, helping the team understand how well to implement Scrum, the rules of the game, all that kind of stuff. And that takes time. But as time goes on, the team is going to get better. They're going to begin to understand more and more about the rules of the game. They're going to be able to do things on their own, facilitate on their own. They're going to need less and less of the Scrum Master's time if the Scrum Master is truly doing a great job over time. And you know what's going to happen? There's going to be a tapering off, and that time of the Scrum Master is going to be lessened. And then it becomes stable. And that's why a Scrum Master, in some instances, after doing this over the span of years, over the passage of time, can now take on more than one Scrum team. Now, on the flip side, the product owner, not so much. In the world of the product owner, what we see happening instead is, over a period of time, the product owner's attention becomes more and more. Because as the team is getting better, they're able to respond quicker. They're getting stuff done quicker. They have more questions, deeper questions about what they're doing. So we see the product owner and the time needed on the project, or the time needed on the product or the endeavor, whatever is being worked on, we find this being an inverse relationship, in the words of Mike Cohn. In the words of Mike Cohn says, just as a product owner should only work only with one team, each team should work only with one product owner. Your product owner, find someone who can make the hard call and designate one product owner for the team, and encourage that person to solicit all sorts of helpful input and feedback from those who could have been the product owner. So, the main idea here, my friends, is that the role of the product owner is a big role. It's not a cakewalk role. It's not going to be easy. It's not like, oh, just dump on the team. No, the product owner needs to know a lot of stuff and do a lot of things. Okay, so we've talked about being a visionary and being an experimenter. Now let's talk about making the hard decisions. What else should the product owner be able to do? Make the hard decisions. Being a decision maker, right? Back in the day, way back in the day of Scrum, before things became hot and heavy in the world of various movements, they would refer to the product owner as the single wringable neck. Not a very good one, I know, but it makes you have a double take and say, wow, so the product owner is really, really accountable? Yes, the product owner is really, really accountable. And I know that sounds like a carrot and sticks thing, and that's why you don't hear it used very much anymore. But when it comes to being a decision maker, the product owner should focus on making better decisions, navigate conflicting customer feedback. The product owner should also be ready to show great collaboration skills. Being a great collaborator, someone who could be a bridge builder and someone who seeks collaboration with stakeholders across the board along with the Scrum team. Someone who is able to work beyond the Scrum team. When we talk about various aspects of project management in the traditional project management world, we talk about things such as contracts. And the question is typically who gets involved in that? We also talk about financing, right? This whole concept of finance and the concept of budgets, okay? And governance. All of these are not bad words. These are words that we find being used by Ken Schwaber as a prep for people in the PSPO. So these are not bad words. Being a collaborator, the concept of contracts and governance, these are all things that you should be aware of as a product owner. So they're not bad, okay? These are things that we will talk about in the training coming up, okay? So I want you to begin to put on that product owner hat and begin to think about these. Another one we hear a lot on social media. This is not social media. This is real world stuff. We talk about being an influencer, right? My mentor, John Maxwell, he would say the true measure of leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. So the influencer in the product owner is one who is meant to lead stakeholders, lead customers, lead the Scrum team to move in the right direction and to change their minds when necessary. Someone who understands what stakeholder management is all about, or to use a softer word, a stakeholder engagement strategy is all about. How do we engage the stakeholders as the product owner? How do we know when to push and when to back off? How do we know when to challenge the status quo in the best interest of the organization? These are all things that a product owner should be able to do. So experienced product owners, they understand the different stances that the product owner needs to take in order to navigate challenges. So we use the word being a navigator, right? Being able to navigate the terrain, very important. So in the training that we have coming up, we want you to come in ready to learn the tactical mannerisms, right? Tactical mannerisms and behaviors of the product owner. Because what we're going to do on Saturday when we meet is show you a specific framework. It's a very peculiar set of tools that the product owner could use to influence. That's really what this is about. Showing you how to influence as a product owner using the tools of the trade, best and good practices to be able to do that. That is really what Roy, my buddy, and I are going to be showing you on Saturday. So if you haven't gone to the website, just go down to Praizion.com. It's Praizion.com. Okay, Praizion.com. And when you go there, just look for product owner training. And you're going to find a link where you can sign up right away. Highly advise that you do that. You know, sign up before the class gets crazy, before it gets full. And we're going to blow this up into a very clear picture for you so that you truly understand what the product owner does. Now, I often talk about Ken and Jeff quite a lot, and you might have not checked out Jeff's website, but it's scruminc.com. And I want to talk about his definition of the product owner. He gives an overview of the product owner. So we're going to read what Jeff says about the product owner here. All right, let's take a look. All right, and it reads, the product owner must know the business case. You see, that is a must. In other words, it's non-negotiable. It's something you absolutely must do. The product owner must know the business case for the product and what features the customers want. See, we're now getting into the nitty-gritty. He must be able to, or she must be able to, consult with the team to make sure they are correctly implementing the product vision. Most importantly, the product owner must have the authority, see that? The authority to make all decisions necessary to complete the project. The product owner is responsible for maximizing return on investment, ROI, by identifying product features, translating these into a prioritized list, a backlog, deciding which should be at the top of the list for the next sprint, and continually reprioritizing and refining the list, refining the backlog. The product owner is responsible for the product vision, the business plan, and the revenue or cost savings generated by the business plan. You see, it's a big task. So anyone thinking the product owner is just any old role that, you know, is just a draconian ruler telling people what to do, no. This is a huge responsibility from a business leader perspective and from a servant leader perspective. This person spends half of their time working with customers and stakeholders, and the other half working with the team implementing the product backlog. So we have competing almost, but it doesn't have to be. See, a skilled product owner knows these are not going to be competing. They're going to be complementary because there's going to be balance. And when we talk about the Scrum Master and the product owner, sometimes we see some dissonance in those roles because the product owner wants stuff that the customers want, and yet the Scrum Master is trying to shield the team and protect the team and doesn't want the product owner to go overboard, you know, with asking the team to do the impossible. But let's take a quick read. I want to read some more of this mindset stuff for you, the attributes of a good product owner. And again, this is from Mike Cohn's book, Great Mind in the World of Scrum. If you haven't checked out Mike's book, Succeeding with Agile, I highly recommend it. Highly recommend his site. You know, great guy, very generous, always giving. And that's Mountain Goat. Just Google Mountain Goat and you'll be able to find Mike's stuff on there. But I want to read from this book really quick. He says, attributes of a product owner.
as when describing what to look for in selecting or hiring a good Scrum Master, here's a list that he has on 5 must-have traits for a product owner. So this is an opportunity for you to ask yourself, how well do I stack up against these if you're already in the product owner role? 1, available. If you've ever worked with a Scrum team that has an unavailable product owner, what a misery for the poor team. They always have questions, no one's getting back to them. It's by far the most frequent complaint that you hear from teams, says Mike. Business savvy. As I said, you gotta know the business, right? It is essential that the product owner understand the business as the decision maker regarding what is in or out of the product. The product owner must have a deep understanding of the business, market conditions, customers, and users. Usually, this type of understanding is built over years of working in the domain, perhaps as a past user of the type of product being developed. This is why many successful product owners come from product manager, marketing, or business analyst roles. You got to know the business and you got to like knowing the business. The next one is communicative. Product owners must be good communicators. You think about it. Communicating with stakeholders, with the customer, with the team. You got to be as crystal clear as possible in your communications. Mike says a good product owner must also listen to users, customers, and perhaps most importantly, the team. Especially as team members learn more about the product and market, as they should over time on a Scrum project, they'll be able to offer more valuable suggestions about the product. And of course, the product owner should be listening. Next one is decisive. We've talked about this, being a great decision maker, someone who understands the power of making decisions and the importance of including those who need to be included in decision making and when to make the decision for everyone else. That's just what product owners do. It says, another common complaint teams make about their product owners is lack of decisiveness. When team members go to the product owner with an issue, they want a resolution. Scrum puts a lot of pressure on teams to produce functionality as quickly as possible. Next one that we have here is empowered. A good product owner must be someone empowered with the authority to make decisions and one who is held accountable. All right. So a few things that he talks about. Scrum Master, don't try to double as a product owner. Don't try to do that. And I'll just tell you from my own experience, it may not end well. It may not. So you got to be careful when you're trying to do things like that. But in the words of Mike, I'll read what Mike says about this. He says, in the vast majority of times I've seen this done, the results have been disappointing. Not only does combining these roles put a lot of power in one person's hands, but also creates confusion. A certain amount of tension should exist between the roles, like I mentioned earlier. But he goes further to say, so the combined Scrum Master product owner role can be successful. However, I expect that there are very few individuals who are good at both jobs. 2 different skill sets. That's why you need to come learn the skill sets, learn the tools, learn the techniques that Roy is going to be presenting to you. I'm telling you, if you are a product owner today, you're going to find immense value from these tools, because collaboration tools in this day and age, understanding how to use certain techniques, facilitation techniques, communication techniques is going to help. And I dare say a lot of what you're going to learn more than anything else is going to help you communicate. These are all communication devices. Okay. So if you haven't watched the video where Roy and I talk about this course and what's coming up, highly encourage you to, because what we're going to be doing more than anything else is showing you how to communicate with the most important audience, the customer, the stakeholders, the end users, and the team. We'll also be showing you some of the tools that can help you in solving some of the problems that Mike talks about in this book. Right? The product owner delegates decision making, but then overrules the decision. Or the product owner pushes the team too hard. Or the product owner wants to cut quality. The product owner being in a different city. These are all problems that product owners face. And you know what? We know that you have questions to ask as well. If you truly need coaching for the product owner role, you're stumped, you got very little help from anyone else, you need to be in this training, okay? Because a lot of times, the product owners, they don't get the coaching they need. They just find themselves making it up as they go along. We don't want that to be the case. So if you're a product owner, you're looking for training, you're looking for coaching, you're looking for help, we encourage you to go on down to our website. It's praizion.com. Like I said, the training starts next week on Saturday. You might just want to go and check out the dates that we've got available, okay, on that particular website. And this is going to be a rolling occurrence. It's not just going to be a one-time thing. But let me just show you over here really quickly. When you go on down to the Praizion site, scroll down and look. You might find it in the top or the bottom panel. Okay, so you got product owner coaching. It's going at a steal right now. I tell you that price will not stay the same for long. Okay, so if this is something that you're keen on doing, something that you're interested in, I encourage you, go on down to the Praizion site and sign up. And we're going to be going pretty hard in this product owner dialogue. Okay, be there. And I look forward to seeing you with Roy nice and early. And of course, if you got any questions, put them in the comments below. We got a few questions from students asking, is this entry level? It's going to get pretty advanced. And that's the whole idea behind this video, to prep you for it. Okay, this is a little primer so that when you're coming in, you know exactly what we expect. All right, you take care. Again, Praizion.com, that's the website. And then when you click and go on down to product owner coaching, if you wanted to learn a little bit more, read a little bit more, just scroll down, read a little bit more about what we have coming up. Okay, thank you very much, and bye for now. Hello, my friends. We're here today with our buddy Roy, who you well know on this channel for training you all things Agile. Well, Roy has got a really interesting course to train you on, and that is happening next week. Roy, what exactly are we going to be talking about? Something in Agile product management, isn't it?
You got it. Agile product management. So first, let's talk about why we want to do this. If you look online, if you go to courses, you look at these courses, primarily they're talking about the frameworks to make use of, the team level kinds of things. There's not a lot of activity that goes on higher than that, right? Or not a lot of training out there that talks about the stuff that gets into the team, how we feed the team work. So Agile product management is all about that. How do we organize our work? How do we get work prioritized properly and set up so the teams can effectively deliver? And if you don't do that, Phil, you know what happens if you don't prioritize work properly? You're not getting a lot of stuff done, right? And we want to give that team the best opportunity to get work and deliver on time, right?
So we need to think like a product owner. There are a lot of people getting certified, but they haven't really gotten their hands dirty, their feet wet as far as what product ownership really is, the thought leadership behind product ownership.
Yeah, absolutely. It's more than just working on a daily basis with the team. Obviously, that's important. It's a leadership role, not leadership in title, but leadership in attributes and behaviors. And we want our product owner to be able to negotiate with our stakeholders, negotiate with our team, share the story. And there are processes along the way, but there's also behaviors along the way that we need to encounter, right?
Absolutely. So, Roy, you've got this really great format. It's almost a framework of sorts. It's not prescriptive, it's flexible. But why don't you just walk us through a quick couple of minutes to see what exactly this framework, very specific to you, could be like, and what you're going to be teaching in this training?
Absolutely. So now that everyone's remote, that we need to use tools, collaboration tools. There's a bunch of tools out there in the world. I like to use Miro or Mural, depending on my clients. So what I've done here is I've created a framework for the flow of how work gets initiated all the way to how work gets delivered. And I do this on a Miro board. Now, this is all for collaboration. These are all the things that you would do as a team and a product owner specifically in order to get work prioritized properly and set up for the team to be effective. We start out a little reminder of what product hierarchy looks like. We talk then about how to build a vision. You always start out with defining the problem. You define the vision, what you're trying to achieve, who it impacts. Start out at the beginning, and that way you define success and what it's going to look like. From there, we talk about schedule. We do a road mapping session, and we put things on a schedule because that's really important. But it's not just when are we going to get stuff done. It's also about those things that we could impact or how we can impact other things, the interactions as a system in your organization, not just do this work, right? From there, we talk about prioritization and understanding value and urgency. What does it mean to be valuable work? We go through an exercise of prioritizing work. There are multiple exercises, right? And what you typically see in a lot of training is go do Moscow. Well, Moscow is one way, right? That's one acronym that we can make use of. There's tons of others that, quite honestly, I find more effective, right? Moscow is valuable, it works, but there are others that work out a lot better as well. Then we walk through sizing, estimating, how we get a basic idea of what this work is. Another thing that a lot of product owners don't think about is risk. Right? We need to make sure that we're managing risk and tracking the risk and actually doing something about it. And don't expect Agile to do it all for you, because there's other stuff that goes on. And then we take it down to actually taking epics and break them down into smaller pieces, different techniques for how to split work and make them into user stories. And the rest is up to the team to go off and build this stuff, right? So this is primarily focused on the process that a product owner and stakeholders and the team will go through together in order to get work properly prepared so the team can be successful.
Brilliant, Roy. Awesome stuff. So there's a lot that we learn in classrooms and that people learn when they're doing the CSPO or PSPO, but they don't learn the intricacies and the mindset that goes deep into how you actually do this. You know, the vision casting, the tactical behaviors that you would exhibit in the boardroom or wherever you are when you're working with teams. But we're going to learn all of that, it seems.
Absolutely, from beginning to end. How do you make your teams effective?
Absolutely awesome. So if you are interested in this, highly advise you that you go on down to the link. We're going to put a link in this video below, and we look forward to seeing you, because Agile has gotten a bad rap. People just think it's cowboy stuff. They don't know the huge amount of planning that happens at every level, at the strategy level, the daily level. They don't recognize that. But by the time we're done with this, it'll be very obvious that the planning that we do in the world of Agile is probably even more than we do in many respects in predictive projects, right, Roy?
Exactly. And there's a lot of structure that we want to put in place, but not heavyweight. It's a very lightweight framework. I like to call it organized chaos, right? It's managed, it's organized, but chaos is good for creativity. So we need to have a little bit of that in there as well. But it's not cowboy, not in any way. So it's structured and disciplined, and we follow good practices to get us to good quality engineering stuff.
Lovely stuff. Thank you, Roy. So if you're keen on doing this, going down to projectmanagementdoctor.com/product owner, and you'll be able to jump into this training. That's projectmanagementdoctor.com/product owner. We look forward to seeing you there. PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Yes, you've all got your 7th editions, but you're looking at those artifacts and probably wondering how much of this stuff is actually new. Today, we're going to dive into PMBOK Guide 7th edition artifacts. We're going to explore what is new, and we're going to be taking a look at the examples in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. So why don't you follow me on down to where we've got these artifacts in that table. We are going to start from the very beginning, comb through the plans, the reports, and all the other supporting documentation. All right, so right here on page 184 is where we have the entire list begin. And then if you're looking for the summary of everything, that is on page 193 forward. All right, so whether you're on page 184 or 193, you'll be able to follow along. I'm going to give you a very short description of what these artifacts are, and you could take a look at other websites I refer you to get further clarity. All right, are you ready? Let's get started. All right, the very first artifacts that we find in the 7th edition are known as strategy artifacts. These are on page 184 forward. So on page 184, we have the business case, the project brief, project charter, project vision statement, and roadmap. So let's examine these one by one. business case. The business case, as simple as it sounds, makes a case for the project. Here's an example from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Their website is at tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. Let me put it in here just so that you got a good idea of where it's at. tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. If you go to that website, a lot of the documents that I'm going to be talking about today, you can find them right there. Okay, tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. So the business case, it makes a case for the project. That's the summary. You can get all the minutiae in the document, but it says business case is a value proposition for a proposed project, which may include financial and non-financial benefits. And you can find some of those financial benefits here in the document as you go through it. A good business case should have not only the alternatives, but also the cost for the alternatives. And which of these do you think will be the most viable option? And there you have some of the costs listed out in that table. And that's the business case. It's very important as far as the holy grail of the PMI and the PMP exam. Very important document. The next one is project brief. Now, in other schools of thought of project management, they call what they may refer to as a charter a brief in some circles. But it says here, a project brief provides a high-level overview of the goals, deliverables, and processes for the project. The next one is the project charter. As you know, it formally authorizes the project, gives the project manager the authority to apply resources to the project. Here's an example of a project charter. And as you can see here, we've got the title, the sponsor, and then we go into the details of project justification, the description, high-level project and product requirements, high-level budget, summary budget, initial risk, summary milestones, and stuff like that. And that's why in some circles, they refer to a project brief as this. Okay. Next one is project vision statement. So a vision statement should have some certain ingredients for it to actually cast a vision. Here's an example from scrum.org. You can see in their crafting a vision for the product, you have who it's for, the statement of need or opportunity, the product, if you want, project, key benefit, primary competitive alternative, and statement of primary differentiation. That is just one example. But the vision, as it reads here, is a document, high-level description of the project that states the purpose, and it should inspire. That's the key thing about the vision. Inspire the team to contribute to the project. All right. The next thing we're going to talk about here is the roadmap. Now, the PMI have been smart in staying away from the word product, because a lot of times when you hear roadmap, it's really a product roadmap. But not every project produces a product. Some projects produce a service, right? Or some other kind of result. So let's take a look at the roadmap example I have for you here. It's a very simple one that we use in our project management masterclass, and that is a roadmap, product roadmap. So here it says, this document provides a high-level timeline that depicts milestones, significant events, reviews, and decision points. That's it. You can see here where everything is scheduled pretty much for the quarter, for the month. It really depends on your preference, but it shows you at that high level timeline. That's really it. You can also find an example of something similar in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition and the Agile Practice Guide. All right, so that's that. Let's go to logs and registers next. Logs and registers. The very first one here is the assumption log. What is an assumption? Assumption is a factor that is considered to be true, real, or certain without proof. We also have a log of constraints. A constraint is a factor that limits the project team's options. Together, we want to collect all of these, and we want to put these together in what we call an assumption log. Some people say an assumptions log. Some people may say an assumption and constraint log. And right there on the screen, you can see a log of assumptions or constraints, right? But it's referred to in general as an assumption log. All right, let's go to the next one. The next one here, we refer to this as a backlog. A backlog is an ordered list of work to be done. If you've been through our training, we train you about Scrum and we talk about the product backlog. Well, here we just refer to it commonly as the backlog because it's not always a product. Next one here is a change log. The change log is, as it sounds, a log of changes. And a change log is used to log changes that you encounter throughout the project. There's an example of a change log. It says a comprehensive list of changes submitted during the project and their current status. So you could get a change request, but you need to log the changes so you keep track of them. And that's an example of how you would do that. All right, the next one we have here is an issue log. An issue log is a log of issues, exactly as it sounds. Now, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, they have examples of this. I'll show you again one of PMI's examples, and that's an issue log. You can see the issue ID, the category, the issue, the impact on objectives, so on and so forth. Going back to our list of stuff to talk about, the next thing we have here is called a lessons learned register. Lessons learned registers are used to capture, of course, the knowledge that you gain on the project. And one of the things you need to be careful about with the lessons learned register is that the register is actually used and people refer back to it, because it's easy to dump lessons learned in a document, but will it actually be looked at? Okay, so it reads here, lessons learned register is used to record knowledge gained during a project, phase, or iteration so that it can be used to improve. That's the key thing. You want to use it to improve future performance. All right, let's take a quick look at the lessons learned here. This is a lessons learned document. What went well, what didn't go so well, what can be improved, and all that stuff. That's what you use your lessons learned register to do. The next one here is a risk-adjusted backlog. Now, the risk-adjusted backlog is a concept that we use in the world of Agile. So I'm going to switch gears and move into Agile mode. I'll show you examples of a risk-adjusted backlog. So why don't we start off with the reasoning behind a risk-adjusted backlog? The reasoning is as follows. For every one of those backlog items that you have in a product backlog or some other backlog, there's an element of risk on every one of those items. Risk of perhaps not knowing as much as you thought you would and finding yourself in a bottleneck or tailspin. Maybe having to go off and do a spike before you can actually understand what needs to be done, the full picture of it. And for that reason, we want to take a look at all the items. And if there's a high level of impact in terms of if a risk associated with that backlog item happens, the impact would be high or the probability would be high, then we could score it, for example, as a 9. Now, this is a dumbed down version, simplified version of the typical probability impact matrix. In the world of Agile, we don't go as far in many instances, so this is scaled down. Some matrices go all the way up to 25. This is all the way up to a 9, which is still okay. We can still do what we need to do. So assuming we score certain items, certain backlog items and the risk associated with them, we understand what is risky, what is not as risky, and we can go into our backlog, as you can see on the screen, and we can decide certain risk actions or spikes that are associated with risks that could impact our backlog items. We take the approach of using spikes or elements in our backlog that help us go after those risks to avert disaster on the project or to prevent whatever risk we are observing from happening, to minimize it, to make sure that even if the risk does happen, the effect isn't as much. And that's this risk-adjusted backlog concept, right? We got our backlog, but we need to think about the element of risk based on what is most risky, least risky, what gives the biggest payoff, the least payoff, which ones are we going to do something about, which ones aren't we going to do something about. And based on your understanding of the risk items and the actual backlog items, you can go into your backlog and make adjustments based on the spikes that you need to carry out to minimize risk. That's pretty much the idea. All right. The next one is a risk register. The risk register is a register where you log risks. It's as simple as that. Here's an example. In the risk register, you could have different fields, the risk statement, the probability, the impact, the score. One of the things I like to do with my risk statement is have a cause, risk, and effect breakdown. This doesn't have it, but in your statement, you should mention the cause of the risk itself, and the impact of the risk. So we say cause, risk, and effect. All right, the next one here is a stakeholder register. So who is your stakeholder? Your stakeholder is someone who could impact the project or be impacted by the project. Here's an example of a stakeholder register. You can see it's partially filled, a name, position, role, contact information, requirements, so on and so forth. And it says here, a stakeholder register records information about project stakeholders, which includes an assessment and classification of project stakeholders. So you can see the assessment and so on could be on the right-hand side of the table, and just basic information about them. Contact information is more to the left. All right, let's move on to our next section, and we're going into what we call plan artifacts, okay? Now, the first one is called a change control plan. You see, they are not using the word change management plan. It says a change control plan is a component of the project management plan that establishes the change control board, documents the extent of its authority, so on and so forth. Well, same thing, change management plan. It's all semantics. I wish they would just stick to certain names and not change them. As you can see in the example from 2010, we got some examples here, and down below you can see we got the change control board, naming of the change control board and stuff like that. So some of the names that are used, such as change control board, they are the same in both documents. They've just renamed it in this edition as a change control plan. All right, so let's take a look one by one. There's your change control plan, the very first one there. Communications management plan. This one, of course, this is a plan for how to communicate. Okay, communications management plan. Here's an example from a previous PMI publication, and you can see we've got the message, the audience, the method, frequency, the sender, so on and so forth. All right. Going down the list, and we can't show every single one, but we have a cost management plan, a plan for managing cost, an iteration plan, and the iteration plan is a detailed plan for the current iteration. The PMI give you an example in the 6th edition. They talk about different plans from the product level, then the release level, then the iteration level, and so on and so forth. You see all those in PMBOK Guide 6th edition. The next one is a procurement management plan. And this is very well covered in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. But the procurement management plan is a plan for managing procurement. Yeah. So managing your procurement is done with intentionality. And all they're saying in this plan is decide what you're going to buy, if you're going to buy it, why you're going to buy it, and when, right? And then plan the delivery method, plan the kind of documents that you would need. RFPs, RFQs, RFIs, and also just plan the general sequence of the procurements. It says here, this plan is a component of the project or program management plan that describes how a project team will acquire goods and services from outside the performing organization. All right, the next one is like a summary of everything we have been talking about. And the Center for Disease Control and Prevention have a brilliant illustration of this. I'm going to show you the CDC's example right here. If you scroll down into the table of contents, you see how well this has been broken out into the different aspects of project management. We've got scope, we've got compliance, schedule, budget, see that, cost, project organization, risk management, all sorts of great stuff, change management, communications management, pretty much all of the subsidiary plans we talked about. You find them in one singular plan, this project management plan. So going back to the plan to take one more quick look at it, if you go into the meat of this plan, it actually walks you through on how to fill it out. It's a good one I would recommend if you're looking for a light version of a project management plan. So here in the PMBOK guide, 7th edition, it says it's a document that describes how the project will be executed, monitored, and controlled and closed. And within the plan, you see the elements that are talked about all throughout this section. For example, a quality management plan. So if you wanted to document your strategy, your approach for quality, you would do it right there, see? And that's what comes next in our table of contents. Quality management plan, a plan for how to manage quality. Release plan. This plan sets expectations for the dates, features, and or outcomes expected to be delivered over the course of multiple iterations. And we can take a look at an example here from the Lucid chart. Here's their interpretation of a release plan, and you can see the different pieces of work that have to be done at a much higher level. In other words, the releases. That's why it's called a release plan. And it says, this plan sets expectations for the dates, features, and or outcomes expected to be delivered over the course of multiple iterations. So you can see over the course of different iterations over several years, you can see alpha release, beta release, final release, so on and so forth. All right, let's go back. Next one here after release plan is requirements management plan, a plan for how to manage requirements. Resource management plan, a plan for how to manage your resources. Risk management plan, a plan for how you manage risks, taking into account the thresholds for stakeholder tolerances concerning risk, probability and impact, matrix, format, how you will score the risks, what probability of high, medium, low, very high would look like. All that stuff is in your risk management plan. And then we have the scope management plan, how you'll manage scope, the schedule management plan, how you're going to manage the schedule, which tools will you use, so on and so forth. We have the stakeholder engagement plan. We're on page 187, by the way. And this is a plan for how to engage stakeholders. There's so many things. I wish I could show you all of them, but we don't have time for that. We do some of this in our project management masterclass, but there's so many things I could show you here potentially. We have a document, just to give you an idea of some of the things that could go into stakeholder management plan. PMI had a document called Stakeholder Management Strategy. It's pretty much very similar to this. What is your strategy for engaging stakeholders? That's pretty much the idea. All right, stakeholder engagement plan. The next one is a test plan. And it says, this document describes deliverables that will be tested, tests that will be conducted, and the processes that will be used. Now let's very quickly go through this next set. Organizational breakdown structure looks like a family tree. It breaks down the organization into layers, into hierarchies. It says it's a hierarchical representation of the project organization. Okay, and let's use a tick to tick off on each one so that you know where I am. All right, the next one is a product breakdown structure. Again, hierarchical structure reflecting a product's components and deliverables. A resource breakdown structure, a hierarchical representation of resources by category and type, and this is human, equipment, materials, supplies, and facilities. A risk breakdown structure is a hierarchical representation of potential sources of risk. And a work breakdown structure is a hierarchical decomposition of the total scope of work to be carried out by the project team. All right, let's move on to our final one on this slide. We have budget. A budget is the approved estimate for the project or any work breakdown structure component. So remember, when we say budget, it could be loosely used, but in a more formal setting, when we talk about budget, we're talking about the management reserves, the contingency reserves, and the actual estimates. That's what we're talking about. And PMI have a different breakdown in the 7th edition of how this maps, but we won't go into that now. The next one is a milestone schedule, pretty much a milestone list. It's a schedule with milestones instead of activities. So the milestones capture higher level accomplishments, events. The next one is a performance measurement baseline, also known as PMB. It reads here in the 7th edition on page 188, integrated scope, schedule, and cost baselines are used for comparison to measure, to manage, and control project execution. All right, so we've gone through
this, and this, and this. All right, the project schedule, it says it's an output of a schedule model. In other words, all of this schedule data, we can take that schedule data and we can come out with an interpretation of all of this data, and that becomes our schedule. At a minimum, a schedule has your planned dates, your durations, it could have milestones. It doesn't have to have resources, but these days a lot of schedules, such as in MS Project and in Smartsheet and PlanView and other places, they could have that feature. Last but not least, we have the scope baseline. The baseline is the approved version of a scope statement, work breakdown structure, and its associated WBS dictionary. In other words, WBS dictionary, and project scope statement. Let's move on to the next one here. This is going to go quick. So, affinity diagram. It's a diagram showing a large number of ideas classified in groups. A burn chart, burn down chart or burn up chart. It's a graphical representation of work remaining or work done. Shows you depending on what you want to see. You can see as the work is being burnt down and used typically in Agile projects. Cause and effect diagrams, a visual tool that helps trace an undesirable effect back to its root cause. And there's a lot of detail regarding the cause and effect diagram in the 7th edition if you want to understand the categories that we break that down into. Next one is cumulative flow diagram, CFD. And it says this chart indicates features completed over time, features in development, and those in the backlog. They've got a great example of that in the Agile Practice Guide. The next one here is cycle time chart. This diagram shows the average cycle time of the work items completed over time. A cycle time chart may be shown as a scatter diagram or a bar chart. So they give you a lot of descriptions. However, there's no example visual for you. Dashboard. This set of charts and graphs shows progress or performance against important measures of the project, and they differ from project to project. A flow chart is a diagram showing inputs, process actions, and outputs. If you really want to optimize a process, make sure you look at the flow chart associated with it. Next one is Gantt chart. This bar chart provides schedule information where activities are listed on the vertical axis, dates are shown on the horizontal axis, and activity durations are shown as horizontal bars. You know, a picture is worth 1,000 words. You've probably seen these kind of horizontally looking bar charts in Microsoft Project or in Smartsheet. That is precisely what this refers to. All right, let's go to the next one, histogram. Histogram is a bar chart showing graphical representation of numerical data. Next one is information radiator. It's an artifact in the world of Agile predominantly. It's visible, physical display that provides information down to the minute. Whatever you're looking for, we could put it on an information radiator, and people can just learn status and things like that as they move through the room looking at the board. Next one is lead time chart, and it reads, this diagram shows the trend over time of the average lead time of the items completed. A lead time chart may be shown as a scatter diagram or a bar chart. So my recommendation is to actually understand the difference between lead time and cycle time. Go to the Agile Practice Guide, take a look. There's a difference between the lead time, which is the customer's perspective of when they put the order in, when it's done. And then you have cycle time, the people actually doing the work saying, well, I picked it up at 10:59, but cycle time is just showing you from 10:59. Lead time is showing you from 8 o'clock when that customer put that request in. So there's a difference between the two. Good one for you to understand for your exam. All right. So next here, going down the list, we have some more information, which we do not see apparently on this slide. So I'm going to move to a blank slide, and I'm just going to give you the top of the waves regarding what we've not talked about. And I'll just use some abbreviations for them. So the next one we have here, I'm just going to say PM, prioritization matrix. And it says this matrix is a scatter diagram where effort is shown on the horizontal axis and value on the vertical axis. The next one is a project schedule network diagram. It's a bit of a mouthful. Project schedule network diagram. And it reads,
this graphical representation shows the logical relationships among the project schedule activities. So if you've seen something that looks like this, where you have boxes joined by arrows, and you have the durations on the boxes, and it shows you a network of activities, that is a project schedule network diagram. All right, next one is requirements traceability matrix. And I do need to show you this one. It is one of the PMI dogma that you definitely should know. There's your RTM. It's a matrix that links requirements to their origin. Okay, there's another one I would have loved to show you. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. Responsibility assignment matrix. I'll have to bring up another PowerPoint. Probably not worth the effort, but your requirements traceability matrix, your responsibility assignment matrix is a grid that shows the project resources assigned to each work package. Actually, this is one I absolutely must show you. So let's bring that up. And the RACI chart, oh, it's been around for so long in this world of the PMP exam and the PMI that it will almost be wrong for me not to show it to you. So let me show it to you real quick. All right, so here's the RACI chart. Responsibility assignment matrix is the overall terminology. Then a type of RAM is the RACI chart. So let me show you the RACI chart. That's the RAM. You can see the title of the individual, their role, and their responsibility. Now we can get more specific here in a RACI chart, and we can actually show who is responsible, who is accountable, who is consultative, and who is informative. Okay, and then we can even go into more details, more level of details, and more cross-functionality. All right, so that's your RACI chart. All right, let's go back to our list of what we need to talk about. All right, so back to our list, we've got scatter diagrams. This shows the relationship between two variables. And in a scatter diagram, you've probably seen something like this. You got a y-axis, you got an x-axis, and you've got all of these dots. And from the dots, you can infer if there's a relationship, either direct or indirect. You can see if there's a relationship between just by plotting. So it reads here, this graph shows a relationship between two variables. It doesn't tell you why there's a relationship, but it will show you if there is a relationship between the variables. Okay, it could be inverse, it could be otherwise. Well, let's get rid of that. Next one is an S-curve. This graph displays cumulative costs over a specific period of time. This is really well documented in the 6th edition under the cost management chapter. The next one is the SEAM, the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix. I will have to show you this one for sure. Let me see if I can bring up the SEAM, Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix, if I've got this to show you. And the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix is a very visual tool that shows you and the team what you need to do to get a stakeholder engaged. In other words, you can see where the stakeholder currently is, if they are unaware, if they are resistant, if they are in a neutral position, and if they're in a leading position. You know, all that information, you can see it. So let's get that up to show you here. This is well documented again in the 6th edition. This is part of why I gripe a little bit about how the 7th lacks enough depth, because you don't get to see all this good stuff. You just got one line item of something that is so visually compelling and helpful to teams, but you don't have an example, unfortunately. So anyway, this is page 189, and it says, this matrix compares current and desired stakeholder engagement levels. But this is more than just throwing up information, an entire conversation about how to move a project forward by way of getting stakeholders who are unaware, getting them into a supportive role, or stakeholders who are resistant, getting them into a supportive role, or understanding that stakeholders are exactly where you want them. So C is for current and D is for desired. And great tool for project teams everywhere to be on the same page. All right, going back here, we've got our stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. Turning the page over, we've got story map. I don't have an example of that to show you, but it reads, a story map is a visual model of all the features and functionality desired for a given product. That is a very easy one for you to see, but I don't have a ready example and there's none here. Throughput chart. This chart shows the accepted variables over time. So that's a throughput chart. And then we have use cases. This artifact describes and explores how a user interacts with the system to achieve a specific goal. And then we have value stream map. This is a lean enterprise method used to document, analyze, and improve the flow of information or materials required to produce a product service for a customer. And the last one we have is velocity chart. And I'll show you a quick example of this. Let's go to our velocity chart example. All right, here we go. So a velocity chart could look something like that. And it reads, this chart tracks the rate at which the deliverables are produced, validated, and accepted within a predefined interval. So typically teams, they have wide band of potential outcomes at first, and then as they begin to move through the project, it gets firmer. We call it the cone of uncertainty. But the ultimate goal of this is to understand what you could possibly give to a stakeholder within weeks, or what number of story points you should aim to get done for a stakeholder based on request. So a stakeholder asking for 250 story points worth of work, from this velocity chart, you got an idea of how to bargain with that stakeholder, right? Over a period of 4 to 6 weeks. You could tell them, we can't give it to you in 4, but definitely somewhere between 4 and 6, that kind of thing. And then if a stakeholder asks you for, let's say, 150 story points, you've got an idea of the span of time that would take. Or if they ask you for what you can do for them in the next 3 sprints or 3 weeks, you've got an idea that it's going to be anywhere from 125 to 175. That's pretty much the use of our velocity chart, not just to understand how well we're doing, but also to predict what we can do. All right, we've got a little bit left, and we're going to fly through these ones real fast. Okay, let's go back to our list, and let's move on to the next one. All right, so here we have report artifacts, and here we have quality report, a report for quality across the project. Think of this as a State of the Union address for quality. Summary findings, that's it. Risk report, it says this project document is developed progressively through the risk management processes and summarizes information on individual project risk and the level of overall project risk. Again, it's one of those State of the Union addresses for the knowledge area. And last but not least, we have status report. As simple as it sounds, provides current status on the project. Next, we have agreements and contracts. We have different types of contracts in project management. We have fixed price contracts, and we have 3 different ones that are talked about: FFP, FPIF, FP-EPA. Look out for my video where I talk about these. We have cost reimbursable contracts, and this category of contracts involves payments to the seller. We have 3 types: CPAF, CPFF, and CPIF. Again, look for my video on this. And then we have time and material contracts. Just search for contract types, Praizion, you'll find it. All right, so we have time and materials. This contract establishes a fixed rate, but not a precise statement of work. It can be used for staff augmentation. All right, next we have indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity. This contract provides an indefinite quantity of goods or services with stated lower and upper limit and within a fixed time period. This contract can be used for architectural engineering or information technology engagements. And then we have other agreements, things like MOUs, memorandums of understanding, MOAs, memorandums of agreement, SLA, service level agreements, and basic ordering agreement, BOA, amongst others. Let's go to our next one here. Other artifacts, activity list, a list of activities, bid documents, RFIs, RFQs, RFPs. We have metrics. A metric is an attribute. It's one thing to have a metric. Remember, you need a measurement. So we derive metrics usually from when we're planning quality management. The next one is project calendar. It's a calendar identifying working shifts, working days and shifts that are available or for scheduled activities. Next one is requirements documentation. It's a document which provides requirements and also talks about how the requirements meet the needs of the business. It says here on page 192, information needed to manage the requirements, which includes the associated category, priority, and acceptance criteria. Next one here is project team charter. We often hear the team charter being referred to as a team agreement, social contract, team contract, all the same thing, but it records team values, agreements, operating guidelines, do's and don'ts, acceptable behavior, and so on. And last but not least, we have user story. User story is a brief description of an outcome for a specific user, which is a promise of a conversation to clarify details. So, my friends, let's take a look before we jump out of here very quickly, a summary about user stories, since it's such a hot topic for your PMP exam. So, going to our user story slide, a user story is a brief description of a need or problem. User stories are short, simple descriptions of a feature told from the perspective of the person who desires the new capability, usually a user or customer of the system. The three aspects of a user story: a card, written on a card, a conversation, having a conversation about the story to clarify it, and the confirmation criteria that can be used to determine when the story is complete. Now, we often write the story in this format: role, goal, benefit. As your role, I would like, what do you want? Benefit, so that, whatever you want to accomplish. In this example, we see a poorly written story on the left. As a customer, I want to create a profile so that I can have an account. On the right-hand side, we see a better written story that actually talks about why you do want that account, right? I want to create a profile so that I don't have to fill in the information again. Oh, you're trying to save time. Well, that's value. You see, so we always write it from the role, goal, benefit perspective. I want to understand what it will do for the customer. In closing, at the back of the card, we put in the acceptance criteria. And we can use the Gherkin format, the given, when, then. We could use all sorts of formats. It's not the only one. But the idea is when you get a user story, you want to get to a point where that user story is actually ready to go into the sprint. So we have something called the definition of ready and the definition of done. The definition of ready is pretty much along the lines of the INVEST acronym. And I'm just going to write down the INVEST acronym real quick here. INVEST means the story is independent, it's negotiable, it's valuable or vertical in value, it's estimable, it's small enough to fit within a sprint, and it's testable. And I go into this stuff in other videos, but the idea is a user story. When you're going into the sprint, you want it to be ready so that you can begin working on it. And you also want to understand for the increment what makes it done. Not the story in this case, even though we could use the word done to talk about a story is done and so on. But in this case, we're talking about the entire increment, the potentially shippable increment. How do we know that an increment is done? Does it meet all engineering practices? Have you been through peer reviews? Have you been through testing, unit testing, user acceptance testing, and so on? All of that stuff, it should be carried out for us to say it's done. Okay? And with that, my friends, we are at the end of our very ambitious journey to get through every single artifact in the 7th edition. It's quite funny because if this was the 6th edition, my goodness, we'd probably be here all night. We'll be here all night, I can assure you. All right, for those of you who are getting ready for the exam, okay, and you're wondering, how do I get help? Where can I get help? I want to encourage you to go on down to our website. It's called Praizion.com,
Praizion.com. When you get to our website, scroll down and look for the plethora of training aids and help that we've got for you. If you've got any questions, feel free to put them right here in the comment below. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. All right, thank you very much for joining me. I wish you all the best on your exam. Remember, the exam is very heavily hybrid and agile, okay? It's not just predictive stuff. Predictive is very small compared to the amount of hybrid and agile stuff you've got, okay? For that reason, my advice, parting gift for you. My advice would be speed read this. Pay more focus to the principles, okay? This one right here, spend a lot more time with the Agile Practice Guide. Read through it a couple of times. You'll be glad you did. Understand page 50, forward the practices, everything. Know it well. Good. All right. I believe I've got a video on the summary to that somewhere on YouTube. And then when it comes to this one, my friends, you got to tread carefully, because I know some people are telling you to keep pounding on this and ITTOs. No, you need a skilled handler, someone who's able to weed out what is really important to focus on and things that you shouldn't. Because if you're trying to read these 3 books, that's not wise. Not in the least bit. You shouldn't be doing that, my friends. That's why you need an experienced trainer who can tell you, don't focus on this, focus on that, don't focus on that. And I actually have a video that talks about things you shouldn't be reading for your PMP exam in the interest of time. Okay? I would say if you're going to read anything in the 6th edition, speed read, that's for 1. And 2, look for my 1-minute summaries for every knowledge area. There's no need for you to go off on a rabbit trail, burrowing and going so deep. Your exam does not have predictive minutia in it like it used to. It doesn't have all of those formulas and stuff. Don't do it. Is it good for you to know that from a project management perspective? It's good, but it's not going to come out on your exam, all that. In fact, we have so many people saying there was absolutely zero mention of exact process names and ITTOs. I just thought I should let you know that. You take care, my friends, and I'll speak to you soon. Here's a quick pop quiz. The project charter is an output of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer is develop project charter. Question 2. Issue log is an output of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer is direct and manage project work. 3 more to go. The resource management plan is an output of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer is plan resource management. Final report is an output of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer is close project or phase. Finally, changelog is an output of which process? 3, 2, 1. The answer is perform integrated change control. If what I asked you sounds like Greek, it means you need to open up the PMBOK guide and read it a little bit more, because as you've heard from our expert, on the exam, you will get hybridized questions. The more you know the 49 processes and their intricacies, the better you'll be able to handle questions of a predictive and even in some instances a hybrid nature. So don't forget, read the PMBOK guide knowledge areas to understanding. Don't read them robotically, but understand what you're doing and have an idea what you get out. Let's jump back into the session.
Hello and welcome to the PMP Exam Radio Show. This is a quick reminder that in March, on the 12th of March, we will begin another journey in the Project Management Masterclass. If you are looking for coaching and training to get PMP certified in good time with the help of a coach, go on down to projectmanagementmasterclass.com. We're accepting new students now. We'd love to see you there. Let's jump into today's session. I hope you're doing well. It's been a while. This is a radio show that brings you the latest and greatest in the world of the PMI and the PMP exam, of course. The PMP exam in 2022 has been a little bit of a curious type of exam in that we get varied reports from students about the content that they experience on the test. So at a high level, the general consensus is it is still more agile than predictive. But we've also got the occasional feedback that there is a lot of hybrid presence on the exam. So let's boil this down. What exactly do we mean by hybrid? Hybrid means the question is in the middle of the road. In other words, it could be predictive, it could be agile. So a hybrid kind of question will focus more on behaviors and interactions in a gray area that is neither overtly predictive or overtly agile. For example, you could get mention made of documents and plans from a predictive world, testing you on an agile sounding mindset. For example, you are a project manager working on a project. The project charter has been received with mixed feelings from stakeholders. What should you do? A, follow the procedures for project management in the firm and ignore the stakeholders because there's no problem. B, discuss with the stakeholders and find out their concerns. In this instance, you could say the project charter sounds more predictive, but it's actually not, because on page 49 in the Agile Practice Guide, mention is made of the project charter and an Agile project charter. So this question, even though it may sound predictive, it's actually one of those that could be looked at as in the middle of the road hybrid. So you will get questions that are in the middle of the road hybrid. You will get some that are overtly agile, and you will get a few, just a few, according to feedback, that are of a purely predictive nature. But as far as the inputs, tools, techniques, and outputs are concerned, your questions will not revolve around those. Those could be part of the dialogue, but they're not the focus of the question or the answer. The question is usually, what should you do next, project manager? And that's my reminder for you today. The exam will focus a lot on what should you do next? What is the best thing to do? Now, to help you on your test, there are 36 things. I call them my 36 mantras, and they cut across people, process, and business. But today, I'm going to give you the skinny of these mantras for your PMP exam. So the very first one is customer focus. You got to be focused on your customer. Customer's competitive advantage needs to be number one priority. You need to act in the customer's best interest, and your customer needs to be looked at as an ally. Do unto your customer as you would like to be done unto you. It's that simple. We also should see ourselves as custodians of resources entrusted to us. We should also see ourselves as enablers of change and progress. And that's the mindset we need to take when we're working with people. If you want to get more on these mantras, I would advise that you search on YouTube for my PMP exam mindset. Just look for PMP exam mindset and you'll find my 36 points for people. I talk about team trust. I talk about honesty, fairness. These are things you should have in the back of your mind as you're going into the exam. How would you like to be treated? How should you act as a servant leader? How should you act as a team member with servant leadership in their mind? It may not even be that you are the Scrum Master,
But as a team member, what should you do? And the concept of leadership, having the courage to lead, being a steward, being a mentor, going to mentor as opposed to punishing people, right? That is important as well. Embracing adaptability and resiliency and agility. These are things that you'll be tested on the exam. In terms of process, in the process domain, you'll find a lot of people talk as well. So even though it's from the process domain, you're likely to find questions on people interaction within the process domain. So things that I would expect you to know here are process groups, the concept of planning, initiating, the concept of executing, the concept of models, methods, artifacts, frameworks, and practices, the concept of the life cycle. Selecting the appropriate life cycle is definitely an important one. The importance of change management, risk and governance, being proactive to manage risk and governance on your project, the concept of hybridization, the concept of delivering little increments where possible, the concept of inspecting and adapting, continuously inspecting and adapting at all levels and layers is one you also want to remember. And when it comes to what the team's role is, you got to remember that the team is heavily involved in an agile world regarding the processes, the methods, the practices, the frameworks, okay? The agile mindset, again, plan iteratively wherever possible is a big one. Now, moving into the world of business. In the world of business, you got to understand the concept of value. Value delivery is important. Some of the buzzwords that you'll encounter in business, in addition to value, are revenues, demand, cost of delay, revenue leakage, opportunity cost. These are things you should be familiar with from the world of business: strategy, compliance, competition, organizational change, and the like. So, talking about business, the environment is paramount when we're talking about business. How you respond to the environment around you from a business perspective is helpful for your exam. Understanding organizational impacts on projects, understanding how the project manager is involved in compliance, understanding the word outcomes versus value and benefits will also help you on this test. Understanding the concept of benefits, proactively ensuring the management of benefits and their realization, sustainable community in terms of making that community of practice, a PMO, a VDO, value delivery office, one of your major focuses in business to sustain the business, to sustain efforts. The concept of value swapping in Agile is also one to be aware of. Lean thinking, eliminating waste, understanding your project's impact on the firm, and again, the concept of value delivery. These are all areas that you should have in the back of your mind. Okay, so in 2022, it's again morphing and changing, and no one can really put their finger on what is changing, but we know there is still heavy Agile focus, but it's done very craftily by embedding it in a lot of language that may otherwise seem to be predictive, but the mindset that it will test you on is an agility mindset. Okay, I hope you found this to be helpful. Don't forget to hit like on this podcast. It helps. If you're on Apple or Spotify, don't forget to do what you can. We also have a button on Spotify where you can help support this podcast any way you can. It will be appreciated. Thank you very much, my friends. I will speak to you very soon. Bye for now.
Again, my friends, this is what we call the PMP exam reset. And every week we get together and we take a look at certain topics. So right here in the chat, we had our friend Rakesh type in a message about the procurement audit. So Rakesh, I'm not sure if you're still on, but I'm going to put this video up on the channel to answer your question. What exactly is the procurement audit? Now, to explain the procurement audit, I want to really rapidly cover what procurement is at a high level. So, first of all, we've got planned procurement management. And this is where the buyer decides, do I want to buy something from outside? If so, which procurement types will I use? And then the buyer creates a procurement statement of work and procurement documents, RFBs, RFPs, RFQs, RFIs. Those are called bid documents. They get sent out to the potential sellers. The potential sellers may have questions. They get answered in a bidder conference. Now, just think about that for a second. This first part of procurement, it could go really well or it could go horrendously. And the question is, how well is our procurement being managed? The RFP process, the bid documents being sent out, the advertisement on radio or TV, the questions that people are asking being answered in a bidders conference. How did the bidders conference go? Did it go well? Was it unruly? Maybe you're doing this in the middle of a pandemic. Maybe you ask the question, how can we do this better? Right? And then we go into the proposal submission stage. And this is where the buyer is going to review the proposals. There will be a proposal evaluation. There could be negotiating back and forth. How well did the negotiating go? Did you do a good job in handling the negotiations? And ultimately, there's going to be a contract award. All of this stuff happens within the confines of conduct procurement. All right? The next stage, the final process, is control procurements. And in control procurements, a number of things could happen, all sorts, because this is where you are actually managing the contract. So the buyer needs to ensure that the seller is doing what they said. As you can see here on the screen, we've got claims administration that could be raised. So if for any reason the seller thinks the buyer has not held true to the contract, there could be claims. So there needs to be claims administration. There needs to be a process for changing any part of the contract. We call that a contract change control system. There's going to be performance reporting by the seller, reporting on their performance. We're going to have procurement performance reviews, and then we're going to have inspections and audits. And these inspections and audits are of the work being done by the seller. Okay? Then, to go a step further, still in control procurement, there's going to be, hopefully, the big old handshake at the end. But before then, this is what Rakesh was asking about. Procurement audits. What exactly are procurement audits? So we're going to take a quick look at that eventually. But just remember that you will need to settle any claims, store any records about this procurement, close out the procurement, and of course, you're going to update the organizational process assets. So the lessons learned repository, if that, would be updated with procurement-related information, and you make any other updates to OPAs. All right? But let's hone in to this topic of procurement audits. Procurement audits are simply an audit of the actual procurement process, not the project, but the process. In other words, how well did we handle our procurement management on this particular endeavor? And this is talked about in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. If we go there really quick, if you've got your PMBOK Guide to hand, we're taking a look at this one, the 6th edition. And if you go on down to chapter 12, 12.3, you can get all this information. So I'm going to read this to you so that we can figure out what exactly they mean by these procurement audits. I'll go into tools and techniques. This is on page 498 of the 6th edition, and it reads, audits are described in section 8225. So audits are a structured review of something, right? It says, audits are a structured review of the procurement process. Rights and obligations related to audits should be described in the procurement contract. So everything regarding the procurement and anything could be audited. How well the procurement was handled, any step in the process at all, but the buyer needs to communicate to the seller if that concerns them or not. It says resulting audit observations should be brought to the attention of the buyer's project manager and the seller's project manager for adjustments to the project when necessary. So what you're doing is you're being proactive and finding out before the project ends perhaps at certain key points in the project, how well is this procurement going? Is it going well? You know, if you've been in project management long enough, you know there are meetings where they call you into a boardroom. You are the seller. They want to have a meeting with you because things are not going well. You're either not meeting the objectives or there are concerns about one or two individuals, right? Team members that have done something bad on the project. If you've been in project management long enough, you know what those meetings are. They're not the kind of meeting you want to be in. But this could be a structured review of not just individuals on the project, but the entire procurement. How well you are performing, how well the procurement is being handled, how well the contract is being managed, both internal and external. How well is the buyer's project manager doing the procurement and managing the procurement? How well is the seller's project manager managing the procurement? All right. A lot of teams, they actually don't get involved in procurement audits, but they should, because this is where you can stop bad performance, both from the buyer and the seller. You know, you got a buyer that treats the seller like dirt. That's just bad. That's awful. Talks down to the subcontractor, doesn't treat them well, and is late in payments, right? These are some of the things you should take a look at. Performance, relationships, and process, at least, in the standard audit, okay? So since we're talking so much about process today, I felt that what Rakesh asked was a very valid question that we should address, all right? This particular part of the video, it will be separate on the Praizion site, all right? So Rakesh, if you are listening to this after the fact, why don't you drop a comment and let us know if this answered the question that you had, okay? You take care, Rakesh. We're going to stop for now, and we're going to jump back into other training on the process for this week. Thank you very much, and let's get back into it.
Hello, my awesome project managers. How you doing? You know, one of the most annoying things that could happen to a project manager who goes for an interview with their agile mindset, game on, and everything else regarding maybe even predictive and stuff. The worst thing is to be told you will not qualify for the next round of interviewing. I've been there. And you know, one of the showstoppers, the one that hit me in my first project management interview, it was being unable to use a software tool, a software application. Everything else seemed to be in order. That's why they called me for the interview. But when rubber met road and they began asking me questions about this software application, I was unable to do it. I couldn't bring it. Now, that was many years ago. But fast forward to 2022, it's not changed. Talking about 19 years since that fateful interview I had in Scottsdale, Arizona. Same thing is happening to PMPs and project managers worldwide. It's the question, do you know how to use the tool of our choice? And the tool of their choice could be anything. In this case, it's Jira. Have you ever heard of Jira? It is the most widely used tool for agile teams to get everything that they do in alignment. Stories, roadmaps, you name it. So if you haven't learned Jira, and you're going for agile interviews, for Scrum Master interviews, maybe even as much as being a product owner, having understanding of the tool your team uses, it could help. Definitely for Scrum Masters, it's something that you should know. Okay, so next week on Saturday, we are going to introduce to our students, those of you who have gotten certified, those of you who are thinking of getting certified, those of you who are getting into the world of Agile, maybe you're not even PMP, you're more like CSM, PSM, PSPO, CSPO, that kind of stuff. Maybe even DSDM, right? Whatever you use, Oh, I meant to say DASM. You see, that's what PMI has done. They're going to get discipline agile, and now I need to get all these acronyms, alphabet soup, untangled. Well, the bottom line is, if you are in the world of agile and you are not using Jira, and you do want to be a Scrum Master, the time is coming where you will have to give account. You'll have to give account as to why or why not, So I want to invite you to go on down to the link. It's down below. We're going to be doing this training. It's on Saturday. Come and learn Jira once and for all. I know there are many project managers who tell me, Phil, why do I have to learn yet another software tool? I know, I understand. But you got to realize that in this crazy pandemic, a lot of teams have been separated. They're unable to meet face to face, and therefore typical traditional style of using some post-it notes and using a whiteboard and using the wall as a tool, collaboration tool, all of that stuff is no more, my friends. So it is important that you know how to use a tool that will help you with your stakeholders. If you're a product owner, for example, create roadmaps, or if you're a Scrum Master, to effectively help the product owner manage the backlog. I think some folks once in a while, they forget what the Scrum Guide tells us about the project and what the Scrum Master should be doing on the project to help the product owner. Exactly. So you might say, Phil, is the term project in the Scrum Guide? Yeah, believe it or not, it is. And Ken and Jeff, they tell you each sprint may be considered a short project. So on these sprints, the Scrum Master is meant to help the product owner in several ways. Basically, serve the product owner by doing certain things. And you know what one of those things is? Let me point you back to the Scrum Guide, just in case you forgot. It reads, helping find techniques for effective product goal definition, and watch this, and product backlog management. Did you know that? So if as a Scrum Master, I cannot proffer a solution that helps my product owner effectively manage product backlog items during the crazy pandemic, what am I doing? It's a question. What am I doing? I'm not doing my job. You know another thing? Helping the Scrum team understand the need for clear and concise product backlog items. And in this crazy pandemic where we need to collaborate, guess what's going to help you? It's a tool. It's a tool, my friends. And you know what? As a member of the team, based on decentralized decision-making and decentralized leadership, you know what is expected of you? I'll tell you. It's creating a plan for the sprint, which is the sprint backlog. And how do you do this if you're not co-located in a room with post-its and markers? You do it using tools such as Jira. Do you understand why I'm making a case for it? Yeah, so roadmaps, backlogs, sprints, okay? To complete work in fixed units of time, it requires a backlog to be able to effectively manage the whole story point mantra, velocity mantra. You need a tool to help you, right? The moment you move that story to a different state, you don't want to have to do the manual and menial work of calculating story points and updating your burn up and burn down. No. So that's why we talk about Jira, because it introduces the mantra of reports as well. So you can analyze and track your team's work by reporting on the project's activity. All of these are things that you'll do in Jira. It's that easy. Setup is easy. You'll be able to clean up your work. You'll be able to easily manage the most hectic project workflows. That's what Jira does for you. So, my friends, it's my job as a trainer, coach, a mentor to equip you for success. And I see some of you going for these agile jobs, and it's just not cutting it, unfortunately, because you don't have Jira experience or knowledge. You wouldn't even know how to get to the software, right? That's why we're doing this for you. I talk about the PSM, the CSM, the PSPO, the CSPO. I talk about taking all those open things on Ken's website right? Scrum open, the developer open, product owner open. I even encourage some of you to look as far as taking the professional agile leadership certification like I did. And all of that is all well and good. But when rubber meets road and you're in front of that interviewer and you are asked a straightforward question, do you understand or know how to use Jira to manage projects, to manage value flows, endeavors that a company may want to embark on? If the answer is no, you'll be shown the door politely. You won't be called back. Okay? So all of this is to equip you for success. Highly encourage you. If you know a tool in predictive, know a tool in agile. Okay? And now some people say, but what about Trello? Why can't I use Trello? Trello is good. Trello can be used for managing stuff. That's true. It can be. However, when you scale up, it doesn't scale up as good. It's good for small team use, but it doesn't scale up as good. Trello, in essence, is a simple Kanban board. That's what it is. Jira, on the flip side, is a huge, robust project management tool. Now, if you want to really do good agile, right, help teams that are building, fixing, and releasing software, you gotta focus on Jira. You gotta focus on it. You gotta know it. In today's world where agile has become a bit of a buzzword and people have lost the understanding, or maybe never even had it, of agile, it's important that you, as a certified PSPO or PSM or CSPO, it's important that you understand the use of a tool in this crazy world we're in right now to bring teams together, to put them on the same page, and to enable them. The pricing for the tool is great. The price is right. It's very low cost as far as managing tasks, as far as allowing your team to be streamlined, totally on the same page. It is great for that. Okay? So join me. I'm going to put a link right there below. It's projectmanagementdoctor.com/Jira. projectmanagementdoctor.com/Jira. JIRA. Okay? I look forward to seeing you. Sign up. We've got a great early bird pricing going on. And once you sign up, you'll be able to watch the video over and over again once we're done with the live session that's happening on the 19th of February. All right? Looking forward to seeing you. You take care and bye for now.
Hello, my friends. How you doing? It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. I know lots of you are looking for ways of communicating and sharing information with your buddy Phil. Well, as much as I can, I want to engage with you. The Spotify and the iTunes podcast don't allow for, enough communication between us. It's kind of almost like a one-way, except you go out of your way to send me emails, as some of you have, and I appreciate you doing that. But I wanted to make it easier, so I have a link right here in this podcast that will lead you to Reddit to be able to communicate via the PMP exam radio show link. So we have a subreddit out there. It's PMP exam radio show. It's purposely to connect and interact to the extent possible.
Risk score is, you get that risk score, and then in this next one, based on the ranking of the risk scores, you could go and analyze the top red ones or the top reds and oranges for the quantitative risk analysis. And what we mean there is the expected monetary value, also known as the risk magnitude. So these need a little bit more time to talk about because they're very easy to mix up. One is a qualitative risk analysis, which just looks at a score. The score doesn't convert from project to project. Each project, when you take its risks and you score them, it doesn't necessarily equate to any other project. It's a relative ranking within the confines of that project. Now, quantitative risk analysis makes everything level because that looks at absolutes in dollars and probability in terms of percent. So when you talk about an EMV of 2 million, it's apples to apples. An EMV is probability in percent times impact in dollars. That is a bit of a long one. All right, next. Plan risk responses based on the ranking of those quantified risks and the qualified risks. You can then understand which ones to avoid, transfer, mitigate, accept, or escalate. You also know which ones to enhance, exploit, escalate, share, or accept from the positive realm. This one is planning how to manage procurements. This is where you do a make or buy analysis and decide whether you need to purchase something or not. Plan stakeholder engagement. This is planning how to engage your stakeholders. It's a little bit different from the others. The others, we get a management plan, but very specific to this, we call it an engagement plan. So it's a stakeholder engagement plan. It's a plan for not how you're going to manage your stakeholders, but for how you're going to engage your stakeholders. All right, so there we are. Let's move on to the next domain. So this domain is executing. Very easily put, it's directing and managing the work on the project. The major thing you're going to get out of this is noteworthy. It is deliverables. This is where you're going to get a deliverable. This is where you're going to get a deliverable that is the main thing you're looking for on the project. So, as you know, in the world of project management, there are many different things that happen. And some of those things that happen yield sub-deliverables, but ultimately there's going to be one overarching, perhaps, deliverable that you're looking to glean from the whole thing. It is from this process that you get that deliverable. It's called direct to manage project work. Now, I'm going to put this as a side note because it is so important. Direct to manage project work gives you deliverables. It gives you work performance data. That's the only place you get that data because you're making raw observations about the project. And it also gives you the issue log. These are noteworthy, and I'm mentioning them because on your PMP exam, I would expect them to ask you about issues, risks, key decisions, changes, and things such as that. So I really expect them to hammer down on those terms which come from direct and managed project work. All right, let's move on. That took a little bit of time. I'm going to resume with a different color. Managed project knowledge is all about gleaning what went well on the project, what didn't go so well, what are we going to do better next time, and sharing that information across the organization. Managed quality is all about ensuring that the quality standards are met. Acquire resources is ensuring that you have acquired your resources. Actually, this is where you acquire the resources. So human, equipment, material, supplies, and facilities. From acquire resources, you get your physical resource assignments and your project team assignments. Develop team is developing the project team by training, mentoring, team building, and such. Manage team is where you give your team feedback. So if you want to give your team feedback about what went well, how you see it, and what they may not have done well, and how you see it, this is where you can give them some constructive feedback for improvement. If you are a senior, for example, a manager or even a project manager giving feedback to the team, but remember, in the world of Agile, it works differently. The way we give feedback is immediate, constant as much as possible. Where it's not immediate, it's in short iterations. So as a Scrum Master, the feedback that is generated is usually from the team members. It's not just from the Scrum Master to the team, it's from the team to the team. Manage communications is where we're actually communicating. Implement risk responses is where we are implementing the response that we decided upon. Conduct procurements is where we are awarding the contract to a seller or sellers. Manage stakeholder engagement is where we're managing our stakeholders' engagement. This is where you're actually engaging with the stakeholder. So if your stakeholder engagement plan said, meet with Phil every Friday at the water cooler to have a conversation, that is the best time to get him and give him the latest and greatest on the project, well, that's what you will do. In the world of Agile, it works differently. It says business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. So you got some stakeholders you'll be interfacing with almost daily. On the flip side, you also have some stakeholders that you will interface with only at key points in the project, such as sprint reviews. Some you might engage with them outside of the usual daily scrums in smaller pods of meetings, depending on what you're trying to do. Let's move on to the next process group. It's monitoring and controlling. All right. In monitoring and controlling, we monitor and control the project work at a high level. So this is where you are monitoring and controlling the entire project at an integration level. You see this as an integration, it's for a reason. It's the integrative monitoring and controlling. So let me give you a very quick visual of what happens here, just to make sure it all sticks. Now we're almost getting to the home sprint. What happens is all of these processes, I'm going to put a green band around them just so you know which ones I'm talking about. All of these, they all help in the overall monitoring and controlling, in that they all give you some intelligence about how the project is proceeding. Let's formalize that intelligence. That intelligence is actually work, performance, information. That work, performance, information, look at it as intelligence about how the work is proceeding. All right? That's how you need to look at it. How is the work proceeding? That's your work, performance, information. But to go a step further, it's not just how is your work proceeding. This is what it is. How are we doing in scope? How are we doing in schedule? How are we doing in costs, in quality, in resources, in communications, in risk, in procurements, in stakeholder? How are we doing? How are we doing? How are we doing? All of those how are we doing? In other words, taking a look at the work performance data that we have. Now, keep this in mind. You got work performance data that we just talked about. That work performance data, you don't just say, oh, we got work performance data. No, you analyze that data. So we've got this work performance data coming from direct to managed project work, and it's going into all of these places. So as you're carrying out the work, you're making raw observations. From those raw observations, you can conclude how the project is being impacted. For example, a raw observation could be, we're getting less done than planned. Okay. So what? Well, we're getting less done than planned. It could lead to schedule elongation. All right. So how bad? Now we're getting more into the work performance information. When you understand the enormity of the work performance data implication, you get this work performance information, and that becomes an input back into monitor and control project work. And from here, you're going to get work performance reports as an output. So I'm just going to put work performance reports. This is part of the story nobody cares to know anymore. And it is helpful in knowing how this stuff flows, because you can look for areas of inefficiencies in your project management. So the idea about monitoring and controlling, and I'm just going to get rid of all this stuff real quick. The idea about monitoring and controlling is you're collecting all of this information, and all the information is going into monitor and control project work so that you can create a report, a work performance report. That's really the entire story of the monitor and control project work process. Again, it's an integrative process that is taking all this work performance information, putting it into a report, and sharing it with stakeholders so that people can understand what's the state of the project, what is going on, are we likely to succeed or not? That's monitor and control project work. It is such a significant process. All right. Now, with that said, let's move on and talk about performing integrated change control. Performing integrated change control is where all the change requests are going to be assessed. So the change request could come from a number of places. By the way, there's no point cramming where the change requests come from. They could come from anywhere. They could come from executing, some even from planning, some from monitoring and controlling. There's no point cramming them. But what you do need to know is that all change requests go to one place only as an input. They all go to perform integrated change control. And on the output side, you're either going to get an approved change request, and at the same time, you could get a change log. Now, you don't see this explicitly in the PMBOK guide. They make it look like project documents. But the project document that they're specifically talking about is a change log. So if you put a change request in, you're definitely going to have to put that in the change log. So that becomes an output. The approval of a change request is something else. It may not be approved. In that regard, it's only going into the change log. So that's the dynamic. Now I'm spending a little bit more time talking about things like direct to manage project work, monitor and control project work, and perform integrated change control because they are overarching. You really need to be aware of those. Okay. So with that done, let's continue our discussion about the other things here. All right, moving ahead, we're moving into validate scope. Validate scope is customer acceptance. Control scope is you, the project manager, checking to make sure people are not going out of scope. Control schedule, make sure people are on schedule. Take action if they're not appropriately. Control cost, check that people are on budget. Take action if they're not. Control quality, check the deliverable. So remember I said deliverable comes from direct to manage project work. Well, think about it like there's a loop going from there down here where you will have the deliverables going in. And if the deliverable is fit for use and you think the customer is going to like it, then on the output, what you're going to get is known as a verified deliverable. Okay, so we have just a plain old deliverable that has not been checked, which is sent to control quality. And then we have a verified deliverable as an output, as a potential output, for example. So always think about the flows. It helps to think about flows because if you don't know the flow, you don't know where to go. And it's not just a rhyme. It's true. If you don't know the flow, you're in trouble because PMI will run circles around you. So you need to understand the logic. When I get a deliverable, it should be reviewed internally. It should also be reviewed by the customer in validate scope. That's the idea. The next one is control resources. Control resources is where we control physical resources. We make sure that they were delivered and they were used appropriately. Monitor communications, checks to make sure our communications are actually working for our stakeholders. Monitor risks. This is where we check the risks to make sure they are right where we left them. They haven't changed. Hopefully, if they have, we take appropriate action. We reassess the risks as well. Control procurement is where we ensure the customer is giving us what we bought, what we asked for, what we paid for, what we agreed on. And if not, we take necessary action like alternative dispute resolution, and in some cases, litigation. Monitor stakeholder engagement is making sure your stakeholder is truly engaged. And that takes us to the final one. It's closing. This is where you're closing out the paperwork, you're closing out the project. You could be closing out a phase in the project, and it's called close project or phase. For this one, I want you to make a note to yourself to read in the 6th edition, page 123. It's a brilliant coverage of everything that you need to know as far as closing out the project or phase. And that, my friends, is the 49 processes in the PMBOK guide. To be quite honest with you, this is a very good level for you to become more confident. If you got everything that I said, that's brilliant. Now, I also have the cheat sheet. I've said it so many times, both in our course and online. So I want to show you the Phil's cheat sheet again. If you haven't downloaded it, you're missing out, because when you go into the exam, it's quite important that you know where the PMI is. It's like a game of chess. You're reading the question and you know, I see checkmate coming. Why? Because I know exactly what you're going to play. I can predict it. All right. So in order to get that cheat sheet, just Google Phil's cheat sheet, PMP. All right. You'll find it. But for now, this is it. And I'm going to share the screen again over here. This is it. So all you need to do for this is just go through all of these. I would stop the video, read along, right? And make sure you have a solid understanding of each one of the 49. As you can see, they're not that hard. They're not that hard. It's ridiculous. I think I spent 15 or 20 minutes going through it. They're not that hard. Okay, so the general idea, before you exam, watch this video at least 2 or 3 times. Let it play in the background, and then look for my videos where I talk about the outputs of each of these. It's going to make you more solid for the exam, all right? And that concludes our review of page 25, the Manic Review. And for those students of ours who are on the ride right now for the masterclass, highly advise going back, maybe even downloading the video, putting it on your phone, watching it daily. Just chew this thing and get it in, all right? All right, my friends, that's it. Let's stop the recording. With it, or am I just going to sit there saying I'm a PMP, I'm a PMP, I'm a PMP? PMP don't mean jack without action. You got to put some action behind that certification. Otherwise, it's just a piece of paper. You get what I'm saying? So PM Anonymous is all about helping PMs get to that next level. The first set of individuals I want to address are those who are looking for career advice. You're looking for direction. You're looking for, okay, what comes next? So I've got a few tips and tricks for you. And I also want to give shout outs to those of you who have taken it up or not. Some of you are on my ACP training with my buddy Roy. Some of you are in my Project Leadership Institute. Great stuff. Keep that fire burning. Now, there's some individuals that haven't taken any steps since PMP. They're expecting magic to happen. Magic is not going to happen. You first of all need to have direction. There are a lot of people marching around saying, I'm a PMP, but they don't have direction. What's coming next in your career? What have you done to plan the next month? Let's even talk about the next week, the next 2 weeks. Have you made a plan? Do you know where you're going? Do you know what you want to do? What do you want to do in life? Being PMP is great. It's just the beginning. So I want to encourage you. I want to give you a charge right now. Direction. Where are you going? What's your definite chief aim in life? What do you really want to achieve in life? You're old enough to get a PMP. You're old enough to think about your definite chief aim. So what is your definite chief aim? What do you want to achieve as an individual in life? Now, some of you may already know the answer to that question, but I want to challenge you. What is your evolving definite chief aim? Is your definite chief aim static? Has it been static for the past year? Then there's a problem because it needs to be evolving. The moment your definite chief aim becomes static, it's the beginning of decline. So as you move through the year, the quarter, the months, you're going to find your definite chief aim could adjust. You're going to find your long-term goal, right, for life might have an overarching statement. That's understandable. But I wouldn't be surprised if it evolves from period to period. You might think you got it, but if you go back and take a look in the rearview mirror, you see it changing, and that's okay. That's good. Even my mentor, John C. Maxwell, very recently went through a total overhaul of his organization, total rebrand. So there's absolutely nothing wrong in an evolving definite chief aim, right? Now, some people are very set on their definite chief aim. They're not budging from it. That's okay. But my question is, what is your mission? How are you going to get to that definite chief aim? So as a PMP, I would expect that you plan out what happens after, right? If we are PMPs, we should use those skills that we have to plan, have focus and have a plan, but be ready to pivot. Just ask any of our friends who are in these parts of the world that are being affected right now. I'm telling you, their definite chief aim has changed very rapidly. It's now one of survival, right? But in order to cope with life as a PMP or in general, you need to have very good leadership skills, because everything rises and falls on leadership. Your ability to move forward, your ability to pivot in the right direction. It's all about leadership. With great leadership skills, you can scale unimaginable heights. You can do the unthinkable, the impossible. It's possible with leadership. So we need to understand what leadership is and why it's important. Why is leadership important? Leadership is important because in order to move forward in life, you need to influence. And part of influencing is being able to convince people about whatever you are thinking is your definite chief aim, whatever you are looking to do as an employee in a company. If you go for an interview and you're not able to convince me that you really want the job, you just come across as being, well, if it happens, it happens. You're not going to get that job. Now, people look at interviews and think it's about selling, but they forget it's also about leadership. It's about influence. How do you influence the person in that interview to understand, I want this job, I can do the job, right? You got to be able to convince them. It's leadership. It's not sales pitching. It's really influencing, which is leadership. So you got to be determined to lead. Now, I want to give you a very quick synopsis of leadership. And this is from the work of my mentor, John Maxwell, who has a book called The 5 Levels of Leadership. A lot of folks get into leadership thinking it's all about management. No, management is about keeping law and order, administration of policies and procedures and stuff. But leadership is all about influencing. It's all about moving people. And for you to be able to move people wherever you are, in any company you find yourself in, you need to think about these 5 levels. I'm going to go through these 5 levels really quick with you. Level 1 is all about the position that you're in. So you come into a company, you start here. Now, if you've been in the corporate world long enough, you know that position is never enough. It's never enough. Because sometimes you're a project manager trying to lead without authority. So how do you lead from a position without a lot of authority, right? You're a PM, you're going to find it hard. You need to go to level 2. Level 2, we call it the permission level. What is a permission level? The permission level is where people follow you because they want to, right? They give you the permission to lead them because you are likable, you're trustworthy, you connect with them, you got hang power, they love hanging with you. But that's not enough. Level 2 is important, but it's not enough. You see, there are a lot of project managers who get certified and they think it's all about, well, I've got a certification, therefore I'm going to be able to do anything. No. People need to give you the permission to lead them. People aren't giving you the permission. You're just going to stay there at level 1 and you're going to be unable to move. People are going to give you the bare minimum. You're managing a project, you're leading a project. Your team members, your stakeholders, if you don't come across as a likable, collaborative individual with a good vibe, that's it. A lot of people looking for what's going wrong on their projects. It's that level 2. You're not leading at level 2. You're still trying to lead from position. I'm the PM, so follow me. Ain't going to work. You need to go to that next level, and that's likability. A lot of people, they're like, oh, I'm not a people person.